Welcome to Composite 2-Star Recruits. I am your one-star host, Chris Trevino, and as always, joined by my podcasting partner in crime, Hurricane Martinez. This is not just any Composite 2-Star show. This is the Composite 2-Star National Signing Day live stream YouTube show. We are also on Facebook, but no one cares about Facebook right now. But if you're watching on Facebook, I love you and thank you. But this is our 5th annual live show. I feel like I can hear myself coming out of some sort of monitor. We'll have to fix that at some point, but we're just going to roll with it. I am Chris Trevino, as I said, your one-star host. I am Cilantro, a.k.a. Salsa Santa Claus for today. I hope we are coming in clear, unlike last year. I've been talking too much, Gerard. You're not going to talk that much this episode, so I'll just get you right now. How are you doing our 5th annual live show?
I'm doing great, Chris. Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. I am lit up like a
Clown Claus.
Yes, whatever he just said. We are here. Guys, let me know if the chat, if everything sounds good. It looks like we're good. Last year was a debacle. I set up the thing wrong. We were delayed. Ryan had to come running down from his house to save us, so thank you very much. Today, we were well prepared. Gerard, we were here about an hour and a half early. We got everything set up. I got dressed. He wasn't prepared for this. I just threw it out there. Salsa Claus, yes, Santa Salsa, whatever you want to call it. It is a special occasion. And because USC has locked in, well, for now, the number one recruiting class in the country, the first time in over a decade they have the number one recruiting class, the first non-SEC team to lock in a number one class since 2008. Shout out to Blair for that one. So we needed to go a little bit bigger for this one. So I had to throw on an outfit for this one. 35 up, 35 down for USC recruiting signed today. And the last one just moments ago, 10 minutes ago. Mark Bowman, you could have...
Mark Bowman. He came through right before the show. Thanks, Mark. We appreciate it.
We just got a monster donation from Sav3951. We are 10 minutes away from an unofficial Mark Bowman announcement on the 2-star. Who said signing day chaos is dead? $139.99.
Thank you very much, Sav.
I'm not sure if it says CA, so maybe that's Canadian. I don't care. Thank you for the donation. It's rubles. It's pesos. I don't care. Thank you for the donation. Right off the bat, starting off strong on this one.
Coming in hot, baby. Coming in hot.
Gerard, number one recruiting class. You've covered some number one recruiting classes. We're going to get into all of that.
This one was much different.
Different era, different time.
Yeah.
But just the contrast from last year's show, it was very different because
we were on the edge of the edge there. We were biting our fingernails, and you at least got Jakeem Stewart on signing day, so that sort of saved the class.
Saved it, absolutely. You got Hassan Longstreet, got a little 5-star action, but if that didn't happen and you didn't get Jakeem Stewart, it was going to be a very, very sad National Signing Day. But that is not what we're here to talk about, because it is a new day. It is the Chad Bowden era. And we're here to talk about a number one recruiting class. Now, Oregon may still pull it out, whatever happens with Chris Henry in the coming days. But right now, at present time, USC has the number one recruiting class. And that is what we're going to talk about. A lot of action in the chat. Now, Gerard, I'm taking up your shine here. I apologize because you're going to be doing a lot of talking.
Can't take up my shine. Between these lights and this ball head, I got too much shine. I'm like a nebula sitting here.
I have been training for this episode. It's a marathon. Okay. If this is your first time, buckle up. So I want to go over a few things before we actually start getting into the show. Number one, there are no rules. That's the first rule. There are no rules. Everything is a free-for-all. The other thing...
We do have a live chat going, so I don't know about that no rules. There might be some YouTube rules that we do have to acknowledge.
The other points I want to make are not rules. They are just suggestions. Number one, the chat. We love you guys. Thank you. You're a huge part of the live show. Please don't fight. You can disagree. You can argue a little bit. But please don't call each other names. There's going to be trolls that show up. You know what that's going to happen. But let's try to keep it respectful in there. Everyone's really excited. Different year. The other thing is people might just show up. Ryan just might walk through the door with a mango cart or a drink or alcohol or I don't know. Sometimes he just pops in like an hour 4 or something like that. You might see people in the chat. Shotgun probably be in the chat at some point. Blair Angulo, our boy.
Banglo. He's back east right now.
He's back east. He loves to drop in. You know, he's had a long day of rocking on the national 247 live show. Yep.
Did a great job as always.
He'll probably be in here. He'll answer some questions, throw some chat, throw some talk.
Yeah, he had some Bark moment scoop that was pretty accurate. A lot of people were talking about Oregon, and Blair was saying, no, LSU is kind of the school with buzz, and that ended up being the case. But at the end of the day, fight on, USC.
End of the day, fight on with USC. So he might pop in there. We'll see who else shows up in the chat. Maybe Keeley will show up. Who knows? You never know who's going to show up. The other thing.
Ghost of Christmas Past.
And I've not said this directly to Gerard, so I'm going to tell him right now. Gerard, I want to go for the record tonight. I want to go for the record tonight on our live stream, our personal best live stream record. Do you know what the record is?
Our personal best?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be shorter? Wouldn't that be a quicker live stream, not longer?
No, I want to go for the record. I want to go for the longest live stream we've ever done. Do you have any idea what that is?
It would be over 5.5 hours, right? 5 hours and 40 minutes?
5 hours, 16 minutes, and 34 seconds is our official record, and I aim to break that tonight. I want to go for 6 hours. Now, again, that's a lofty goal. But
I like how he puts that out there,
yeah,
knowing who has to talk the most.
It's definitely me. It's definitely me.
By the time we get to hour 4, I think that beard's coming off. That's what I think.
The beard is what killed me when I did this 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it holds up. So I want to go for the record. We know we love your support and everything. The other thing, I want to get to at least 700 likes. So if you could please throw some likes at us, I'm going to be begging all stream for them. So let's start off hot. And let's go for it. Let's go for it. 700 likes. Let's see what we can get for this episode. It's a big one. We haven't even started, but I'm already out of breath. Gerard, how do you do this? How do you talk so long? Okay, much better. Again, let me know if anything's not coming in.
I think the beard is suffocating you.
Yeah, we're here. The other thing, if this is your first time stream, we like to mark how long you've been watching.
Yep.
So at the first hour, I got to do that 1 hour crew. 2 hours, hashtag 2 hour crew, all of that. I want all of that. And if you make it to the end, 6 hour crew, there will be police showing up at your house because you're a sick individual. You're a sick individual, but we still love you. So we got to note that. And I will be doing something at the top of every hour. Blair is here.
Mr. Banglo.
I'll be on the way to the airport in 6 hours. Sure, why not? Let's go. Let's go. He is here. I told you he would be here. I'm trying to find his comments so I can throw it up. But those are the main ground rules. I'm sure others will come up, but I hope you guys, we can set the record. I hope we can get 700 plus likes. I hope you guys have fun because this is going to be a long show. I know you're probably thinking, hurry up. Guys, we have all night. This is a marathon.
They want to get to Bark Moment. Bark Moment, tell us everything that happened.
If you can't see the water on the shirt for Gerard, the second the signing came through, he spilled water all over him. So excited. He was so excited.
It wasn't because I was excited.
It was.
It was because I was looking at my phone as I was drinking, and it kind of spilled a little bit. So hopefully it dries. It's not me sweating this early on. Not yet, baby. Not yet.
We have over 500 viewers. That is insane.
That's nice. So let's give him some, Chris. Let's actually talk about some recruiting and get away from Salsa Santa and everything else. Let's get out of the peripherals and start getting to the meat of today. Why are we here, Chris?
We are here to talk about USC's #1 overall recruiting class signed today. 35 up, 35 down. I'm stealing my line from over. They had 34 commitments going into today. They added another one in Caden Dixon Wyatt, a flip from Ohio State. They had 34 of 35 for most of the day. A lot of drama surrounding Mark Bowman. Did not get his paperwork in, was not signed, was not announced. So a lot of hand-wringing, a lot of stepping on the ledge. Gerard, do we have to start with Mark Bowman, or do you just want to give your overall thoughts right now about how USC has secured 35 signatures, the largest class in program history?
The first thing we have to do is we have to address the fact that we did not have a press conference from Trojans head coach Lincoln Riley. So that's something that was missing today. That has been a tradition every signing day since I've been doing this. A little different for USC. So what would Lincoln Riley say in his monologue to the media about this enormous class, this very talented class, and again, as Chris said, the number one class in the nation as it stands today? So I thought, why not fill in a little bit for Lincoln Riley? Now, I'm not as maybe good with the X's and O's.
You need a visor.
As the old ball coach. But I thought, I would want to hit on a few main points, a few bullet points. And I think, first and foremost, this is a historic class for USC. 35 commits, all out of high school. Now, we know, ironically, Mr. Lane Kiffin, we'll be talking about him a little later, new coach at LSU. Congratulations to Lane Kiffin. He brought in a big class to USC right before USC got hit with sanctions. And that was a class that was originally up around 33. I think it ended up petering out back into the 20s, but that was a big class, and it was supplemented a lot with junior college players and some other things. Never has USC had a 35 class deep recruiting class from high school. So it's a historic class, but history is often remembered by either its failures or its successes. And you have to look at this as a future success for USC because it helps solidify that step towards being a physically resilient football team. This is a step to taking what the culture is now and from the ground up bringing in a huge class and saying, listen, we finally beat some teams in the Big Ten that everybody said that was more physical than us. They said that they were bigger than us and that we couldn't play in the trenches against these teams. So Iowa and Michigan, these are teams that people said we could not play in the trenches against, and we won those games. The culture is changing at USC. We've got a quarterback that comes out of nowhere to ball hawk a 300-pound defensive lineman at the goal line to turn around and get a touchback that could have been a big game changer for us at home against Northwestern. We have selfless play, even from the most skilled positions on the field. This is the number one class, however, traditionally built around skilled players. So USC, you talk about those classes in the past, Chris, they've always been about big-time quarterbacks, always the 5-star receivers, always the running backs. This class was built on the trenches with depth and talent. A team within a team with 7 offensive linemen. 7 offensive linemen are being added to this class. That's, not even 5, which you would say, well, that's a full offensive line class. 7 offensive linemen, including, and maybe the most important, the franchise left tackle, Kenai Pepe.
Number 1.
Very big deal. If this was the NFL draft, I'm talking about value positions, and we always talk about value positions on this podcast. Left tackle is a huge value position. That is one of those positions that could go not only in the first round, but first in the NFL draft. Kenai Pepe, one of the best offensive linemen in the country. USC finally locks down a franchise left tackle. Last time they had a consensus 4-star left tackle was back in 2023 with Elijah Page. And even before that, you have to go like 3 or 4 years before that class. So certainly that left tackle position, it's a difficult position to find. And to find a guy that you can actually hang your hat on and say, this is going to be our franchise left tackle, that's a big deal in this class. And again, one of the highest rated players in the country, the highest rated player in the class is an offensive lineman. That's a bit different for USC in terms of the best classes they've had. You got to go back to, I think it was a 2008 class where you had Matt Khalil and you had Tyron Smith, where you had offensive linemen at the top of the star rankings in the class for USC. You also had 4 front 7 top 100 players. That's a big deal. You also have USC taking back the homeland, going into Southern California, building that wall, which everybody talks about, taking 17 commits that are from Southern California. So now, when you start talking about culture, you also start talking about reestablishing winning for your friends, winning for your family, and winning for each other. These kids, a vast majority of them, have played together since they were youth football. So there's a little more investment there. You're not grabbing guys from Georgia. You're not grabbing guys from Texas who really don't know anything about the UCLA rivalry, the Notre Dame rivalry. They don't really know much about USC outside of maybe some talk of Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart back in the Pete Carroll era. These kids know USC, and they know USC for the past, but they also know USC for right now. And that's big because they understand what has to change behind the scenes in the locker room in order to really reinforce a winning culture. I think you have overall difference makers in this class. And Mark Bowman, let's talk about him first because, hey, last to sign, but one of the most important pieces to the puzzle in this class for USC. We've said it all year long. I said it 2 years ago. He is one of the best tight ends we have seen regardless of class in Southern California. He's probably the best tight end, not only in his class, but 2 classes ahead of him. 6'5", 235 pounds. I thought, what is Mark Bowman as a player? What sums him up? I thought, you know what? He was a fire extinguisher for modern day. Rarely used, but highly effective. Punch glass, if fire. Albert Rock Hill, a 4-star cornerback from Akron, Ohio. Better back pedal than the freewheel of a freestyle BMX bike. The kid's smooth, technically sound. And, you know, sometimes, Chris, that is code for, well, not all that athletic. Sometimes you talk about fundamentals and being really polished when you don't want to talk about how fast, quick, explosive, sudden a player is. He has that element to his game as well. He, from what we saw, especially over the summer when he came to the summer workouts and was doing some of those one-on-one workouts, Connor and Chris got some great video. You can see that on USCfootball.com. Go to Inside Troy, the YouTube channel, and watch Albert Rock Hill transition from his back pedal and turn and burn and going forward. You see the hip fluidity. You see the footwork. And again, the back pedal, it's like one of those BMX freestyle bikes. It could go backwards as fast as you want. Talanoa Ely, huge pickup for USC this year. Last year, USC 0 and 1,000 for top linebacker commits. They struck out. It was a good year locally. Noah McHale, Man Ferriamo. There was quite a few players that were after. They lost Ty Jackson, who was a high 4-star from Florida later in the season. They really came up 0-4 when it came to the linebacker position, and that is absolutely key. Talanoa Ely grew up a Trojan fan, was going to Orange Lutheran, transferred over to Kokuku in Hawaii, comes in a need position, comes into the position which is going to be very interesting as we look forward, Chris, and we'll get more into this later in the podcast. Mike linebacker. He's being brought in as the Mike linebacker. The question is going to be, do you give Talanoa Ely the keys and say, you're going to be our Mike linebacker now, and then move Desmond Stevens over to Will linebacker, which that could be more of his natural position. What I like about Talanoa Ely, North Shore guy. And what do you think about when you think about the North Shore? You think about the waves. You think about pipeline. Talanoa Ely, he flows. And I wrote about this in his future impact piece. He was like a surfer in a lot of ways. He rides that wave and he avoids all the whitewater of the offensive and the defensive line, that chaos that happens near the line of scrimmage. You watch Talanoa Ely on film, and he just seems to be able to coast right through it and right by it. Very interesting player, dynamic, 6'3", 225. Again, coming in a position that USC went 0-4 in the last class. It was huge to be able to get that type of difference maker on the second level of the defense for USC. And then you've got Tomhu Tapui. Tom Tapui. Chris, Tom Tapui, a staple at USC this whole year. Going back to the spring, the summer, into the season.
He already has 2 apartments there, for all I know.
For real. I mean, he was there every single weekend, every single week, and you're talking about a player that was committed to Oregon and flips over to USC. April Fool's Day, Chris. Not the best day to be flipping your commitment because you're like, is this real? Now, we were hearing it was going to happen. It was going to happen. It was going to happen. It happened on April Fool's. But Tom Tapui, let's talk about a 6'2", 320, 30-pound defensive tackle, plays multiple techniques for modern day.
War daddy.
But I think more importantly, what he brings to USC, he is a flag bearer. He is the flag bearer. I mean, he literally is like a dancing bear with those long arms, the ability to play on the outside and the inside. When you look at USC's defense now, and you look at mirrors of other defenses in the NFL that D'Anton Lynn has a lineage to, that sort of Rex Ryan tree, if you will, you see that inside Baltimore Ravens, for example, and touched about this a little bit, I think it was last week or the week before, just noticing the Baltimore Ravens defense with their 3 safeties. But inside, when they go 2 down and 2 up with 2 outside linebackers that are standing and their 2 down linemen, their 2 down linemen go 240. Well, no, let's see, it was 341 and 360 with another lineman that comes in at 6'6", 370. So when people look at this class and they say, okay, you've got this girth, this embarrassment of riches. I said it, girth. There's a lot of girth on this defensive line.
Pause.
But a lot of talent, and it's depth because when I look at what the Baltimore Ravens are doing, I'm seeing 2 nose tackles on the field at the same time. Now, usually when we talk about defensive line, we're talking about a nose tackle, a 3 technique, and a 5 technique, right? These guys go really big on the defensive line, and it makes me think that in the future, that's kind of what we're going to see more of with USC. If you want to go 2 down in the Big Ten, you're going to have to get bigger. They had some success with 3 down when they bumped Devin Tompkins over to the 5 technique. Maybe we see Tom Tapui and the next fella, Jamian Whitfield. 6'4", 310 pounds, another big body.
More girth?
Yeah, more girth.
You got girth in the chat going crazy right now, thanks to you.
A girthy
girth
defensive line.
Girth stream going on.
I mean, what do you say about Jamian Winfield? Because his recruitment kind of came out of left field. In fact, that was the hint, and that was everything we were hearing right before he committed is this is kind of a left field deal. We know USC wants to get better recruiting Southern California. Here comes Jamian Whitfield from Richardson, Texas, and we really didn't know a whole lot about him other than he was ranked fairly high and that USC was his first scholarship offer. It was Eric Henderson that actually went and saw him in May the year before and decided, I'm going to go on this kid. I like what I see from him. He's quick. He's powerful. He's a tremendous gap integrity type of defensive lineman that is disruptive, but also can anchor against the run. That's a big deal. But what's bigger and really kind of the, I think, narrative that comes from his recruitment, the storyline, if you will, is USC kept him. They held on to him in Texas, where Texas is having a great year just coming away from being a playoff team. Texas A&M at one point, 3rd in the nation. You've got LSU going after him. You've got Oklahoma going after him. You have all those schools in the SEC and in the Big 12 that are recruiting Jamian Whitfield, and Jamian Whitfield did not budge an inch. And that's something to be said for guys like Tom and the local kids that are showing up to USC. And we've seen in past years, there's top recruits that are local that don't even show up to games. So this is a big deal. And why is it a big deal? Because it shows you that USC, from a recruiting standpoint, Chad Bowden, Dre Brown, the whole front office, combined with the coaching staff, really did a great job being able to communicate even outside of that, that fortress that they're trying to build around Southern California. And what Pete Carroll did back when he was successful recruiting at USC, he recruited locally, and he locked down first-choice players in Southern California and California in general. But he also went after the first-round draft picks that were outside of the state. The guys he felt like were difference makers that could make an impact outside the state. Your Dwayne Jarrett's, your Brian Cushing's, etc. Jamian Whitfield is one of those players. He is Excalibur. He's Excalibur, Chris. You know why he's Excalibur?
Because only the right person can pull him out.
Something like that.
Something
Sword
like
in the stone.
I got
Sword
there.
in the stone.
I got there.
Sword in the stone. And Eric Henney ended up being King Arthur in this one. He was the only one to get him away from Texas A&M, but he didn't budge after he was committed to USC. So sword in the stone with Jamian Whitfield. And, of course, Kenai Pepe. How can we leave Kenai Pepe out of this conversation about overall difference makers? He is Nero Portoro. You know what Nero Portoro means, Chris? We love to roll our R's in this podcast.
Tabarrucci.
Even though it's Tabarachi.
Tabarachi, whatever. We roll the R's. You said what it was. I did forget. It's like it's a precious marble.
Yes.
It's an
expensive Italian marble that is shipped over. And I thought, the thing about Kene Pepe, he's kind of the cornerstone for the class when you're talking about value, you're talking about rank, and you're talking about the position he plays and how important that's going to be for the offense in years to come. And I thought, well, a cornerstone, it has to be something more than cinder block. So I did some Googling, and I found some very, very expensive stones, marble, and it's Nero Portoro. So that's what Kene Pepe is to this class. Those are your overall difference makers in the class. And I think if I'm Lincoln Riley, I just step back, I cross my arms, and I say, next question, please.
And that's our show. Well, thank you, everybody. They're calling you Girth Martinez, so that's your fault. That's not my fault. We did get a super chat here. I'm going to throw it up from Only Natties at USC, $5.
One of the Peristyle's favorite posters.
One of the favorite. Mark Bowman is basically a bigger Ed McCaffrey in a tight end body. Future Hall of Famer, future GOAT, USC tight end. Book it. Just a reminder.
The fire extinguisher.
Just the fire extinguisher. Just
for modern day. Hopefully not for USC, because I think USC is going to utilize them. We saw the expansive utilization of the tight end position this year, which we hadn't seen in years past. This was really the first year USC went with a lot of 12 personnel, and they used both Lake McCree and Walker Lyons extensively throughout the offense. And I think with Mark Bowman, you're going to be able to do even more versatility-wise. Use him as an H-back, use him in line, use him out wide. I mean, it was one of those things where throughout the year we were looking at the recruiting class and the wide receivers that USC was recruiting, and I said, you have to keep in mind that you're also getting Mark Bowman. And I know he doesn't get targeted a whole lot at modern day, but he's absolutely a guy that could be a mismatch for USC's offense and could be somebody that I think can move the chains and be a difference maker for them.
Just a reminder with the super chats, we appreciate any money that comes in. You do not have to donate, but if you do donate with a question, guaranteed to answer it on this podcast, as long as it's not obviously breaking chat rules, racist, homophobic, any of those things. Overly sexual, a little sexual is fine. Obviously, this is the Girth stream.
We've
already crossed the plane of no return. So
it's my fault.
It's his fault. It's his fault.
It's a girthy D-line.
Okay, you're crushing it early. They're like letting it cook, being poetic. We have over 720 people watching. I don't know how many likes we have, so I can't find the likes. So if someone can give me an update.
Chris is where we are. Such a millennial.
I got to track the data.
Likes.
I got to track the data. You do what you do, and I got to track the data for us. Oh, I think we got a...
Chris wants to be an influencer.
We got a $20 super chat right here from SD_ Trojans.
Thank you very much,
7.
SD.
Get yourself some water beer, CT, and a 4th margarita for GM. Ryan told everyone he had 3 margaritas at his house before this. With the class sign, what are the major holes you see this team needing to fill to have a real shot of getting to 10 wins with the difficult schedule next year? We have a segment on this. We're going to talk about some of those holes, transfer portal stuff. 255 likes.
There's a joke there about Girth, but I'm going to leave it alone.
It's not even the first hour, ladies and gentlemen. We're at like 250, 276. Let's go. Let's go. We can get there. Are we going to smash 700 at this pace? So, do you want to take this question now? Do you want to do a quick hitter on it?
Let's just hit on it quickly.
Yeah.
Because we'll get into it
more.
No
such thing, but yes.
Of course, you're looking at the safety position because that's a position that you kind of address with the recruiting class, but then you kind of don't. Technically, there are no safeties actually listed on the commitment list for USC. All of the defensive backs they have are actually rated and listed as cornerbacks. However, we look at that list and we say, okay, there's definitely some safeties in this group. It looks like USC wants to recruit guys that can cover first and foremost. So they're going to go after guys that play cornerback at the high school level and then maybe build them up when they get to USC and they can play safety. A guy like Madden Reardon already plays sort of a nickel safety position at Sierra Canyon. He's 5'10", 170 pounds, a smallish player, but incredibly high football IQ. Had, what did he have, like 50,000 interceptions?
20 interceptions for his career, 10
years.
As a junior, led the nation in those.
Yeah. So super high football IQ. I think safety is obviously a big one. I think, you're going to continue to kind of see what happens with the offensive line. I've kind of floated out there, the center position. Are they comfortable with the guys that they have? They have Killian O'Connor coming back, but behind him, seeing that he got hurt and he had a pretty, injured season this year, do you go into the portal and try to grab another guy that can give you some contributions? I think depth on the offensive line is improving, tenfold with this new class coming in, because you have a lot of guys that were depth guys coming into the season that played a lot this year. Justin Tawana'u, Tobias Raymond was looked at as being probably a starter somewhere, but Michael Banuelos got got a little run. You had Miller in there. You had various different players. It was kind of a shell game, if you will, towards the end of the season, trying to figure out who was going to line up where and who was actually going to be able to play and contribute for them. It didn't always work out. It was one of those things where you look at the Oregon game and you say, okay, you've got 2 walk-ons and a bunch of 3-stars in the offensive line, and your 2 starting running backs are hurt. So you look at the rushing yards and you say, yeah, that's kind of right. If you would have said that before the season, hey, you're going up to Eugene, Oregon to go play the Ducks, and you're going to have 2 walk-ons playing the offensive line, 3 stars. By the way, Elijah Page, he's hurt. He's not playing. And your 2 starting running backs from beginning of the year that were absolutely on fire. They're running 2-back sets. Yeah, we're going to just, put them on the sidelines also. You're going to have a walk-on running back at that point in the year. People would have said, oh, my God, we're going to get beat 160-3. So, that was one of those things that I think it does help them going into next year, where you do have those guys that were depth that are now, they have some experience under their belt. So that helps. But I think, with the portal, there's always that possibility you could help at a specific position. I think the center position is going to be the question. Certainly, can Willie Washer come in and be a guy? They seem to be positive on him. They seem to feel like he was coming along really well over the spring, but he has had injury issues. He had some shoulder things going on in high school. So that's one of those positions you kind of think about. Another position that's up for grabs in terms of whether you go in the portal or not is going to be the wide receiver position. Do you go after a guy like Nick Marsh out of Michigan State? Or do you say, you know what, we're going to allow our young guys that we have, and USC has a pretty big group behind this group that they had that started this year with, Jacoby Lane and Mekhi Lemon. You've got Prince Strawn. You've got Corey Sims. You've got some guys that are underclassmen still on the roster that didn't play a lot, that do have some talent and have flashed a little bit. The question is, are you making it up in the aggregate by having, some of the younger players, guys like a Trent Mosley, who was an MVP of the Trinity League as a junior. Boobie Feaster, when he actually comes to campus, he's going to be a summer enrollee. He's not going to be an early enrollee. But now you've got Caden Dixon-Wyatt in the fold as well. Do you bring those guys in and sort of make it up in the aggregate instead of having 2 tremendously talented wide receivers in Lemon and Lane? You're kind of spreading out a little bit. And again, Mark Bowman, I think, supplements the passing game, the receiving game, more than what USC had with Lake McCree and Walker Lyons. So that's a debatable one, I think, the wide receiver position. I think certainly you could make the argument, and we'll see what happens with the transfer portal, guys going out. But, you could always look at a cornerback and say, okay, that might be a position that if we feel like we can get a lockdown guy. I think the thing to remember when you're talking about the portal and trying to bring in some quick fixes is the amount of options that you have at those positions and what kind of money you're going to have to spend. And also, what does it do to this big class that you're bringing in? Because you might be recruiting over somebody, and that could sort of, tilt the locker room a little bit. But I think receiver and safety, those are the 2 positions where you tend to have a girth of talent in the transfer portal, and you have some options there. But when you're talking about nose tackles, because I know Andrew's out there right now pounding the table saying, you're wrong, Gerard, it's got to be a nose tackle. We need a guy. You got to look at what the options are. And then you got to look and see the 2 guys that might be in the portal that you think are actual difference makers that can come in and shake things up for you. you're going to have to probably spend an arm and a leg, and I don't know that USC really has the arm and a leg to spend in the portal this year. So I've said, don't necessarily get your hopes up that USC is going to go in here and they're going to, get 12 strong out of the portal. I don't think so. I think they're going to be very selective, and I think there's certain positions that are going to lend themselves to getting better, and there's other positions that, unless you're really invested like a Texas Tech and going full on in the portal, or USC in the past, you're probably not going to be involved with as many guys, so you're probably not going to go after those guys where they're few and far between in terms of their talent at a specific position like nose tackle.
He tried to slip Girth past us, but we all caught it. He tried to do. I see what you're doing. You're not slick. I also forgot to announce that we are taking live callers, or we have it set up. There's actually a caller in there right now. The number is 512-4-TUDDLE. If you'd like to call in, they were going to give Gerard the control to handle calls, but I said, nope, just give it to me. I'll do it. Again, we are live on Facebook and YouTube. We are doing our 50% off USCPool.com annual membership, so you can join and convert the filthy casuals to non-filthy casuals. I think I want to throw one more point at you, Gerard, before we actually kind of get into the call or see the call. That is a lot to digest. Yes, it is. The thing about this class, which was just, we had already confirmed this, but just went out and confirmed that 32 of these signees will be early enrollees.
Yeah.
And only 3 will be coming in the summer. Back in the day, it used to be like, okay, you got a couple early enrollees, a couple guys going in December. Now it's become the trend where more and more guys are graduating earlier and setting up.
Urban Meyer started that. Urban Meyer was really the first coach that pushed hard to get the majority of his signed class out of high school on campus for spring football. And he just felt like it was crucial to get not only those 15 practices, which is important, but just getting guys acclimated. Those months that go by that you're on campus, you get into the routine, you get into the weight room, you're working with other guys, there's camaraderie, there's a lot that's built up before you get into fall camp.
Yeah, so that is a huge number. 32 guys will be on campus. The only ones that will not be are Roderick Tizeno, Booby Feaster, and
Malik Brooks,
the local defensive tackle from
St. Pius Matthias X.
He told me he was very bummed. He wanted to, but his school does not allow for it. It's one of those schools that where they're not set up to do that. So he would have been a great one to get on campus, get in the college weight program and get to reshape his body. But 32 out of 35 will be on campus early. That is impressive. Gerard, do you want to do this call?
Sure.
I believe it is about Caden Dixon-Wyatt.
Okay. That's interesting because that's what we're going to talk about next. Great segue, caller.
All right. I don't know who this person... Oh, it says Cameron from Frisco. I hope this works. Okay, bear with me. I have to take it off. So, Cameron, if you're listening, let's try this. Hold on. Let me
You have to take what off?
I have to take it off
Your
mute.
beard.
Here we go. Okay, and then we have to do this. Let's see.
I
Hello?
hear him.
Hey, Christy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. All right. Yep, it's Cameron from Frisco, Texas. Good to see you last week at the USC-UCLA game.
Oh, it's my boy Cameron.
Good high-end recruits. My little hot take was Luke Wakefield looked like a freaking beast when you saw him walking around the sideline. He is tall. He is massive. He looks like a great defensive end that you can put the inner Bubba in him and put some weight on him. He can look great. So my question is for the Hurricane. I want the Hurricane to cook on Caden Dixon-Wyatt and Chris Henry Jr. I know the Hurricane has his criticisms when it came to Caden Dixon-Wyatt's skill set, his talent, as well as how he's being used in modern day. That was obviously the biggest flip that happened during the recruiting for USC, was flipping him from Ohio State to USC. So why would USC go out there and flip a guy like Caden Dixon-Wyatt? And also, we all know how much Hurricane loves his unsubstantiated rumors. And there was the big news that Chris Henry Jr. did not sign on the lines that were dotted at Ohio State because of the whole change with the offensive coordinator at Ohio State leaving to become the head coach at University of South Florida, I believe. So do you think there's unsubstantiated rumors that he might flip from his commitment to Ohio State to either what I've heard was Oregon or USC? Do you think there's some sort background where Chris Henry Jr. from modern day high school in California might flip because there's a window of opportunity for him to start next year in 2026 for USC.
Cameron, thank you for the call. We will dive into that.
So, the question includes Chris Henry Jr. Now, I will say, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, Chris, where reports came out that USC was still trying to flip him from Ohio State. And a pretty solid source, very solid source, bluntly sort of shot that down at that point. And we know that through the year, there was very little communication and very little recruitment of USC trying to flip Chris Henry Jr. Don't know about Caden Dixon-Wyatt, to be honest with you. His name didn't really come up in many conversations, but Chris Henry's name came up constantly because everybody knows that there's a good chance that Jacoby Lane is going to go to the NFL, and everybody's looking for the next big receiver at USC. USC has a spectacular tradition of big receivers. You go, Mike Williams, even back to Keyshawn Johnson, who was a pretty big receiver, and Dwayne Jarrett, Patrick Turner, David Osbury, Drake London, et cetera, right? Long list of very good players that were all in that 6'4 range, 6'5 range, really big receivers. So Chris Henry's name has come up a lot, and throughout the year, it was really nothing there for USC. And then when we asked about the reports that were kind of coming up and saying that USC was still involved trying to flip him, again, shot down immediately. I don't really know what's going on right now with him. I don't know what to believe and what not to believe, because I know that I believe it was Tom Loy who was down in Florida doing the national show for CBS, and it kind of opined about this, and there was some USC's really not that involved right now, and they're not really pushing that hard right now, and he's got good contacts that would know what's going on with USC as well. So, the problem with this day and age is that you do have leverage from the agents' standpoint. It's almost like the coaching carousel. And this has never spilled over to the recruiting side with the recruits themselves. But now that you have agents and they're trying to potentially get more money for their clients and they're just doing their job, there's things that get put out there. And I know that in the past with NIL, there was a specific player, Derek Harvey. Do you remember Derek Harvey, Chris, out from your way, the DMV? Defensive end that was looking at USC, and he came down to really Penn State and USC. And I remember having this conversation with Brian Doan, and Brian Doan tells me he thinks it's USC. And I go, well, why do you think it's USC? He says, well, because they have the best NIL package. Now, if you guys recall, this was back when USC was not sitting down at the table with high school recruits at all with NIL. So I'm going, well, then it's not USC. And he goes, what do you mean it's not USC? I go, I know for a fact USC is not sitting down at the table talking to high school recruits about NIL right now. That's not what they're doing. So if you're hearing USC because of NIL, that factor doesn't exist. He's really going to Penn State. Somebody's trying to get Penn State to basically negotiate against themselves. And that's part of the process now. You've got to be careful as a school that you're talking to agents and they're not drumming up interest from other schools that really is non-existent. And so it's a really weird time. There's not a whole lot of, I think, structure to it. There's a lot that has to happen rules-wise. There's a lot that has to happen in the future to really figure this thing out, to make it sustainable. Because right now you're kind of poking around in the dark to try to figure out whether something is real or something is just being put out there and projected to try to, generate more money. So with Chris Henry Jr., I don't know. I don't get the vibe on that one, if I'm being honest, in terms of where USC sits. But with Caden Dixon-Wyatt, that was the one out of all the talk of flips that we had said, there might be something here. There was a little bit of traction. We got conflicting information out of the gates. One source kind of said, no, not really involved. USC is not a factor. And then another said, be careful there. They might actually be more involved than you're hearing. And so it turned out to be that way. And, basically the background on his recruitment is USC was very slow to offer. If you guys remember, and I'm sure Cam remembers this, they had him come in for the junior day. And this was really the first Chad Bowden and company event that they're able to host on campus and try to really start to build this new philosophy, this new strategy of being more aggressive with local recruits and just being more aggressive in general in terms of getting guys on campus and talking to them and being very involved with their recruitments, not just the coaches being involved with the recruitments. And so, Cade Dixon Wyatt, along with Chris Henry, both came down to campus, and Cade Dixon Wyatt, to our surprise, and we had talked about it, leading up to his visit to USC for junior day, did not have a scholarship offer from USC. So, while there's, this new front office and everything that USC, the same coaches are basically there. And I said, I kind of understood it, to be honest, because he's a bit of a tweener. He's a bit of a possession receiver, but he's not 6'4". He's not 6'5". He's more of a flanker at 6'2", but he's not necessarily like, Robert Woods fast. He doesn't have any track times that are like those 10.7s, 10.6s, even like a guy like Luke Weaver, who put up like a high, I think it was a 10.67, which was his best 100-meter time, who's also committed to USC as a wide receiver out of Sherman Oaks, Notre Dame. So not those like clearly defined attributes that you look for in a player. So I thought, that makes sense why USC may be taking their time trying to figure it out. And listen, Dennis Simmons has been a pretty damn good evaluator of talent over the years. When you go back to Oklahoma and see the players that he coached and recruited and see what he's done at USC, he's one of those coaches that certainly has a nice resume of players that he's recruited and evaluated. So we think maybe this is a turning point for USC at the junior day. He walks away without an offer. And we're like, wow, okay, that's really interesting. In this day and age, to go to a junior day and to walk away without a scholarship offer is unique. Let's just say that. Usually when you go on an unofficial visit or what have you, and you've got national offers, you've got Ohio State, you've got Texas, you've got this school, that school. Oregon was very involved with them at that point. You would think USC would just kind of get their foot in the door, give them the offer. But it didn't come. It did come about, 2 weeks later, Chris? Mm-hmm. Which was like odd timing. And so his recruitment always seemed to stutter a little bit with USC. And coming into this late season, when the report kind of comes out and says, hey, USC is still involved here and there could be a flip, I thought, wow, that's interesting. I mean, USC wants to take advantage of Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane. Them leaving, you've got to capitalize on that vacancy and being able to sell the void in the offense. And what those guys were able to do in the offense. And so this wasn't the best year for wide receivers, and USC got some good players in the class, but you kind of wondered, was there going to be another guy, another dynamic player that they would want to get inside the class just to take advantage of the potential of Lemon and Lane both leaving? So, he has that scholarship offer. We start to hear that, there's something in the works here. It sounds like there's some traction here. I went to the Mater Dei Centennial game, the semifinal CIF game, which Mater Dei ends up losing 27-28 to Corona Centennial, a fantastic game. And, Mater Dei kids, they were hurt. I mean, this is tough. They've never lost 3 games in a season in a very, very long time. And to be out of the playoffs at that point was a bit of a shocker for them. And quite frankly, it was a shocker for me. I thought they were going to beat Corona Centennial, just as they had the year before. Cade Dixon Wyatt was great, and he was able to talk to Blair Angulo, and Blair talked to him, and he completely shut down all talk that he was going anywhere but Ohio State. So we're like, okay, well, I guess maybe there wasn't really any smoke there, and you kind of put that one to bed. But then, like the next week, we started hearing, there is something going on there. We got better sourcing that was a little more confident about it all, and I guess we're like over the weekend, probably, it was like right after Thanksgiving, it was like, hey, we got to get our stories ready and get ready because the chances of him flipping are like very, very good. So that was kind of the recruitment element of Caden Dixon Wyatt flipping. Now, from a player evaluation standpoint, let me make clear, I think, when we talk, sometimes we look at this from a talent ceiling standpoint, and I'm guilty of this because I don't like the way the rankings look at things in this perspective, but it's all about the NFL. The talent ceiling of what kind of athlete are you and how does that translate to the NFL and the NFL draft. And so I think when you talk about a player like Caden Dixon-White, you're looking in that guys and you're kind of overlooking how much he could contribute in college, first and foremost, which is what is really important for Trojan fans, right? They don't care how much a receiver out of high school is going to contribute to the New York Giants. You know, what is he going to look like in a Cowboy uniform? They want to know, how does this kid actually fit in with what USC does and how much can he contribute for USC? So when we talk about Caden Dixon-White, we do talk about a tweener, a bit of a possession receiver, but he's not necessarily huge. He does have strong hands. He's very good at catching contested passes. At the same time, he is good for a drop or two in a game. The games that we've seen, he has had some big drops. He's a strong runner. He doesn't always separate deep on his routes, and that's kind of where the contested passes come in, which works okay at the high school level, but you do kind of wonder when you're playing against better competition, better athletes in college, is that going to be more of an issue? He does have some flashes in the screen game, particularly this year. They used him on some tunnel screens, and you get to see a little bit of yak yardage from him. That's the one thing that was really missing from his junior year, and you didn't really see a lot. Catch the ball, go down. There wasn't that sort of extra get my shoulder square and get up feel that you saw from a guy like a Luke Weaver, who, you know, he was really one of those guys that was determined to not only catch the ball and go down immediately, but try to get some yards after the play. And, you know, his junior film is pretty good. I mean, we talked about it right before he committed. He was one of those guys that kind of floated under the radar a little bit, but then you watch this film, you say, you know, this guy's a good football player. Like, he's catching the ball, he's 6'3", 200 pounds, and then the icing on the cake was him really, like I said before, running a 10.67, I think, 10.7 in the 100 meters, which shows you a kid that's big, being able to really stretch the field, and then also, you know, do those things where he catches the ball, he's able to make some cuts, get in the open field, and run a little bit like a running back. That's a pretty big deal. With Caden Dixon-White, you know, it's one of those things where he does a lot of things well, but maybe nothing great. You know, there's not like one definable thing that you look at him and say, okay, this is the thing that he does great. But again, you're looking at that in the guys sometimes of the sort of ceiling of talent and not going, okay, but can he still be productive in the college game? And, you know, we have to look at other players and player comparisons. And I think, you know, Kyron Hudson is a good example of a player that was really good for USC. You know, he transferred, he went to Penn State. I don't know, Chris, what kind of year he had at Penn State. I think I saw him have some good catches. He made some really nice catches, but I don't know in terms of production if he was putting up the same numbers.
Let me look it up for you.
Obviously, when he was at USC, it was difficult for him because he was right before that mega class of Deuce Robinson, Zach Branch, Kai Lemon, and Jacoby Lane. So he always had that at his back, kind of pushing him when he was in the lineup at USC, and certainly it took a lot of targets away from him. But he was a very good player at Mater Dei and had some similarities in terms of being a physical player, being a very good run blocker. And, I mean, this is something that can get overlooked. Caden Dixon-White is a very good run blocker. He does get a good stock block. He can get downfield on guys. That was something that was really, I think, a little hit and miss, maybe with Chris Henry sometimes, even with his big body. You know, when your receivers are blocking downfield well, usually that helps break those big runs in the run game, because that doesn't allow the defensive backs to get loose and to get those angles on your running backs once they get past that second level of defense. So I think that's something that he does bring to the table. But I think where you say, okay, some Kyron Hudson wear in terms of the contested passes, the strength, I think he's faster. I think Caden Dixon-White has a little more straight line speed. He can do a little bit more downfield. Again, I just question the consistency of him being able to separate. We'll see. You know, I mean, he's definitely got some ability to still develop down the way. But it was, I think, one of those things, again, where USC wanted to capitalize on the potentiality, which we think is pretty high, of Jacoby Lane and Makai Lemon leaving for the NFL this year. That's going to be a big void in the offense, and I think USC, through the aggregate, is going to have to find some ways, which they did. I mean, listen, they lost Zach Branch and they lost Deuce Robinson. Okay, those are two pretty highly talented players, and you're thinking, oh, well, who's going to step up? Well, you know who stepped up? It was the tight ends. It was the running backs. You know, it was Eli Sanders in the beginning of the year. And that, I think, helped the flow of the offense. The fact that you're not just looking for the third receiver or the fourth receiver. You're actually looking for the tight end. You're looking for the running back. You're looking for different body types in the passing game. And when you get those bigger bodies, like the tight ends on the field, that helps your running game. So that's better than the third receiver. And the third receiver ended up being Tanu Hines, who was a freshman. We know that there's going to be a lot expected of Tanu Hines next season. Maybe he's the guy that can kind of fill some of what Mekhi Lemon did this past year.
Wow.
Are you miming? That thing that you put up on X with me and the hot dog, I looked at it and I thought, is he going to be like miming the whole time? Is this what this is? It looked like maybe a poetry show or something?
I gotta catch up with a lot of things.
Okay.
Kyron Hudson, 23 receptions, 288 yards, and 2 touchdowns this season.
Meh.
Very, very meh. Yeah, yes. The other thing, we are over 800 right now. 813. Guys, I need a like.
Folks.
Thank you so much. I need a like check. What's our likes at right now? People are calling it the girth button. Smash that girth button, if you will. We do have a couple $5. Someone said, "Is it okay to call you Kingpin like Wilson Fisk?" Do you know that reference?
Yes.
Okay. From Eric Gutierrez, shout out Nebraska. Viva, Chrissy T, Waterbeers, and Trevino Tech. Thank you for the $5. We did get another one. The other update I wanted to say, Keely is watching.
Keely, you're.
I want her to comment in here if we can get some stock neutral
nation. She might
nation.
not be able to. She might be censored by USC.
Maybe. If we get some 386, let's go. If we can get some stock neutral nation in here. Shotgun is also in here, so don't let him bully you for my stock neutral nation.
In the chat.
It'll be Family Feud in the chat. 402 let's go, baby. We are approaching that 1 hour mark, Gerard. We are 1 hour mark, excuse me. Before we do our little reveal here. Mark Moman. What do we have here? We have multiple questions here. We have Caden Richens, 4095, $5. Who is Girth Martinez's Christian Pierce of this class? Gerard always knew he was a dude, even though he wasn't ranked that high. Who's your CP?
Dang, the Christian Pierce of this class. So you're looking for someone who's underrated. That's, I guess potentially a defender. I don't know that there's a guy that I look at and say the guys that are ranked pretty high I like. There's not necessarily like a sleeper that's out of nowhere. And we're going to talk superlatives, right? We're going to get into superlatives and talk a little bit about like the most underrated, and I don't think there's a most overrated in that list, but maybe there's some talking that we can sort of, venture into that territory of who really comes to mind. I don't know that there's a Christian Pierce necessarily. And it's good to see Christian playing the three, sort of safety look that USC has, basically their base personnel, three safety look. Going back to what I talked about with the Baltimore Ravens, the one aspect of that three safety look that they have in their base personnel, Kyle Hamilton, the former Notre Dame safety that is now with Baltimore, they play him a lot at line of scrimmage. They basically use him like a Sam linebacker. The thing is, he's 218 pounds. He's 6'4", 218. The closest guy that USC has on their roster to being like Kyle Hamilton is probably Christian Pierce. Christian runs about 6'2", 205-ish, maybe 210 now. But that's going to be something that I think, when we talk about the portal, what positions can you plug in to really help to make a difference next year? That player, and it's not to say that that player is guaranteed to be in the portal. He might not be in the portal, but if you can find a guy that's a bigger safety, that's where Jet Washington, the Bishop Gorman 5-star safety that USC didn't land, ended up going up to Oregon. That's kind of the player that you see fitting into that role. The safeties and even the players that we think might transform into safeties that are cornerbacks right now, a lot of these guys are all 5'11", 6 foot. So it's a smaller cornerback group that USC has. I don't see them with that Kyle Hamilton type of player right now. Unless, and this was the conversation earlier today, I don't know if it was Connor that brought it up or you that brought it up. Maybe it was even Ahmad. Could Matai Togoai be that guy?
That's from Jacob Ayala. Shout out.
Yeah,
DM me.
That's a potential move. I don't know if I see it in him right now. I kind of feel like he's that Sam linebacker. He's kind of Eric Gentry, How much do you get him on the field? I don't think he's going to play inside like Eric Gentry did. Granted, I wasn't a big fan of Eric Gentry playing inside.
Hashtag 1 hour crew. Let's go. Get it rolling. 1 hour in, Gerard. 1 hour in. You can keep talking. I'm going to bring out what...
I'm watching you. I'm trying not to be distracted by your improv dances for what I'm saying. It's like you're trying to improv. What you got, a cat in there?
You think I have a live cat in here?
Maybe.
We have a large selection of water beers.
Water beers.
Water beers. Are you familiar with water beers?
Yes.
You are?
Yeah. Liquid Death. Isn't that a water beer?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a water beer. I prefer the Dasani brand. It's not as hoppy.
Okay.
For every hour, I'm going to chug a water beer.
Okay.
So we got the first one down. Gerard, we had, before I do this, I just want to get some of the donations. Othello James Simpson, we need more of this 3-hour Marg Gerard.
What?
Again.
Marg Gerard?
Marg Gerard. 3-hour Marg Gerard.
That's from Refund Me?
Othello James Simpson donated $10 to tell you that. So you are 3 Marg Gerard and Girth Martinez. This is the Girth stream. Let's get those 1 hour. Let's go. Hashtag 1 hour. Shotgun the water beer. If we hit our 700 likes, I'll shotgun a water beer. And then we had, maybe this will be the question that you can tackle while I chug this thing. From $4.99 from Tommy, Trojan's husband. Do you think USC is done with the high school class, or will they take more 2026 players? USC tends to go after late risers, plus some big recruits still are unsigned.
Last that I heard, now this was really yesterday, it sounded like Caden Dixon Wyatt was it. Now, again...
Oh, I just splashed myself in the face.
Do you believe the Chris Henry talk? I guess maybe. But, yeah, that was what I heard yesterday. It was Caden Dixon Wyatt. That was going to be the final piece to the class. And we kind of have to wait and see how aggressively USC is going to be in the portal. But certainly, like I said, there's some positions there which traditionally, if we're looking back the last 3 years of the portal, there's been some players at the wide receiver position. There have been some players at the safety position that have been potential difference makers that you could grab one of those guys, and maybe it actually helps you win a game or two next season. Again, I know, Andrew, you like nose tackles. Listen, I like nose tackles too, man. I've been pounding the table for USC to get real nose tackles on the roster since the small ball era of Alex Grinch, even before that. But that is just such a difficult position to be able to get a guy that's actually a difference maker. I don't know what to say other than this kind of reminds me of what's that scene from Bad Santa where he has he's eating, but he's getting stuff in his beard and he's eating his beard too. Is that Bad Santa?
It's so hard with the beard.
Okay. Well, this is the shtick that you get when you actually see us on camera. This is actually happening when we're not on camera, when we're doing the podcast, but you just don't actually get to see it. But this is what Chris is doing here in the studio by himself.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. All right.
Next?
We do need a straw. Nope. We
Pace
do
yourself.
it. Oh,
Pace yourself.
30-minute crew. Come on, guys.
30-minute crew.
You can watch from the beginning.
Hour and 30-minute crew.
No bathroom breaks allowed. That's the plan. That is the plan. All right. Sorry, I'm just buzzed right now from doing that. Let's go. We got another.
Is there alcohol in that? No.
It's
right?
water beer, Gerard. How could it be any
I don't
more
really
clear?
know. I just only drink water. So
$4.99 from Murph Law. Somebody get Chris a Colt 45. Let's go. Is that a gun?
No, that's a 40.
Okay.
Smith & Wesson.
Now where to go? Where to go from here?
Where do we go now? Well, how about the fact that USC told you, I, and everybody watching right now, see you in January. What do you think about that, Chris?
I think it was a little strange. If it was last year, sure, I get it.
I'd like to see some comments from the fan base on that. Because, of course, everybody was kind of wondering, what does that mean? That came, what was it, before signing day or was it right in the morning? I can't remember when they tweeted that out. But it certainly did not give good vibes.
Well, Lincoln Riley tweeted out. It kind of looked like a "I'm leaving" kind of tweet.
It freaked everybody out. So we didn't really get a reaction other than "What the hell's going on, guys? What does the staff have to say?" Now you know that the class is done, signed. Now what do you think about CU in January, folks? What's your take on what you've seen reported by us, which we've talked about from our sources? It's basically Coach Lincoln Riley, Jen Cohen, Chad Bowden talking about, I guess, the philosophy and the approach to doing things. And it's a strategy in that they really want to look at this, I think, class as part of the team, and they want to do something that includes the team more. I mean, it was vague. We didn't get a full understanding of what it really was about. But
it was strange. I mean, number one class, you thought you might want to beat your chest a little bit.
Yeah.
Look at the class. Look what we got. Look what we brought in. This is an incredible class. It's the best California class in, what was it, a decade by Chad Bowden earlier this year. You would thought they would want to talk about that a little more. I don't think they did any real media hits. Maybe I don't think I saw Lincoln Riley on Big Ten or ESPN or anything like that. I could be wrong. Someone saw anything like that, let me know. But yeah, they were pretty low key for signing the big boy class.
So what does the fan base think? Are you guys, because this is something that I'm sure kind of is a swipe a little at the filthy casuals, because they're kind of wait around for the ESPN Sports Center signing day show and Lincoln Riley or Clay Helton or whatever coach basically surmising what the class was. And so I gave you, my version of the Lincoln Riley monologue, kind of including the cultural impact that the class has, as well as the difference makers that you're probably going to see next season. And that was just some of them. I mean, there's going to be more. I didn't talk about Luke Wafel, and that's a player 6'6", 215, 55 pounds from Princeton, New Jersey. Kind of gives you a little bit those Brian Cushing vibes, but he's even bigger than Brian Cushing. Going to be an edge rusher for USC, probably a 5 technique, but you look at him, you say, that's a guy that could run around at 270 pounds and probably be the same player he is at 255 pounds. So that's one of those players that I think you're going to have to get in the rotation. You've got Anthony Lucas leaving, and that 5 technique, you're going to get a bigger player that is got some bend to him. He's a great pass rusher. Chris, what do you have? 23 and a half sacks as a senior?
Yes.
Yeah. That's showing you
37 tackles for a loss, I think.
Yeah, he's able to be a disruptor in the offensive backfield, but because he's already so big and he's strong, he's built like an ox, he's probably going to be able to play at least rotationally for USC right away. He's not a small edge rusher. He's not like a linebacker type of player that's 230 pounds that still has to put on a bunch of weight to play at the line of scrimmage. He is a new age type of stand-up outside linebacker / edge rusher that, again, when you're talking about anchoring against the run, because if you want to run nickel defenses as your base defense, you got to have some big boys there, man. You got to have some boys that can do run fits. And that was a big problem for USC this year. They were just too inconsistent, and they're playing those nickel defenses against Notre Dame and really against every Big Ten team that they lined up against. They came into the game saying, we're going to bully USC. We're going to push them around. We're going to run against them. There were games where USC said, you know what, we're going to put our big guys in the line, and we're going to force you to pass. But then there was a lot of other games, particularly the Notre Dame game, where USC was just like, we are scared that you're going to throw the ball against us and hit us with big plays, so we're going to stay in our nickel. We're going to put our 2 down and our 2 up, and we're going to watch Jeremiah Love go for 5,000 yards in one night against us.
Wow. Everyone is saying, or a lot of people are saying, they're acting like they've been there before. Number one class expected at USC. Not doing all the flashy stuff, not having a big press conference. It's business as usual under this new regime. This is what is expected of us, and that is we went out and did. So no reason to pump our chests about it. I think that's how some people are seeing it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that from not just the front office standpoint, but even going into the locker room. I think there's been some comments made. When you watch the pregame Oregon versus USC, and the USC players are coming out and they're trying to get themselves pumped up. They're talking to the crowd. They're looking to the crowd. And you do wonder, it feels like it's not necessarily businesslike. And I don't want to read too much into it. I don't want to be, get off my lawn type of guy. I'm getting older, so, if I say things like that, people go, oh, yeah, you're just too old school. But you watched Oregon walk in, and those guys had their heads down. And there wasn't a lot of, looking to the crowd, trying to get the crowd pumped up, trying to get each other pumped up. Nobody was dog walking anybody else. It was pretty hey, we're here. We're going to take care of business. So if that is echoed and something that USC wants to take on sort of as a different approach to how they do things, I mean, I'm all for it. I think it's, it's something that can work for them. But you do have pros and cons to not having a press conference in January. And I think the one pro that stands out to me, and we have to look at this within context, but you're not talking about the players that you have coming in and being quoted a million times over, because this will be one aspect which is, sort of filthy casual friendly, where it goes to ESPN and it's going to go to New York Times, and there's going to be a lot of quotes about Lincoln Riley talking about how this guy's going to make an impact and how this guy's going to be such a great player, and he hasn't seen a player like this in a long time. And that can be misconstrued by the players in the locker room right now. And you've got that transfer portal coming up. It's January 2nd is going to be when it really opens up, and you've got 15 days where it's going to be a very, very busy 15 days. And you don't want to necessarily overshadow the roster that you already have. And so, again, it can be misconstrued. Now, the other side of the argument is, I mean, these kids know who's being recruited. Some of these guys were official visitor hosts over the summer. So you're really going to mask what you're doing on the recruiting trail and the type of players that you're bringing in? No, but I would say that when you get into the details and you're sitting there for an hour and you're talking about all of these players, 35 of them, then, you couldn't have some quotes that get taken out of context a little bit, and maybe it's used against you with the players that are already on the roster. So I would say that's a potential pro. Cons, you don't have that hype, as we said, for the casual fan, that doesn't really know a lot. They're not listening to the Two-Star Composite podcast every week. They're not even on the Peristyle. They're basically going to SI reading AI articles about USC recruiting. There's also not a chance to maybe reinforce a narrative, to outwardly say, hey, this class means something, kind of like we did in the Fox monologue there that we did, where you have that time to say, listen, this is what we're doing, this is what we've done. There's a transition here that's happening, but it's reinforcing the things that we're already instilled in our football program. However, Chris, there is something that I say quite often. You
say it.
Don't hear culture, you see it. So, talking all you want up at the podium about, hey, Tom Tapui and Jamion Whitfield and Luke Wayful, and these guys are, they're physical players, they're aggressive players, they have tenacity, they have resilience. That's what we want in our football team. That's all talk. At the end of the day, you have to go out there and you have to show, not just in practice, but in those games, that you are that team, that you do practice that way, and the result of it is it wins. So, that's, I think, a con that's a little bit probably overrated. But it is something that, again, because you're at USC and you got a lot of casual sports fans at USC, you got a lot of big city sports fans, they're Cowboy fans. They're fans of other teams. They're from some other area, and they check in on USC when USC is winning. And so those are some of the fans that you also have to win over. It's a little different than at Nebraska, where you've got generational season ticket holders. You have some of that at USC, but you don't have that in the whole stadium. You don't have the whole fan base, which is like that. And so that is something that you always have to keep in mind when you're working this side of the coast.
Someone said, Gmart is doing all the talking. Are you new here?
Yes.
Are you new here? We got a couple of $10 donations with questions. Let's knock those out really quickly. $10 from Dominic. I apologize. Dominic Crabano?
You'd be a great
Dominic?
live streamer, Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you for the gift.
Dominic. Let's just go with Dominic, 4226. Any chance SC plays a different team other than BYU or Houston? I want to go to the bowl game, but I'm not motivated by the projected matchup. Those are the two main ones that I have heard, mainly BYU. If they lose the Big 12 championship against Texas Tech, which a lot of people were saying they are going to, but Mormons versus USC, that'd be kind of fun, Gerard.
Well, it wouldn't be the Mormons versus USC. Let's not make it a holy war, Chris. USC was, I believe, a Lutheran school, I think, originally. So
news to me.
Yeah. Or was it Methodist? Can't remember. But that was many, many eons ago. Is that a sexy matchup? No, it is. I understand. And, again, these are the folks that are like, Gerard talks a lot. For the casuals, kind of outing themselves. It's not one of those big emblems, logos that you look at and say, well, that's the blue blood. That's the Michigan. Even if the school sucks, like Texas A&M wasn't very good last year, but Texas A&M is kind of like, SEC. You're playing SEC in the Holiday Bowl. And so even if the school's not that good, there's people that kind of remember and know that school just from, past history and what have you. BYU's obviously always been, kind of like mid-major-ish. And so, yeah, I can understand why there's probably a lot of people that don't know a lot about them. I think the biggest issue for USC is, they're playing a team that is playing USC. They're playing a team that has really nothing to lose and everything to gain playing USC, whereas you're playing against Texas A&M. And again, the USC players, are pretty pumped up about that. They're like, Texas A&M. And Texas A&M is obviously going, USC. But when you have that sort of, Houston playing USC, you always you worry about how plugged in and ready the Trojan football players are going to be to play Houston. Houston's going to be ready to play USC just like BYU is. You just wonder about the vice versa. It's kind of an interesting angle because I talked to Sean Scott, the 6'3", 235-pound edge rusher / linebacker that committed to USC and signed today out of Mater Dei High School. And I asked him, what's the most important thing that you learned from this season? You guys lost some games this season. That's a rarity at Mater Dei, but you don't really learn from winning all the time. So there has to be something taken from those losses that you had. And he said, you know what? Yeah, we learned we cannot take teams lightly. We cannot go out and feel we can kind of walk through teams just because we're Mater Dei. And that's something that I think parallels what you see with USC, and it's been an issue even going back to the Pete Carroll era. There were weeks where you felt like, oh man, they're just rolling their hats out there, and they're not prepared to play that team. Oregon State is prepared to play USC. Everybody's prepared to play USC, but is USC prepared to play that other team? And so, that's something that you're gaining from those Mater Dei players. Sean Scott talked about, they beat Bosco on the road. They beat Bishop Gorman on the road in Las Vegas. They beat St. Thomas Aquinas on the road in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They beat, 3 of the best teams on their schedule, but they lose to Centennial twice, and then they lost to Santa Margarita 76. So he was saying, we did not prepare and we did not come out of the gates against those teams that we lost to the same way we did against Bosco, Gorman, and St. Thomas Aquinas. That's something that needs to be reiterated, inside the locker room of USC with those players, because now they know, just because we're USC and we got that logo, it doesn't mean that we're going to be able to go out there and just intimidate the other team. So with bowl games like this, and you've got 2 different logos and 2 different prestiges, 2 different histories of programs, you do want your team to be prepared and be ready to play. We know the other thing with USC, there could be some guys that opt out, and that could make the team look a lot different as well. So we're going to have to see, what the team actually looks like that's going to play in the Alamo Bowl or in the Holiday Bowl.
I would say you would want BYU because USC is trying to get that lick back from the losses they took a couple years ago. Was that 2019? That was a Keaton Slovis.
2018, I think it was.
2018.
Right?
I thought that was a Keaton Slovis year, and then Dominic.
That was really the
back.
game that got Clay Helton fired. They didn't fire him after that loss, but that was, I remember talking to Bryce Young, who I believe was still committed to USC at that time, the former quarterback out of Mater Dei. now with the Carolina Panthers. Had a great win over the Rams this past weekend. He talked about that loss, and I said, oh, man, that's a bad loss for them. That I feel that's really undermining his commitment, and I could tell it kind of was – they probably could have fired him after that. They didn't, but they probably should have, because that was kind of the final, sort of nail in the coffin of it.
Dominic wrote back, thanks for botching my name, Chris. By the way, I met you at the Holiday Bowl game a couple years ago, and you indirectly mentioned me in your ghost notes as the person who asked a lot of questions. I like people that ask questions. So thank you, and I'm sorry I butchered your name. Gerard, we do have a couple more donations very quickly from the man Scott of the podcast, Eddie, $4.99.
Eddie's not calling in. He's not committing a B&E and on the run.
There is a voicemail. I don't know if I'm going to take it, though. Chicks dig scars, pain is temporary, cilantro is forever. Thank you very much, Eddie. And then we had a donation from Eric, once again, Gutierrez. Question for Girth Mart. If Jaden decides to leave, do you think Jonas has a chance at starting over Hassan? What are the differences between Hassan and Jonas? That is right. USC has a quarterback in this class, 4-star. Illinois, by way of Lincoln Way East, Frankfort, Illinois, quarterback Jonas Williams, a early flip for Chad Bowden, and this recruiting staff getting him on campus for the Junior Day event. He was then committed to Oregon. Couple weeks later, he eventually flipped from Oregon to USC. This was all going on with the Rider Lions. USC's going in on Rider Lions and decided to go ahead and grab a 26 quarterback. Obviously, we know Rider was a 2027 type prospect with the Mormon mission, but Jonas was their guy for 2026, an Elite 11 selection, ended up being a Elite 11 final guy. Very productive, can run, not a pure runner, really good accuracy, really strong, really compact, can pick up yards with his legs, very productive. I don't have the full senior stats for him, but threw for over like 4,000 yards as a junior, so just super productive wherever he played in Illinois. I think he set the all-time passing record or touchdown record, something like that. Just a lot of touchdowns, a lot of throwing yards for Jonas Williams. So, Gerard, could Jonas beat out Hassan in a head-to-head competition?
He could. I think with Jonas, he's definitely a bit more polished than Hassan Longstreet was coming out of high school. I think Hassan is a really good athlete. He's got a gun for an arm. He's got a better arm than Jonas Williams. But I think there's still a lot to his game that he's learning from a pass standpoint. He played at Corona Centennial, very run-oriented, up-tempo, fast-paced offense, but not necessarily one that throws the ball a lot downfield, doesn't do a lot of pass progression. It's RPO, basically read the line, read where the corners are, toss it out there, maybe do a little play action. And, I mean, he did throw the ball downfield, but it wasn't necessarily the thing where there was a real super flow to the offense, or at least the pass offense. There's a flow to the offense. It's usually running the ball. He running the ball or the running back running the dive. So I think, Jonas Williams would have a legitimate shot. Hassan Longstreet, really, it's the ceiling that he has, which it would be very hard to probably put him on the bench because, I mean, he's got the sky's the limit. Again, the arm strength, you can't teach that. He can make all the throws. He's a very good runner, and we see how important that is in Lincoln Riley offense. Chris, I know a couple guys that do a podcast, and, I don't listen to it, but rumor is that they were talking a lot about how Miller Moss as a starting quarterback at USC was probably like maybe a bad move just because of the scheme that USC runs and the past success that USC has had, particularly Lincoln Riley has had at USC in Oklahoma with a running quarterback. And lo and behold, when you get a guy back there that can at least get away from negative plays and at least prevent the backside rusher from crashing down on the running back against the run. It's just vital. And we saw where there are instances where Jaden Mayava probably could have pulled that ball more, especially against Oregon, where they were really cheating hard and running down on the backside and tackling the backside run, where if you've got you've got a quarterback that could pull that ball and just get 7-8 yards on a run, get a first down on a run, it's absolutely crucial. It keeps the defense honest, and it's something that we've seen with Mesh Reed, where you've got pocket quarterbacks back there that really can't run the ball. They cheat too much, and the defense is going to get tackles for losses. Tackles for losses are a killer to offenses, especially college offenses. And I think even outside of just the run game, it's the ability to get away from the rusher. Somebody gets free as a pass rusher, getting away from those negative yards. We go back to Sam Darnold when he was at USC, who was really one of the first modern-day scrambling-type quarterbacks. Now, Sam Darnold isn't Caleb Williams. Sam Darnold was a guy that, got a scholarship offer from Utah as a sophomore to be a linebacker. So he was a really good athlete, but Sam Darnold could scramble. He had great pocket awareness, and he could scramble. Now, he wasn't going to go for like 40 yards because, again, he wasn't Caleb Williams, but just his ability to negate negative yards were so crucial for USC in that Rose Bowl run. And that's kind of what you're getting from Jaden Maiava now. Jaden isn't the fastest quarterback in the world running the ball, but he can get away from the rush. He can extend plays. He's got a big arm, so he can get the ball downfield. And yes, he still throws the ball downfield and tries to make plays where he really shouldn't. There's been some plays where you go, oh man, don't make. I know you completed that pass, but man, that was not where you want to throw the ball when you're running across your body. He's still got a little bit of that in him, that sort of riverboat gambler. But nevertheless, he does have the ability athletically to get outside the pocket, extend plays, and then in the run game, be able to get some chunk yards to keep the defense honest. And I think with Hassan Longstreet, you take that to a whole nother level. Hassan Longstreet has the ability to be really a part of the run game, run by design. Now, I know he came to USC to not do that. He looked at Texas A&M and thought, I might be running the ball a lot more than I really want to. I think, he had his fill of being a running quarterback at Corona Centennial and feel like when he went to USC and he flipped, that was an opportunity to develop more in the pass game. And I think he would, but I also think that he would be a true threat as a runner in that offense, whereas Jonas Williams is a little bit more of the Jaden Maiava, Sam Darnold, probably a little quicker, a little more agile, and a better runner than those two, but more along those lines than, we're looking like Caleb Williams, who's just, kind of a Houdini. Caleb was a generational talent, right? Caleb had the pocket awareness, he had the ability to get away from negative plays, but then he had the speed to take something that looked like it was only going to go for 8 yards to 40 yards. So you're not looking at that coming into your recruiting class every other year. But Jonas Williams, like I said, in the passing game, that would be his strength. And certainly if Jaden Maiava left, which we don't think he's going to right now, I think, for me, I think it's more like an 80-20 thing. He stays. But if he was to go, I think it would be a legit competition. I think Jonas Williams would be able to hold his own because I think he is a little more advanced coming out of high school in the passing game.
People are talking about how Hassan is a true kind of Lincoln Riley type quarterback, but both of those guys are with the running ability and mobility, and I think your comparison is spot on. As always, Gerard. Connor, who was at that recruit event for all the signees, he says it's a really good event. He actually just talked to Mark Bowman. I'm trying to see if we can get him to call in, Gerard, give us a report from the actual event. That's never happened before on the show.
That might be tough for him. Providing content on 2 different levels, but sounds like the event was pretty good. It was hosted by Deshaun Rideau and Deshaun's dad, Russell. So, they are very much into the entertainment hosting aspect of things. Deshaun is putting together a documentary, I think, about the recruiting process and kind of his journey as a high school football player. It'd be interesting to see how much NIL talk there is in that documentary, because we're all like trying to figure out what's really going on. There's not a lot of transparency when it comes to NIL. I always talk about it as that second layer of the recruiting process. You have that traditional layer of coaching relationships, playing time, education, et cetera, and then you have NIL. And the NIL is just sort of the unspoken, there's that aspect and what teams are going to be there offering, high market value. And this is the first year where USC's really done it, where they've sat down and they've had somebody at the point of attack, somebody tip of the spear that can talk NIL and recruit at the same time. And that is kind of unique to a lot of the universities and the collective side, whereas you've got a lot of businessmen that are involved with it. You've got a lot of GMs that, are there looking at the recruiting process more from a business side, whereas USC has Chad Bowden, and Bowden is a recruiter. I mean, he was a recruiter at Notre Dame, and he was certainly instrumental in getting USC to a point where, the money is getting to the right people. It's one of those things I always talk about with Oregon, not to spiral us off into a 6-hour podcast.
No, that's what we need. That is exactly what we need.
The thing about Oregon, which makes Oregon unique, among other things, is the fact that Phil Knight writes the checks and Phil Knight gets that money where it needs to go. There's very little room for middlemen. And USC, over the years, have dealt with a lot of middlemen. There was a lot of old guard in the administration, people that raised money that I think all had their hands out and were all involved with it. And that $20 million that you might have that's coming from the boosters, does it all end up actually getting to where it was supposed to get to? I think that's more of where USC is now today, because that's Chad Bowden's job. His job is to go get that money and then turn around and get that money to the players that they want. And the more streamlined that the process is for USC from that standpoint, the more success they're going to have. And obviously they had a lot of success with this class. Chris is writing notes to people right now.
I don't want to interrupt you, so I just wanted a like check. We're at 501 likes. Gerard, has anyone ever asked you directly if you are a stock neutral nation?
Never.
Do you know what that is?
Life.
Do you know what that is?
I know what the reference is from the Family Feud podcast that Keely and Shotgun used to do. Granted, I never really totally understand the Family Feud. It was kind of vaguely explained to me why they called it the Family Feud podcast, other than they bicker all the time. I mean, was that the end-all, be-all of it?
I think that was the end-all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I only became official member the last day of the podcast, so I don't really know. But do you believe in stock neutral nation? Are you a stock neutral nation person? Do you believe that something can be neutral as opposed to stock up, stock down, stock neutral? Can something be stock neutral? This is going to get a 30-minute answer, by the way.
No, it's not. It does remind me of what my high school football coach used to say. And he would not believe in stock neutral nation. He would say, you're either getting worse or you're getting better. So every day when you work and you're out there, you're lifting weights or you're running, you're either getting worse or you're getting better. So there's never a neutral, you just stayed the same.
But what do you believe is what I'm asking you.
Well, that kind of influences me because that makes sense to me, that you're either getting better or you're getting worse. You don't need to write that. Now you're writing that, that takes it to another level. That becomes obscene, I think. Now you're dealing in obscenity, and YouTube will shut us down and sue us.
I think we're fine. They're already
going to
take
jail.
There it is.
I'm not going to make any gestures towards that at
all. You don't need to.
No. I could, though.
Girth neutral is what's come of this. So your coach is obviously not stock neutral nation.
No, and I don't think I am either. To be honest, I don't think so.
I don't really know what to do. Keely says it was in the intro, Gerard.
What was in the intro?
The explanation for Family Feud, I believe, is what she's referring to.
Okay.
Stock girth up as you say. Gerard, we are still at.
You're either going up or you're going down, and we're going up, baby.
All right, Gerard.
Let's go, Baba. What's up? What's next?
Have another donation chat.
Okay.
To get to throw up there with a question from 805 Airsoft.
Airsoft, cool. What kind of airsoft gun do you got?
805 Airsoft. Let him know what kind of airsoft.
I'm gonna guess and say it's a HK 460.
Have you ever been airsoft?
No. I've seen it. I've been around it, but I've never actually done it. Mainly because I can't, you can't even get an airsoft gun that looks realistic in California. It's BS. Like, you're over 18, it's a whole thing. It's like a real gun.
Okay. Yeah,
a real gun.
I just lost the chat. All the videos I see, it looks very intense. doing airsoft. I have done paintball, which was fun. But again, I feel like that also can be intense. His question. Oh, wait. His thing says 805 Airsoft, but his name is Dylan McCurt. So $9.99 from Dylan. Impact of Bowman to the offense. Coach Hyde and maybe G-Mart agree that tight ends and run game will take us to the playoff level when we're currently stalling out in the pass game, unrelated to our defense.
The one thing I will say that you love about Mark Bowman, because we can get into talking a lot about how he can supplement the pass game potentially, but the fact is he is also a tremendous run blocker and pass blocker. You don't see tight ends that are rated that high pass blocking very often. If it's a pass, that guy's going out for a pass. He's running a route. He's not pass blocking, but Mark Bowman actually was a very good pass blocker and was used as extra protection for modern day quarterback Ryan Hopkins for a lot of the year. So he is incredibly aggressive. He's tenacious, great run blocker. And you know what they say in the running back room, Chris?
No blocking, no Rocky.
That's right. And that goes for the tight ends as well. And so the thing that makes him elite, in my opinion, is the agility and the explosiveness. The ability to run in the open field more like a running back, to be able to get upfield on blocks. You can use him as an H-back. What USC did a lot this season, and they did that quite a bit, I think, with just the run game. They use that GT counter, right, where they moved their offensive linemen, but they also used a lot more kind of H-back, kind of wham blocking, where they're bringing that tight end across the line of scrimmage. And I think with Mark Bowman, he does that extremely, extremely well. And it's hard because sometimes you might be running straight like across. It's not necessarily like a slow motion. You might be coming clear across from the slot all the way across, and then you've got to get upfield and get your shoulder square. He's one of those few players that has the agility, has a change of direction speed, that he can get upfield quick and get on a blocker. So, I mean, he's one of those guys that I think he not only can kind of instantly help you replace Lake McCree, and certainly he's going to take some time, right? He's a freshman. He's a reclassified freshman. Let's not forget about that. Technically was supposed to be a part of the class of 2027, reclassified. But I think that explosiveness, that agility, he doesn't run like a tight end. A lot of tight ends you look at, even when they're, 4-star level tight ends, they're players that you say, well, he runs really well for his size. For his size. We watched Keave Brown, who was a tight end that USC was recruiting out of Corona Centennial, ended up committing to Boise State. He was off and on with USC from the late spring over the summer, and then kind of got re-recruited in September. And he's one of those players you look at and you go, he moves pretty well for his size. Mark Bowman doesn't run well for his size. Mark Bowman runs well, period. He's fast. He has great change of direction. For a guy that big, no, for just a player in general. So I think athletically you look at that and say, because that's a dynamic that USC really hasn't had in the past game. Even with Walker Lyons. Walker Lyons, another guy that he was mostly receiver used at Folsom. He comes in, he plays mostly tight end. He's got to adapt. Of course, he's really just still coming back from that mission in Norway. That was kind of a minor miracle that he was able to play as much as he was as a true freshman coming away from a warm mission. That's wild to me. So this year was really his first year kind of fully in the program. But with him, you're still looking at a guy that go, okay, that's a tight end. I think with Bowman, the thing that's intriguing is the fact that he can really be used anywhere on the field. You can put him out wide. You can put him in the slot. You can put him at an H-back. He played Wildcat quarterback for modern day in goal line situations. He actually, I think, had a rushing touchdown this year. So, you're looking at a player that's very versatile athletically, and certainly when you talk about the tight end position and the way that it's really exploded in the NFL. I mean, you look at the NFL now, and everybody's trying to get that Trey McBride big-time tight end, and, some of those top receivers and targeted receivers in the NFL are tight ends now. And it's because it's a position that is physically a big mismatch. I mean, you have your big wide receivers, but when you got a guy that's 6'5", 265, and he can run, I mean, who's going to guard him? You're going to put a linebacker on him? You're probably going to get beat downfield. If you get into the seams down the hashes, that's going to be a big reception. You're going to put a safety on him. I mean, can a safety really take a guy that big? Down in the red zone, in the end zone, even. So I think all those things. If you can get the guys that have the athleticism that are that big, they're going to be big time mismatches. And what you talked about, having him in the line of scrimmage and taking maybe a third receiver out of the game, you have that big tight end there. You can get extra run blocking. You get another player on the line of scrimmage that can actually run block. And I think not only is he a good run blocker, but you see the result of that even with USC this past year, where it wasn't so much a third receiver and 11 personnel, it was 12 personnel, and you get that extra tight end, and the run game really, really was so much better this year. I mean, part of it was the play calling. Part of it was I felt Lincoln Riley was a little more committed to running the ball earlier in games than he ever had been, and really kind of sticking with it. But, I mean, this was a year where you saw the extra tight end. I think that was a big difference also in them being able to run the ball in most of their games. I think the Oregon game was really the exception where they just had no run game at all, and it was like, man, you basically just going to have to throw the ball downfield to get any kind of offense.
You really tricked me there with the end. Blair says, are we protecting the girth? I would say yes. I'd say yes, we are.
We're no, never mind.
Yeah. No,
I was going to say displaying, but I wouldn't want to say that.
You just did it.
Well, we're talking about the girth.
Got $4.99 from Giovanni, known as Brovani on YouTube.
Thank you, Giovanni.
A just because super chat. Shout out to CT Substack. Yes, you can read me on Substack.
Moonlighting again, Chris.
Huh?
Huh?
What? Well, I don't have a job, so I need.
You don't have an employer?
I don't have anything.
You have a Santa suit.
Chris belongs on the corner with the sign flex, a natural.
Chris needs some mariachis behind him, or some cha-chas or something.
Gerard, is it superlative time?
Okay.
I think it's superlative time. I have a superlative piece that's coming out. If Shotgun's watching, maybe he could throw it up for me to kick off the night. If he's still listening out there. 541 likes, guys. Come on, we can get to 600.
We're petering out, guys. We're petering out.
We could get there by the.
What's the hashtag crew? Are we almost at the 2-hour hashtag crew?
Let me see. We are at 134. Light work, guys. Light work. We have dipped under 700, but that's okay. We're going strong. 600, baby. 600 strong. Give me those 600 likes. All right. Do we have the categories here? We don't. Okay. We're going to do superlatives for USC's class. Are we going to just do my superlatives that I did, or do
I don't have any, so.
Okay.
You want me just to make some up at the top?
No, How about I throw out the categories I did, and then you could give yours.
Can I comment on the categories themselves? I will.
Sure,
I will talk about whether they're good categories or bad categories, and then if they're good, then I'll let you continue to talk about them. But if they're bad,
also the chat can give categories. They can give superlatives for us to take down as well.
Put them to work.
Put them to work. What are they doing? But besides enjoying this chaotic girth stream, all right here. Gerard, we have no chats. We have a caller.
Oh
no.
Dangerous.
It says here, Frisky Dingo calling in about the upcoming 2026 recruiting class and what I expect for the 2026 season.
Is he calling from Australia?
I don't know. Should we just take it?
Sure.
While I pull up the superlatives and let people talk about the what superlatives they want us to do. Okay.
Bring in the call.
All right, Frisky Dingo. There's no name, so I don't really know. This could get out of hand.
Well, there is. It's Frisky Dingo.
Well, I guess. All right, so let me take it off. 1 second. Hold on. Wait, is it laptop? Here we go. Oh, dear God.
Hey, guys. How we doing? Frisky Dingo here.
Okay. How's it going?
Come on, man. I want to talk about... Good, man. How you doing?
Excited to hear from you, Frisky Dingo.
So I'm calling. Yeah. So I'm calling in because I want to talk about a few things, but the main points that I want to talk about are. So going into this 2026 season, we're coming off a 9-3 season, and
I want to talk about, there's a lot of people out there that, look, I think this 2026 recruiting class, I'm going to be the first one to say it, I think this is a program-changing recruiting class. It's going to, it could be a literal program changer for the future. However, I think there's a lot of people out there that have a misconception that a freshman recruiting class is going to come in and just change the trajectory of the program overnight. And I want to be the first one to tell you guys, look, it's okay to be excited about a top, the number one recruiting class in the country to come in. However, true freshmen and freshman recruiting classes don't come in and just take over college football. That's not how it works. So my question is, what day one contributors of this recruiting class do you think are going to be day one starters, A, and B, how aggressive do you think Chad Bowden is going to be in this upcoming transfer portal? And what are your expectations for this upcoming 2026 season? Because look, I look at the schedule, I see Ohio State, I see Indiana, I see Oregon, I see Washington, I see potentially Notre Dame, and I say, look guys, this freshman class is great, but we need to hit the portal hard. We need to hit proven veteran talent to be able to match up with these programs. I do think there's going to be some day one contributors in this class, but what do you guys think as far as day one contributors from this class today, and who do you think they're going to go after in this transfer portal, and what are your expectations for this 2026 season?
Thank you, Frisky Dingo. We will take this.
Thank you for the call, mate. Well, so I think that's a good point. I think expectations, certainly, when you're talking about, I think one position that jumps off the table to me is the cornerback position, right? Because that's a position where USC was pretty meh. I think it definitely affected the play calling of D'Anton Lynn and really the overall scheme. And you look at a guy like Albert Hill and you say, that's a player that I see making an impact early. Now, but what does that mean? Making an impact early doesn't mean taking away the opposing offense's best receiver every down. It means within the context of being a freshman, coming into the rotation and getting some plays, but also taking his lumps. Knowing that cornerback position is incredibly difficult to play, especially as a young player, and you're going to be out there potentially on the island playing man against, an older player that just might be a little salty vet, not some big-time freshman All-American. It might not be Jeremiah Smith, but it's still going to be a player that is older and wiser and able to okie-doke you a little bit, maybe on a double move or something like that. And so people are going to go, oh, my gosh, Albert Hill's terrible. He's overrated because he got beat on a double move against a, sort of middle-level wide receiver that you're not going to hear a whole lot about on draft day. But within the context of knowing, okay, he's a young guy, he's going to get beat, but still being able to make an impact, I think you can look at Jakeem Stewart and Jakeem Stewart's impact and the amount he played this year. And though some would argue that he needed to play more, he didn't practice every day, every week. There was probably some injuries going on there that we really didn't hear too much about. But I think that sort of flash into the rotation is what you hope, at the very least that you get from players. I think, that's a good example of a very good player that we knew was going to make an impact at a position USC really had a need at, and he didn't really start. He wasn't a guy that, had crazy stats, but he was doing good enough where he certainly made an impact, and you felt like, okay, this is a guy that you feel if he continues to take those steps forward, like this next season, you're expecting that much more from him. This next season, you're thinking, okay, he's going to push for a starting job, and he's going to be a guy that's going to go out there, and he's going to be that much more disruptor. So I think within the context of things, that's sort of more what you have to look at. And I agree, there's going to be a lot of fans that are like, oh, they got the number one team in the nation. They got 35 guys. Well, they at least got 22 of that 35 that are going to be starters next year, just kind of erasing the players that they have already and the difference between playing high school ball and playing college football, especially in the line of scrimmage. This is, again, a class which is a little different because the marquee players, We weren't talking about Jonas Williams at the start of the podcast. We're talking about Kenai Pepe. We're talking about Jamion Winfield. We're talking about Luke Wafel. We're talking about the linemen, and yet the linemen are going to have the biggest hurdle physically to be able to play right away. But I think they still can definitely be guys that are difference makers. We talked about that at the beginning. The guys that I thought that were, the sort of surefire players that you're going to see. Now, are there any surefire starters that come from this class? I would have said, USC might put Kenai Pepe out there at right tackle. We're going to get Elijah Page back. Let's get our guy that's the 5-star, that's, big-time player. Let's just get his feet wet, put him at right tackle, which is not blindside, and, you have usually a tight end there that can cover you up a little bit just to kind of get a little bit more run, a little better feeling. Now, you got Justin Now, who's played right tackle. Tobias Raymond's played some right tackle. You have some other players there that are right tackles, but I could see them really trying to see if they could get as much from Kenai Pepe from an eligibility standpoint, get him on the field ASAP, and if Elijah Page is healthy and ready to come back as your left tackle, put him over there at right tackle. I think, like I said, with Thanos, Jakeem Stewart, you can get those flashes from the interior defensive line guys, but I don't think those guys are going to start right away unless there's a lot of injuries. But, Jamion Winfield, he'll be a rotational guy for sure. I think Tom Tapui will be a rotational guy for sure. And, that's something that's really going to take a step forward is the amount of depth that you have inside. You've got Jakeem Stewart. We saw Floyd Bucard. He made some flash plays this past season. He was a guy that kind of underrated and came in and looks like he's going to be a very good player for USC. Another 300-pounder. I mean, you've got guys now that are 300 pounds, and you have plural 300-pounders, which is something that the USC hasn't had in a long time. And not only just depth, but the actual talent that's coming from those interior defensive linemen, I think is a big deal. Are you going to see Talanoa Ely? I think he's going to get on the field somewhere. Is he going to be a starter? I said at the beginning of the podcast, that's an interesting dynamic there. Do you feel like Desmond Stevens, the light bulb's just not going on? We could put him over to Will, and he absolutely has the athleticism to be a weak side linebacker. Basically, what you would be doing is putting him there at the spot that Eric Gentry played mostly this past season. I think that he would be a much better fit than Gentry. Gentry was kind of playing out of position, playing a weak side linebacker spot. I think he needed to be out there in the hash, but I digress. Putting Desmond Stevens over there and giving the keys to the defense to Talanoa Ely as a freshman, that's asking a lot, but he gets on campus and you sit down with him and he can absorb and start to process the defense in a way that Rob Ryan isn't comfortable with. They might say, hey, young fella, let's see what you do trial under fire and let him be the Mike linebacker. You will have Desmond Stevens next to him, so he might be the guy with the green dot with the call coming into his helmet, but he'll have Desmond Stevens there to be able to say, hey, make this call or look for this or what have you. So we'll see how that kind of develops. I think Luke Wafel, another guy that he could potentially push for a starting position. We'll see how it works out. You do have Braylon Shelby there. We think he probably comes back. And then you've got Cameron Crawford, who is kind of like locked-in starter, more on the strong side. As I said before, they did use some Devin Tompkins and then Keyshawn Silver and then Jedi Ebasiri as the kind of three with the one standing up, and that was usually Crawford. And so he seems to be pretty locked in at that spot. But I could see Wafel absolutely pressing and being a part of that rotation, no doubt, in my mind. And so, you have some of those guys, they think that have that ability. There's always the possibility of injuries and guys being thrown, into the mix, and there's really no choice. That happens too. We'll see what happens with the running back position. I mean, they got Sean Alston coming in. They've got Deshaun Rideau. Deshaun Rideau, if he is healthy, can be a game-breaking type of running back. I mean, he did run a 10.4 as a freshman. Now, since he had an injury, he's never run that 10.3 again. I think his best time this past spring was like 10.6 something. But that's still pretty good for a 205-pound running back who's got really good quickness, gets in and out of his cuts really well. So the running back position we saw USC go pretty deep into this past season. So injuries can always change the timeline for guys, and you might have to throw them in there sooner rather than later.
Woo! People are saying I look like Ryan Sayeri from the Beard Up. I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. All right, Gerard.
Special teams. Let's talk special teams.
Let's talk superlatives. I'm just going to throw my superlative categories out at you.
I like to pronounce it superlative.
Superlative? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? The first one, Gerard, got to start with the class MVP. And you could interpret that however you want.
Most valuable player. That's how I would interpret it.
Okay. So what is your answer? I already know who you're going to pick. But.
Probably Kenai Pepe. I think it's hard to get away from that when you're talking about the value of that position, the player being the number one ranked player in the class, and being one of the number one ranked players in the entire nation. Getting him out of IMG, which he is originally a local player, but
still,
USC has had really no success recruiting IMG. They get 2 players from IMG in this class. They get Kenai Pepe, and they get Brett Kolage, who's another player that, when you think of the guard position, it's almost the opposite of left tackle. Guard is he's tucked away in there. That's not as important. We're not worried as much in pass protection with the guard. But really, what was USC's big issue this season was the interior offensive line. That's what gave them a lot of issues trying to run the ball, even in pass protection, more so than the edges, which in years past had kind of been the tackles that had struggled. But I think, the interior offensive line with the injuries and shuffling everybody around, you look at a guy like Brett Kolage and you say, man, I know he's a freshman, but you're going to know Brett Kolage is on campus. You know he's going to be in the locker room. You know he's going to be on the team. He's going to be a guy that is not going to sit around and say, I'm a freshman, and I'm going to go ahead and take this red shirt. Doesn't mean that they might say, hey, listen, we want you to develop. We want you to get stronger. You're just still a kid, and you got to deal with these grown-ass men on the opposing line, guys that might be 22, 23 years old. We want you to kind of take it slow. But I look at the size and I look at some of these freshmen that they're bringing in on the offensive line, and these guys are already looking the part. They're already looking like they've been at USC for 2 years. So that's another player where you're like, okay, with all the injuries that you had this year and you've got 2 walk-ons starting, a bunch of 3-star guys, and you think, man, if they had a Brett Kolage this year, would he not be playing? He probably would be playing at some level, to some extent. He would have to play. And so you always kind of look at, what if things don't go to plan? Are some of these other guys actually ready that you wouldn't necessarily, if things were ideal, put them in there? But you're looking at this kind of worst case scenario again, break glass and fire. And you look at a guy like Brett Kolage and you go, man, I don't feel so bad about that. I'm not so worried about bringing him in as opposed to, past years where you had other 3-star guys that you're hoping USC could develop.
So Brett Kolage is his class MVP.
Nope. That's what you got out of that.
Kenai Pepe, 6'7", 305 pounds.
305 pounds? Yeah, right. 325 pounds.
325 pounds. Number 5 player overall in the country, number 1 offensive tackle. Behemoth of a man, has to bend over to get through doorways at Heritage Hall. So a Bubba, a potential franchise left tackle, someone who we think is going to see the field early, maybe not necessarily as a starter, but definitely someone who will...
Well, what do you think about that, Chris? Now we get to talk to each other in the same room, and we're always afraid of talking over each other when we're talking via Skype or whatever we're doing.
StreamYard, baby.
It's one of those things where we can engage a little bit. What do you think about Kenai Pepe getting some reps over at right tackle, maybe starting at right tackle before shifting him over to left tackle the next year?
No, I think that's a very strong possibility. Obviously, you have Elijah Page likely coming back. You have Tobias Raymond, who will most likely return to his guard spot next to EP, that twin tower, 6'7" size or side, if you will. You got to figure out what's going on at center. Probably Alani Noah coming back. You got Justin Taonau coming back, and he was your right tackle starter. Kenai has the talent and, played at IMG, toughest competition he's facing every day in practice and national schedule and all that. So he has the battle scars of being their left tackle for the last 2 seasons. So he is obviously someone that could come in very easily and play his freshman year. He is going to be an early enrollee, one of those 32. So that ups his chances even more. So I do like for him to at least be considered the left tackle backup, but I do think there is a strong possibility we could see him not just backing up right tackle and cross-training at both, but actually competing with Justin Taonau, who, had a solid first season as a starter, but didn't blow anybody out of the water. I think he was a little banged up by the end of the season, so that probably didn't help. But all in all, Justin was solid, but Kenai Pepe, that's why you bring in a guy like Kenai Pepe to push some of your starters. And 5-star guy, the expectation is going to be play right away. We'll see if he can do that, but I absolutely could see a possibility where Kenai Pepe is your right tackle starter. Maybe not right out the gate, but eventually, maybe midway through the season when he's kind of ready, he could be in that. Maybe you move Justin inside to guard. We've seen him play. He played some guard his first year, so very easily could slide him over. And Kenai, Justin, question mark center, whoever that is, Alani Noah, Tobias Raymond, again, obviously Tobias Raymond has that guard potential. So Alani, Tobias, you're both your guards. Maybe Justin mixes in there as well.
You do have that class from last year. And that's one thing that we overlook with Alex Payne and Aaron Dunn. And I think if you're a Trojan fan, and even if you're Zach Hansen, you hope those guys step up and compete and push Kenai Pepe from being a guy that just walks on campus and ends up, being potentially your starter right away. Again, ideally, you want guys that are starting offensive line that got at least 2 years experience. You want really, 3-year guys. I mean, you look at teams like Iowa, even Oregon, had a pretty veteran line. The veteran lines really do play on the offensive line even more than defensive line. Just older, experienced, have reps. That's always a big deal with the offensive line. And so that's something that USC also hasn't had. They've had a bit of a turnstile with depth on their offensive line where they've had some players, and you're like, okay, with Josh Henson, it was at one point, we're not going to just recruit a bunch of 5-stars. It's very clear. We're going to try to bring in some guys that are 3 stars, and we're going to develop them. Okay, but to develop them, they have to stay in the program long term. And unfortunately, in this day and age with the portal, you're going to get guys that come and go. If they don't play right away, they may be on their way out to the portal. And so, that doesn't really help you at all. You have to start going after guys that are just good right out of high school that could potentially come in and play, maybe not right away, but within, the first year or two of them being on campus.
We're at the 2-hour crew. Hashtag 2-hour crew. Blair's
only 4 more hours to go.
Only 4 more hours to go. Blair is tapping out. It's been fun, everybody, but hashtag 2-hour crew is as far as I get this year. Early flight back to California in the morning. Happy signing day. Cilantro's.
Have a safe flight, bud.
Have a safe flight, Blair. Thank you, as always, for being here. We got a lot of 2-hour crews, which means another water beer is coming out. Their offensive line, I think, could be really, really good next year with the guys they got bringing in. I mean, not all those guys are gonna play, but you got guys that got experience last year. You have Kalon Miller, probably gonna be on scholarship. Hayden Treater got a little experience. I still really like him. Micah Benuelos got some time. I think maybe you're gonna see a couple guys in the bottom end, maybe transfer out, but
that's the question. Yeah, from a big class standpoint,
7 guys. I mean, there's some guys that really haven't popped up with that group. So. I mean, I'm not really talking about Alex Payne and Dunn. Those guys were obviously redshirt freshmen this year. Elijah Vicona kind of leapfrog those two guys. You know,
yeah, that was interesting. They seem to really like Elijah Vacona. We kind of heard coming out of spring ball, going in to the summer workouts, that they were a lot higher on him than maybe we were with him coming out of high school. He's another massive human being. You know, 6'8". You got Aaron Dunn.
He makes Pepe look small.
A good 6'7". Well, he doesn't. He actually doesn't. Do you think so?
I think so.
Have you seen them standing next to each other?
I have not, but
okay, so you're just projecting. I don't think so. I think Kenai is pretty big. He's not as big, but I mean, yeah, he's definitely a big offensive tackle, and I think just in general, this offensive line is getting bigger. You know, it's becoming a bigger offensive line, but it is an offensive line that, in terms of schematically, because you run those GT counters, you want your guys to still have the mobility. You want them to still be able to move. They have to be able to get from one side of the line to the other opposite side of the line. So you have to still maintain that. It's not going to be, you know, just Mike blocking from the Lincoln Riley offensive line. Yeah, you've got some players there that, you know, even last year, that was a decent haul that they brought in. They actually got a couple of offensive tackles at the end of the year. And I would say, you know what? Take this time to give credit to Zach Hansen, who was a very, very good recruiter for tight ends. USC's tight end room was pretty talented despite them not utilizing the tight end at all. And now he's moved over to the offensive line, and we predicted, like, this is going to improve how USC recruits the offensive line. They're not going to just go for 3-star guys that are, you know, off the radar and try to develop them into fifth-year seniors. They're going to go get some guys that are good players. And certainly Coach Dog is another one that was very involved with Kenai Pepe. I think, you know, when Kenai Pepe came and visited USC for the first time this year, he came during spring break and nobody was on campus. And it was Chad Bowden and Coach Dog that actually came in and hosted him and his father. And that was kind of like the first visit. And then you saw subsequent visits, and you knew by the time you got to the Trojan Olympics that it was a done deal, that it looked like USC had all the momentum.
Yeah, I want to give Coach Dog his credit. He's been instrumental, when recruiting some of these Polynesian players. I mean, not just Polynesian players, but he has been so vital with those recruitments, and he was vital to getting USC back on board with Kenai Pepe because they had fallen off, and they needed to kind of repair that and get back on the same page. And that was what that visit was for. Him and Chad and Coach Dog, they were instrumental, but, you know, Coach Dog doesn't get a lot of credit. You know, he doesn't get those recruiting points, if you will, in terms of being listed as a recruiter for guys, but you should absolutely consider him one of those, like, secondary recruiters for a guy like Kenai Pepe. So Coach Dog deserves some flowers for the work that he did in this class. And, yeah, he put in that dog work for a 5-star like Kenai Pepe. So that is your class MVP. Gerard, the next one, I don't know if you want to do the next one because you don't really like this one. So I'm just going to go to...
No, do it.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Who is the War Daddy?
Well, I just asked, what is a War Daddy to you? How do you define War Daddy?
I define a War Daddy as mainly a trench player, mainly on defense, and, you know, is kind of your rock, your kind of alpha. And again, usually a trench player, but it's kind of that mean SOB that you go to war with, you go to war on, and kind of those big SEC kind of body type guys. That's kind of what my War Daddy last year was Jakeem Stewart. So that's kind of the initial comp.
Yeah. Solid as a rock gives me Tamuhini Tapui vibes just because he's such a cornerstone to the class. You know, he'd been so consistent and been around, and that's just something that, like I said, it set an example for the rest of the commits and even just the recruits. Like, he wanted to be down at USC all the time, and that's something going back, and I hate to even bring it up on a signing day, but DeAnthony Thomas's recruitment at USC, where DeAnthony Thomas just was never at USC, never was at games. You just didn't see him. It's like he lives just down the street from USC. And that really, you know, in hindsight, should have been a red flag. Should have been a red flag. And, you know, we see with Tom, him being there so much and just, you know, almost being like an auxiliary member of the team. That's really big. I mean, that's big from even a camaraderie standpoint. getting to know the coaches, getting to know the other teammates. As I said before, USC's got to get a lot bigger inside. And so he and Jamion are going to be huge. But, Josh Jarrett is going to be a big deal. Carlon Jones is going to be a big deal. They really need to have a bunch of guys that are all 300-pound plus. If this is what we think it is, and they're kind of going the way of what Baltimore has done this year, then, yeah, you've got to have some really big anchoring interior defensive linemen. It's not the, zero shade 3 technique that we've seen in years past. It's not the 4 eyes that you have in the tight front. This is something a little different.
Someone in the chat said Lane Kiffin would be smart to go after Henny.
Yeah, he would be. We'll see. I mean, he might kind of feel some loyalty to Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron's looking to get back in the game. And I don't know, though. The way LSU and Ed Orgeron parted ways, that might not be something that we could expect to see. But, yeah, potentially.
All right, Gerard. Superlative, biggest loss of the 2026
And this
class.
is a debatable one.
Sure.
Right?
So let's have the debate. Let's do it.
I will take the position that Xavier Griffin was the biggest loss then.
Okay.
And my argument there would be that he was actually committed to USC, and in order to lose something, you had to have it to begin with. So, well, certainly the context of him decommitting and how that all went down was understandable. He committed well before Chad Bowden was on campus at USC and kind of put together a policy of no official visits if you're committed. He ended up changing his representation in terms of agents. So there was a lot of stuff that kind of went on there early in the spring, coming out of the winter, where it kind of seemed like things were slipping, and you understood like it wasn't really anybody's fault. But still a huge miss just in the fact that he's a linebacker, and we know that position it could use another playmaker at that second level, and he was one of the highest rated players that USC had in the class. I mean, he'd be right below Kenai Pepe in this class as a 5-star.
And then on the other side of that argument, which I would say was Jet Washington, the 5-star safety out of Bishop Gorman, 6'5", 205 pounds, 10 pounds, something around there. Big safety. Again, right down your backyard, Nevada, Bishop Gorman, a place you have recruited.
Backyard?
Sorry, your backyard is in USC football,
Oh.
and that is one of
the IE is east, but not that far east of here.
Not that far east. One of your big weaknesses in this class is you don't have kind of a true safety prospect. You have a lot of cornerbacks, probably some guys we're going to see play safety, but you don't have a true safety prospect. And Jet Washington would have filled that hole. You would have brought in a potential early impact safety for you to play with. And Gerard, you have mentioned
Kyle Hamilton,
Baltimore Ravens, Dantilin defense, 6'5", 6'5". It is not a 1-to-1 match, but is the closest match you have on your roster. So you could have filled a huge need and another 5-star in your backyard, and part of LA royalty as the nephew of the late, great Kobe Bryant, LA Lakers legend. So there are a lot of things in favor for USC in this recruitment. And again, on maybe another part of that, going to Oregon, going to that conference rival, that thorn in the side for them in terms of stealing some players and, recruiting some of their players. So Jet Washington would be the other side of the argument for me, with just a couple of 5-stars. And again, USC didn't have many misses in this cycle. But again, if something had happened to Mark Bowman, Gerard, I think we both would have been picking Mark Bowman as the biggest loss.
Yeah, that would have absolutely been it.
Would have washed everything out.
Yeah, that would have been the easy one. There would have been no debate there. But yeah. I think you could argue either way with that. I playing devil's advocate, I do agree with Jet Washington in terms of having that marquee player on the last level of your defense. They really have a marquee player each level of the defense. And then you can argue, well, they've got Rock Hill. Rock Hill's a cornerback. That's, the secondary. That's the last level of the defense. But even beyond that, the safety position kind of the last of the last, and they don't have that big safety. It seems like Doug Belk, D'Anton Lynn liked those sort of tweener cornerback safeties. D'Anton Lynn was that coming out of high school. You know, he was a guy that was 6 foot, 170 pounds, was recruited by some schools to be a cornerback, was recruited by other schools to be a safety, and he kind of floated in between those. So you can understand why he likes those type of players in his system. But that system, again, if we're looking at what the Ravens are doing, we're looking at what a good defense looks like with that personnel set. 3 safeties, 2 corners, 2 middle linebackers, 2 outside linebackers, and 2 interior defensive linemen. Personnel-wise, you're talking about, you know, guys that are, again, inside defensive linemen, 340, 360, 370, like gigantic players across the board. Even, you know, the guys behind them are you know, in that 315, 330 range. And then, you know, the outside edge guys for Baltimore are not necessarily the Luke Wayful types. You know, they're not defensive ends that are playing edge rusher. They kind of have a little bit more of a linebacker look to them. And so, you know, from that standpoint, you look at a guy like Sean Scott and you say, okay, Sean Scott, edge rusher for modern day, very successful. Can he play edge rusher in this offense? He was recruited to play Sam linebacker, but the Sam linebacker position is not always on the field for USC. So I got a feeling he's going to end up being a pass rush specialist for them. And I think he will play on the line of scrimmage. And I think he can play at 245 pounds, 250 pounds, and could end up being a pretty good player in pass rush downs, actually playing more as an outside linebacker on the line of scrimmage. I don't think that is something that, you know, you can't use, even though, you know, USC has gone with those bigger stand-up defensive ends. And Wayful, obviously, like Anthony Lucas and like Cameron Crawford, those big 6'6" guys that are, you know, 250, 260.
We got a couple super chats here, just comments from Rex Gamer Dog 499.
What's your game, dog? What's your game?
Yeah, what's your dog? What's your game? He says, what is your dog? If you have a dog, I'm curious. Chug a water beer, done. And then earlier he for $9.99. Am I hearing a 5-hour podcast? No, because that would be under the record. So going above that, Keely wants to know how you pronounce Canton, Ohio.
Canton, Ohio?
I guess.
Canton.
Canton?
Canton.
Is there any other way?
Is it Canton or Canton? I don't know. Canton, Ohio? That's weird. Is there anybody in this class from Canton, Ohio? We have a guy from Akron, Ohio, but not Canton, Ohio.
Trevino, chug a real beer, and I'll super chat $100.
Dang!
I don't think there's real beer in here. I hope Ryan isn't watching because he will run over with a beer.
He will show up with Smirnoff and
whatever. Other things, other alcoholic beverages. All right, Gerard. Moving on to our next superlative. Early impactor.
Early impactor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like an impacted molar.
And you're asking for my selection as the early impact. What is the early impactor? I've already named like half dozen of them. Early impactor.
Well, then we'll skip it because you've named like 7 people.
Yeah. Who's your one guy that you think is going to be an early impactor out of a class of 35? I sure hope there's more than one guy.
You could only give one
answer?
One answer for the exercise. You had to pick who was going to make the biggest impact, the earliest.
Okay, that's a different question, though.
Biggest impactor.
Who's
going to have the girthiest impactor on this team next season?
Man, that's a tough one, though. You know, do you go with Mark Bowman?
I think that's the easy one.
Yeah, I mean, Elbert Hill, I tell you, even though he's a freshman, they could put him at nickelback.
He has a Jack Russell.
Jack Russell Terriers.
At least I think that's what he's talking about. I don't know if there's a
Yes.
game called Jack Russell.
No.
Okay.
Escape from Jack Russell.
That's an Escape from Tarkov joke. Boom. People are saying Jamion Winfield.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that's rotational. And again, you're looking for a Thanos level of flash, that comes in and, makes some plays here and there, but maybe not as consistent. I mean, you got to think the interior defensive line, like I said before, we're not only talking about talent now, we're talking about some depth. Josh Jarrett comes back healthy. I mean, I don't know what went on with him this year. I don't know if any of us really do. Do you know what went on with Josh? There was weird rumors. I won't even get into those of things that happened and him not being on the team coming into the year, like crazy stuff. And he did kind of feel like he was in the doghouse sometimes because he just did not play a whole lot. And some people say, oh, well, he just wasn't in shape. That's Josh Jarrett, man. He's going to be 365. And like I said before, that's not, oh, well, we got to get him down to 330. I don't know. If I'm watching the Baltimore Ravens and I'm seeing guys line up 6'4", 370 pounds, I'm like, no, that's it. That's what we need. That's what we want. So, Josh Jarrett, again, Carlon Jones got some reps, got some play. So I think, you're going to have a few of those guys in there. And I'd love to see USC go with more 3 down, run some 5-2. Dare those Big Ten teams to pass the ball. Dare them, Chris. Double dog dare you. It's getting that time of year and you put your tongue on a metal pole in the pole.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't know where the tongue was going to lead.
I know we're on alert now throughout this whole podcast because now we've have the the foundational girth. Everything is going up from there. So anything that goes on top of the girth, it's just sensitive. We got to be careful.
A lot of things.
When I started talking about displaying, I didn't want to put those two words together.
And yet,
I did.
Yet here we are. Gerard, most underrated.
Yeah, that's kind of like the Christian Pierce question, less so because Pierce is kind of like a specific type of player. I don't know who's the. I kind of feel like Luke Weaver was at one point the most underrated, but then he got a big bump, and he's like not necessarily that underrated. You could make an argument for maybe a Madden Reardon because of how good his stats were, but I understand the argument just in terms of being as small as he is that he doesn't translate to the college football level as a safety. But I don't know. I think for safeties, size is a little overrated. Again, we talk about the Kyle Hamilton sort of using that big nickel safety / linebacker. I think in those tight front defenses, they call that the star back. USC doesn't have that player, but that's not what Madden Reardon needs to be. But he's a guy that certainly has at least some argument that he's going to be a player that's coming from a high level of high school competition at Sierra Canyon, had crazy stats, and is a guy that can kind of work between being the cornerback and being a safety and sort of a limbo of sorts there, and has been very successful doing that. So he's a guy that you could make an argument with. We have Jake Johnson ranked somewhat low. He's not in the top 100 as a player, but Dave Campbell's Football has him rated as like the number 2 defensive tackle in Texas. So, there's some argument to be made that, maybe we're just looking at him, and I say we, I mean 24/7 Sports. Taylor Johnson, sort of like with Madden Reardon, 200 tackles, 201 tackles this year.
It's a lot of tackles.
Another guy that's got crazy stats behind him, but you would say, okay, Will linebacker, but 6'1", about 200 pounds, smallish. So is he going to be able to put on the weight? I understand why he doesn't get ranked higher just because of the physical profile. So, I understand why some of these guys aren't ranked higher, but that would kind of be my long-winded answer to that question.
Shotgun has a alignment answer for you. GMUSC ran 108 snaps with its 5-2 base package defense this season.
Okay. That seems like more than I would guess that they did. That seems like a lot more. Are we sure about that? 5-2, like we had 3 defensive linemen. You had what? Silver, Abasari, and Tompkins, or maybe it was Stewart or somebody else in there. And then you had Crawford and Shelby there, or Link or Lucas and Shelby. See, because sometimes they put Crawford down in a 2-point stance, or excuse me, like a 3-point stance, which I didn't like when they did that, and try to kind of make him a 5 technique in a way. I don't think he's playing like that right now physically. I think he's a guy that is got to kind of stand up. I don't know that you couldn't make him into that player like 280, but he's not that. He's like 245, and he's a little angular, so I don't like him playing as a 5 technique. I'd much rather see Devin Tompkins be that guy, strong side, and see Crawford opposite of him. But yeah, I mean, they had a lot of goal line situations too, where it's like, what do you got to run? At least a 5-2. You got to at least have 3 defensive linemen in there. But I feel like they could have run it more. I think they gave too much respect to Illinois, Notre Dame, these schools passing the ball. That give me a break. Give me a break, Chris.
Give me a frickin' Kit Kat bar. Gerard, biggest project?
Well, wait. You didn't answer that question. I don't think you've answered the last 2 questions.
I don't have to. I already wrote superlatives. They're on the site right now.
Oh, okay. So
I'm just here to tickle your brain and coax an answer out of you.
Are you just not trying to reveal the answers?
I'm trying not to reveal my
story?
answers. I have my answers off the rip. Maybe I'll reveal some of my answers, but not revealing to that one. But I like your selections.
Okay.
Even though I don't think you officially picked somebody, but
I don't really have like a guy that I feel like in this class
he's going to pound the table for. Okay,
right?
fair
Yeah,
enough.
I don't know that there's that one guy that stands. Like I said, Luke Weaver was kind of that guy, and then he got a pretty good bump, over the course of the year.
So does the guy have to be a 3-star?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gerard, biggest project.
Biggest project. Well, that would have been Elijah Villacona.
That was our 2025 biggest project. Correct.
Last year. I don't know. Maybe Malik Brooks. Maybe Malik Brooks or Andrew Williams. You kind of could probably make an argument for either or. What was your answer, Chris? Andrew Williams, I bet you.
I will reveal Andrew Williams was my pick for biggest project. He's only been playing football a couple years, not playing against the highest level competition.
Yep. Connor went to one of those games. It was interesting.
So I believe the city section refs did not show up for
Yeah.
the first hour or something. It was like a 3:00 game, and it didn't start till 5 or something. It was crazy. So not playing against the best competition, so that jump to facing Kenai Pepe in one-on-ones is going to be quite something. Yeah. So he has a lot of great measure.
We didn't even see him at any camps.
No.
He didn't go to camps where you could at least get a little bit of a look at him in, T-shirt All-American. So, yeah, that's going to be fun, to see how he adapts to that environment. I tell you what, though. Okay. Just speaking of Andrew Williams specifically, that was a shot across the bow from the USC coaching staff and Chad Bowden. When they offered Andrew Williams, a lot of people in the city section perked up a lot. That was very, very big for the city of LA because you haven't had USC really recruit city section. The city section isn't recruited as hard as it used to be. Back in the day when you had DeAnthony Thomas at Crenshaw, you had Hayes and Puller both at Crenshaw. You had a lot of guys coming out of Dorsey, Stephon Johnson. You still had good talent that was coming out of some of those schools. Now, it's just those guys get sucked up. They go to Sarah. They're going to Long Beach Poly. They're going to St. John Bosco. I'm glad you're acting all of this out for me as I'm speaking. But nevertheless, just those coaches in city section, the kids in city section, knowing that they could possibly go to one of those schools and get found, basically, the needle in the haystack, and get a scholarship offer from USC was really big. I talked to a few different city coaches, and they were like, oh, my God, that was huge for them. And, again, kind of an extension of we're going to recruit Southern California. We're going to find guys in Southern California. Maybe those guys are in the recruiting databases. Maybe they're not. There's a lot of black holes in California when it comes to high school football. A lot of very dark places where there's not as much exposure. It's not like Texas where these small towns, high school football is still huge. The newspaper, about these little hometown, small town, big time stars, right? It's the whole varsity blues type of thing. But in California, you got places like Visalia and Bakersfield and all kinds of places in Central California, Northern California, which are just blank spots on the map when it comes to high school football. And that's why guys like, Colin Kaepernick ends up falling through the cracks and going to Nevada. I always want to call him Josh Kelly. Why do I always want to call him Josh Kelly, Chris?
I don't know. Maybe that's his name.
Is it for the Bills?
Oh.
Not Josh Kelly.
I'm thinking of the running back.
Yeah, but that's why I always try to say Josh Kelly.
Guys, who's he talking about?
Chat, I'm talking about the starting quarterback for the Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen. God, yeah, Josh Kelly is. I don't know why.
I did not know that too. You were Fireball, right?
He falls through the cracks and ends up at Wyoming. That can happen in California more so than some of these other states. And so you do have to do your homework. You got to go down to San Diego and make sure there's not a guy like Royce Freeman down there playing at the border of Mexico. There's a fly or a mosquito that just flew in here. And so, yeah, that's something where, I think a lot of people, I would almost say that city section folks maybe found hope a little bit with that scholarship offer and then the commitment of Andrew Williams. Oh man, we can get our guys exposure, and there still can be Division I schools that come in and recruit our guys and give our guys that hope that they can go and play at a big-time Division I college, get a big-time Division I education. I mean, there's just so much that comes with that. So that was a very early kind of interesting indicator that USC was really going to put their money where their mouth was with recruiting the local prospects.
Someone commented, "Be pecking paw," i.e. the new city section.
Okay.
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 I'm trying to think the last city section guy. Kayvon Thibodeau
obviously
ended up finishing out at Oaks.
At Oaks Christian.
What's going on?
Dorsey
He's
guy.
over there?
I'm getting attacked here.
The freaking mosquito heard there's some girthy going on here. He's like, let's go. Side note, some people are talking about some video games. I just want to see if you resonate with these. With this comment, USC had a #1 recruiting class before Half-Life 3 and GTA 6.
Before GTA 6 for sure. But after Tarkov 1.0. So
Half-Life 3 is like Chinese democracy. What does that mean? Translate that.
I can't really translate that. I never played Half-Life. But GTA, obviously, I understand that meme because GTA 5 has been around so long that they actually have role-playing servers these days with it that are very popular, in fact.
What is Chinese democracy?
An oxymoron.
Okay. I thought it was a game or something. Greg Johnson.
Greg.
Hawkins.
Well, Hawkins, was Hawkins city section?
It was city section.
Okay.
That's probably shotgun there. So, yes, thank you for Greg Johnson, Joseph Hawkins.
Joseph Hawkins. Joseph Lewis.
Jody
Lewis, baby.
Who am I thinking of? I'm just saying Hawkins.
No, you're thinking of the other wide receiver.
Jalen Lewis.
Jalen Hall.
Oh my God. I can't get them.
Let's move on.
Okay.
I'm ready for Chris Hawkins to be the next player you name.
Let's go.
There.
Where are my superlatives here?
Superlatives.
Biggest freak.
You want my answer?
It's both of us.
Luke Wafel.
This is Gerstring. Yeah. Let's go.
Luke Wafel, for sure.
Shotgun.
He's got that like it's Brian Cushing meets Porter Gustin going on there.
Shotgun's in here. He went out to see him multiple times. Maybe he can give us his insight.
Call in, Shotgun. Call in.
No. Or unless you want to. Wake
Shotgun. The kids up and call in. I'm sure your wife will be very, very happy with that.
His roommate. Gerard, his roommate. Yeah, Luke Wafel, saw him a couple times up close. He's been to kind of games here at the end of the season. Just a massive human being. Just like one of those guys where it's like he doesn't even need pads out there. He's just
Hey, Chris,
so
you haven't
big.
hit any, audio little quibs.
I don't know if they show up. I don't know if they can hear.
Oh, they just for us.
Let me see. Let's test one out.
Are you thinking of the one that I'm thinking about? Because you sound like you were setting it up there.
Oh, okay. Here, I think this is what you're talking about. Let's see if it works.
Copyright strike probably on YouTube. Actually, YouTube's not as bad as some others, but YouTube is a little strict.
Did people hear that?
I don't know, but that was not the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
I was thinking of Head Like an Elephant.
I don't think
Sounded like that's what you were.
I don't think I have that.
You were setting that up.
They can hear it.
I had a war daddy. My time, we used to call them war daddies.
See? No?
Who is that? Who's saying that? Sounds like Theo Vaughn.
No. It does sound a little bit like the Avant. It's Mark Schlereth.
Okay.
RFP headphone users. Yeah, apparently it's loud. I apologize.
Oh yeah, I mean that was loud. And again, it'll probably get the whole stream taken down.
I don't know. We're pretty turn it down a little, Chris, on the soundboard under iPad.
Oh, is that Ryan or Shotgun saying that?
I think that's Ryan.
You think it's Ryan?
Well, Shotgun usually signs off at the end, puts SS, so I don't really.
Okay. It's
my
the
ears are
inside
bleeding.
Troy thing. All right, I got you.
All right, well, guys, I apologize. It was loud, but a hurricane just comes in. You don't. It's not soft when it comes in. So the Scorpion one is always a little bit.
The
loud.
Scorpions. Maybe that's the next journey we send Chris on for good music. Is we give him some Scorpions. Maybe a little UFO with Michael Schenker.
He's just saying words. I don't know. Best flip.
Best flip. Do a kick flip. And people are going to go, well, it's got to be Caden Dixon. Why? I'm going to go with Tom Tom. I'm going to go back old school flip. Going old school with the April Fool's flip with Tom Tom. I mean, I think getting him back after him committing to Ohio State, he's such a big part of this class. He's so visible, and he's been such a good player in Southern California for so long. I mean, he was a freshman that played at Mater Dei. That doesn't happen very often. We know about Matt Barkley, being one of the first freshmen to ever play 4 years at Mater Dei. But to play as a quarterback is hard, and certainly it's impressive because of everything you've got to know. But then from a physical standpoint, playing as a lineman and being a freshman that's actually playing varsity is pretty impressive. So I feel like Tom Tom gets the nod for me.
Okay, that is
I know that wasn't your answer.
No, that wasn't my answer, but I will accept it because I know a lot of people love Tom Tom. They think he's one of the linchpins of this class, and it was one of those flag bearer, yes, if you will. And one of those guys were like, "Can we get Tom Tom? Can we get Tom Tom?" You got Tom Tom, and then he was at every single thing you could think of for USC fans. So, yeah. I need a like check right now. I've seen people say we're like under 500 and then 700 and now like 616. I'm looking at YouTube, guys. What's my YouTube? Somebody update me on what the YouTube is.
We are at 500 on Reddit right now.
Really? That's actually pretty good. Highest upside, Gerard.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And how do you define that?
Well, you got to have some raw ability for upside, right? There's got to be a ceiling there, right? So we always talk about, who has the lowest floor, who has the highest floor, who has the lowest ceiling, who has the highest ceiling. The highest ceiling.
Who's got the highest ceiling? That's tough because
Man,
you could pick like a bunch of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of players here, I kind of feel like, man, it's almost Christmas, Chris. So let's spread cheer. It's not,
Okay.
because I would go for maybe Jamian Winfield, but how about a little Booby Feaster chatter? Because we haven't talked a lot about Ethan Booby Feaster in this podcast. He's reclassified. He is very young. He is a young reclassification and a player that's not going to be on campus until the summer. He's one of those players that is not an early enrollee, even though he signed today. But 6'1", 175 pounds, had a really good year for DeSoto.
He's still going. They're
year.
still in the playoffs.
He has been phenomenal for them. Very high level of competition there. In I think he's 5A Texas. I don't think it's 6A. I think it's 5A.
He's 6A.
Is it 6A? Okay.
That's what it says on the thing.
6A. I don't know if there'll be Division I or Division II in the playoffs, but nevertheless, very good competition that he's playing against, and he has developed really well over the course of the year. A guy that, it's interesting comparing him with maybe a Caden Dixon-Wyatt. Caden Dixon-Wyatt a little taller, a little bigger, but I will say with Ethan Feaster, his catch radius is so much bigger than he is. He's got long arms. He's got great hands. He's very smooth. There's a little bit of Tyler Vaughn's to his game. There's a little dash of Tyler Vaughn's. You know the guy that spreads the salt, the Salt Bay?
Salt Bay.
Kind of a little Tyler Vaughn's there on Booby Feaster's game. And so, he is, because of his youth, I feel like he's a guy that's still got like a lot of his best football ahead of him. So he'd be kind of maybe a little curveball I'd throw out there, other than, some of the defensive linemen and guys that physically still have to get a lot bigger and stronger, and that's going to make them better players going forward. But I'll go with a little Ethan Feaster. Who was yours, Chris? I'm interested to know who your guy was.
You just have me give away stuff?
Well, yeah.
We have
to have a giveaway.
Winfield.
Signing day. Winfield, yeah. I could see that. That's certainly a decent pick there.
6'4", 310, explosive defensive lineman.
Raw still, though. You see there's like a lot of raw to his game where he's playing a lot on size and talent and just beating people because he's really quick for being that big.
Dancing Bear?
No, I think Tom's got that. He's got that locked down because he's the flag bearer.
Can we give him an animal, though?
I gave him Excalibur, man. The sword and the stone. It became a magical sword later on. I think Merlin had blessed it or something like that. Baby
what is that from?
The sword and the stone?
Yeah, is that
That's
like a
That's Disney. It's originally it's got maybe some biblical background to it. It's a weird thing because there's also the Lady of the Lake that gives Excalibur to King Arthur. It's all just based around King Arthur lore and myth, because he was a powerful leader, so he had to be, his younger days, there was a bunch of background to it, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, on that note, Gerard, biggest offensive sleeper, defensive sleeper.
You're trying to get underrated out of me, but just with different language.
Yeah.
I see that.
It's called content.
Biggest offensive and defensive sleeper. I'm going to say sleeper. Okay, I'm going to go with my guy. Just because you're putting me in a corner with this, trying to get, underrated talk. You want everybody that's lower rated to be thought of as higher. Let's make them all 5-star. I'm going to say Luke Weaver. Say he's a sleeper. Especially now that you got Caden Dixon-Wyatt, who's rated higher, and a lot of people are going to go, oh,
now you're talking about Booby and Caden.
Yeah, I think Luke Weaver would be a nice little sort of like underrated sleeper if you really want to put a gun to my head. Defensively, how about like Braden Jones? Is there a guy in this class that is more overlooked than Braden Jones, who committed last year? And I remember a lot of people saying, yeah, he's not going to stay. I mean, we talk about Jamian Winfield sticking, but Braden Jones, man, like he's been a part of the class for a long time at this point, and a guy that I've never spoken to personally. I know very few people who have. He does not talk to anybody. He only texts you. You do not text him. kind of like a little bit of an enigma in this class, but a guy that's also 6'4", like 270 right now, and looks like he could be another interior lineman for USC, another big boy. So he's a guy that, like, we talk about Tom, we talk about Jamian Winfield, we talk, like, there's, Luke Wafel. What about Braden Jones? Braden Jones might be a guy that comes out of the shadows and ends up being a really good player. He's listed as an edge by some publications, others defensive lineman. Chris, you saw him in person after one of the workouts, and you were like, "Whoa, who is this guy?"
Yeah, I think he was like 230 when he first committed. He is not 230. He is a bigger boy than we initially saw him. He's got some heft there, and yeah.
He's listed at 250, but you came away thinking 265?
I think at least 260. I mean, he said he was still down around 250. That's kind of where he wanted to stay, but I don't know. I look at a guy, I'm like, I think I could guess his weight pretty within reason.
You definitely didn't think he was going to be an edge rusher. You felt like,
no.
I think he's going to have.
I feel like they're going to see him. They're going to be like, okay, let's.
He plays with his hand on the ground. He plays 99% with his hand on the ground. So usually when you're playing with your hand on the ground in high school, that's what you're comfortable with, and you're probably going to be playing as a 5 technique. He could be a guy that, Devin Tompkins down the line, sort of playing that sort of position. But, with Devin Tompkins, we kind of forget that he came to USC as a 6'5", 225-pound basketball player, basically. He played, I think, like 1 year, maybe 2 years of high school football, but he was really no more as a basketball player, transitioned over to being a defensive end. And then he had, like 5 different defensive coordinators over that course of time, and has built into the player that he is now. But, yeah, certainly a guy that is, I think he's still learning the position. Still kind of learning to be a football player, in my opinion.
There's a lot going on in the chat. So let's see if I can
I'm glad I'm not reading it then.
No, yeah. There's some sort of talk about a giveaway. I'm not really sure where that started.
Well, you said you're not giving anything away. And I was like, but it's signing day, and usually there is a giveaway. There was a giveaway last year, I think, if I recall.
And the guy
in fact, I think was it Giovanni that won it? If I recall correctly, maybe?
The guy I messaged never messaged me back for the free hoodie. But Keely says the giveaway winner is whoever correctly guesses how many times girth was said. Like how you guessed jelly beans in a jar at the dentist. Then they were talking about the sword and the stone and where the origins were.
Okay. We have a culture chat.
I think Keely put that in there as well. The Sword and the Stone is based on the 1938 novel by T.H. White.
Ooh, I think it goes before that in Europe.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, there's several. It's debatable though. Like I said, there's with Excalibur at least how it crosses paths with that, whether that sword was named and it was Excalibur or Excalibur was something different, because some say the Excalibur sword was a sword and a stone. Some say the sword and stone didn't have a name, and Excalibur was, again, the fantasy and the lore of it is the Lady in the Lake gave it to Arthur, and etc. And then it started out, it didn't have magic powers, and then it was written that it did have magic powers. I'm not an expert on it at all, but that's what I vaguely remember. And that's why when I was thinking about the Sword and Stone, because Jamian Whitfield he's not budged. There's so many schools that were trying to pull him out of Texas, and for him to stick with Henny because that was his first offer is it's very rare these days that actually it comes to fruition. Kids talk about it and they say, oh yeah, I have loyalty, this, that, and the other, but then they decommit and they end up somewhere else.
We have, and then some people are talking about the Hot for Teacher song by Van Halen.
What does that have? Where did that come up?
I'm trying to find the origins of it.
The origin story of Chris being at a tailgate and hearing Jump, but not knowing it was Van Halen.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think they were talking about Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy.
Yes,
and then
I was going to mention that.
I think it turned into something there. I'm trying to figure out where it started, but I just see the comment that Hot for Teacher intro sounds like overlap time signatures. Never saw Van Halen live to see.
Overlap time signatures.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means either. I could play it on guitar, but I mean,
he brought his guitar. Go get it.
It could have been.
It's a joke. He didn't.
I mean, it could have been something. I know that there was talk with Van Halen that sometimes they would snip stuff together and then listen to it, and then that would give them ideas of like how to do a solo. So the solo, this was David Lee Roth. I think he was talking about this on Howard Stern, where he said that Edward Van Halen, originally would just sit down. Like Eruption is a one take, supposedly. That's the lore of that. Sat down, because the original tape that they have for that, they actually go right into "You Really Got Me." Like they came in and they were playing live because they were getting ready for a gig that night, and so he did Eruption. They played it. Or he played it, and they were kind of getting ready for a gig, and they just taped it and they put it on the record, right? So with the later records, in 1984 was one of the later ones, certainly with David Lee Roth, it was the last one. He said that, what Ed used to do sometimes is piece together a bunch of these different solos that they do. They do 6 different solos, and then they kind of throw pieces of it all together, and then he'd had to go back and play the whole thing straight through. So I don't know if that's what that reference is to, but it's just tapping, basically 2 different spots going down the fretboard. Like, it's not.
They're saying he's talking about the drums. Is
the
start of the Hot for Teacher a drum machine, or did Alex
No,
do it
it's not. It's not. It's cool. It's not. No, it's not though. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the guitar.
We'll save it for the tangent at the end. I got a couple super chats I've been sitting on because we were talking about superlatives.
Don't sit on them girthy super chats, man.
Don't sit on those girthy super chats. Oh my God. All right. Hold on. This one is from Cater Richens. No, Cade Richens. Oh my God. Because the names are squished together.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
You got it.
Excuses for your
Would love to hear Hurricane's opinion on Brandon Lockhart and maybe a former USC corner he would comp him to. 6'2", 170.
6'2". I think he's more like 6'3".
6'3".
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll give you the inch there.
He's probably closer to Carlos Nicholson than he is. I don't know who 6'2" corner would be, but player comp. That's a tough one. Gosh, USC's had some linkier, taller cornerbacks. He's another guy that is improved a lot. When he first committed, he's a Dante Williams commit, basically. We have to go back that far. Brandon has been another one of those guys that has kind of carried the flag, planted the flag very early for USC and been a great recruiter for USC. I know he was really after Malachi Lee, the offensive lineman from Hawaii. You actually lived with him for a little bit, and he was confident they were going to get Malachi away from Michigan. Didn't work out, but I think when USC got Kenai Pepe, they were like, let's not mess this up and try to get another offensive tackle. We got our guy, and that's our left tackle. But with Brandon, I don't know if I have
there was a name thrown out from Jeff was not here. Josh Pinkard?
No. Josh ended up being a safety. Unless you're saying, okay, Brandon grows into being a safety, Josh was a bit of a headhunter, though, coming out of Oxnard. He was a dude that kind of came out of nowhere, had a really good senior season, and USC picked up on him late, but he was physical and aggressive and could get downhill. It was a shame that he had those injuries. He had a complete non-contact ACL. He needs his ACLs, evidently. I don't know about that. But yeah, that he was a different kind of player than Brandon. But Brandon, we saw him. He actually, talking about non-contact injuries, he actually hurt his hamstring at the Under Armour camp. And Shotgun and I are watching him, and Shotgun's taking pictures, and I'm filming him. And we have that film, the ISO film of him, up on the site somewhere. It's probably up on the Inside Troy YouTube film, so you could probably see it. And he's really gotten better. It's one of those things. He's so tall that it stands to reason early on in his career he's kind of a baby wildebeest. Just kind of getting his coordination down.
Wildebeest?
Yeah, you ever see a wildebeest when they're just born and they're kind of bow-legged?
Gerard, I think it's giraffe, but
Well, no, wildebeest too. I mean, you could be a giraffe, but
What the hell is a wildebeest?
you don't know what a wildebeest is? You never seen the Great Migration over the Nile River, and the wildebeest get attacked by the Nile crocodiles?
Can people back me up in here? What the hell is a wildebeest? It's giraffe, correct? It is
doesn't-
giraffe
Oh,
when the
my
baby
God.
giraffe or deer.
Well, it could be a giraffe. It could be a deer. But
I can't
said
visualize. I
wildebeest.
can't
Do you
visualize.
Are you
I
thinking
can't.
that I'm making up a wildebeest?
I'm not.
You do not know what a wildebeest is.
I cannot picture a wildebeest
Okay.
in my head right now. Is
Okay.
what I'm saying.
All right.
I'm gonna Google it right now.
Go picture a wildebeest in your head, and I'll keep talking about
This is such
Brandon
like
Lockhart.
a Gerard pull. This is like such a random animal.
Well, that was the one that came to mind first.
Okay.
But nevertheless, I mean, wildebeest is similar to a zebra, similar to a horse. It's one of those sort of
Bison.
not as big as a bison, but anyways, I digress.
They look
this
like
is
cattle.
Nat Geo. Yeah, well, no, they're not quite that either. But early on in his career, just in terms of coordination, he was tall, he was lanky, and he was trying to figure it all out. But I feel like with the All-22 and the Under Armour camps, that like you really got to see him become just a much better player and become a little more solid in his coordination and being able to use his body. Great kid, fantastically articulate and very smart and very aware. And I think, a great locker room guy for sure, but very unique in terms of his height. I mean, he's a guy that from a, matchup standpoint, you've got a big receiver and certainly down the red zone and the end zone. Those are the kind of guys that you need to have on your team because you can end up, getting picked on a little bit if you're, if you got a 5'10" receiver out there, or excuse me, cornerback out there going against a 6'5" receiver. That just becomes a very difficult matchup. You got to have guys like Nicholson and Lockhart and those taller type of corners on your roster somewhere. Okay.
We're cow deer.
Yeah.
It's a skinny cow.
Well, skinny cow, I don't know. There's
Veal-ish?
no milk coming from a wildebeest.
A
They're not farm animals. They're not like...
A wildebeest, also known as a gnu, is a large African antelope belonging to the genus...
Yeah, I didn't know the genus.
I didn't... Okay.
But it would be in the same genus as a zebra, right?
We got a bunch of Nat Geo fans in the chat. A lot of people are backing you up. Is what the point.
Because they know
they
reality.
There are a couple names thrown
You thought
out.
I just made up a beast right now. I guess, it stands to reason. We're talking about Sword in the Stone and Merlin and King Arthur and the Lady of the Lake, and then we transition into mythical unicorn beasts.
A couple names were thrown out
biologers.
For this comp. Marcel Almond.
Again, Marcel Almond was a really good two-way player at St. Paul. And like 6'1". No. You got to go late. Brandon Lockhart is tall.
Chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
The other one was I just had it. Carrie Harris.
Again. Not tall enough.
We're not there, people. We're not there.
Not tall enough. Brandon
not
is tall.
Good enough.
Brandon is legit like getting to 6'3". Like he is a tall cornerback.
Chris, what are you dressed as? I'm Salsa Santa or Cilantro Santa, however you want to say it. If you prefer the alliteration or not. Cilantro
Sucka
Claus.
Santa. Sucka Santa.
The chat is disappointing you, Chrissy. Yeah, I guess. I'm
about what?
Not knowing the
wildebeest?
The wildebeest. Multiple people said Kalen Bullock.
More so. But
Darnell Bing.
no. Not at all.
You failed again, chat.
Kalen Bullock, because but Bullock ended up being a safety. So I get the vibe from chat. He's one of those guys that goes on the safety list. He's one of those guys that I just haven't seen enough of Brandon like physically being a downhill tackler. Like I've always seen him out on the edge being a cornerback. So, but you got to see them play against, was it Oaks Christian? But I don't know how much you
Oaks
got
Christian,
to see
yeah.
of Brandon himself.
He played a lot. Was really impressed with him on special teams. He made some big hits.
Well, there you go.
He was getting down there, putting his nose in there. Had a
you
big
go.
hit on Deshaun Rideau on a return.
There you go. So, chat's on to something maybe there. You got Josh Holland. You got Jaden Crowder. You got
Peyton Dyer?
Yeah, Peyton Dyer for sure. And maybe even Brandon Lockhart in there too. 4.
Someone said the Ting brothers, but I think they're just trolling me.
Maybe like if they stood on top of each other.
Ephesians Prysock?
Yeah, that's actually a good pull right there. Yeah, former Alemany player. He was he committed to USC or was almost committing to USC?
I thought he was committed to USC. This
I think
is
he
from
did commit to USC for
Q the Chef
months.
Austin with that poll. So
yeah, that's a good one.
we got 3-hour crew. 3-hour crew. Where's my little thing right here?
It's Prysock at Washington, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Currently at Washington.
Man, I watched him get absolutely cooked against CJ Williams at the Battle at the Beach tournament. Man, they went at him like 6 times in a row, and CJ Williams just kept running streaks. And he was calling for the ball
all
the whole time.
day.
He must have had 3 touchdowns on him. It was tough. It was tough.
3-hour crew. We're halfway there. We're halfway to the record.
We're halfway there. Oh,
Someone said Josh Shaw.
living on prayer. Josh Shaw, no. Santa Shaw? No.
Did we reach 700 on YouTube? Because then I will shotgun one of my water beers, but it doesn't seem like we made it. So,
Yeah.
although I keep getting like conflicting reports. People say like 500, then it's like 640,
How many likes are we looking for?
700,
We're at 660.
660.
Yeah.
All right, so no shotgun this one. No shotty. 661. Okay, so we're almost there. And then our next little, I'm going to throw some of these 3-hour crews
Superlative.
up. Another super chats
Super
from
chat.
They Say Jay. That's a great little name. How many current players need to leave to make room?
I don't even know. I have no idea. We
Yeah.
don't have a scholarship distribution chart in front of us anymore. To make room, I don't even know. And I don't think it even matters. I mean, if they're going to find room, right? It's one of those things. It's a matter of who rather than, how many sort of thing. And so, yeah. 6-7.
Yeah, someone said you made a 6-7 reference and put it there to. No. All right. Shotgun 2 at once? No. I can't do that. Then I would lose
What
out on
about
that.
What do you say? What is this slander about shotgun?
No, I'm going to
I'm
going to do my next beer. But I said if they get to 700, they get to the mark that I want, then we will we're slowly dipping down on views. 471 right now. We'll always have 813. It's probably around the time that 800 was probably around the time we were using girth a lot, and then it's just kind of creeped down. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But
I
okay.
think that is pretty representative of the filthy casuals. That sounds right about the percentage that we get, the filthy casuals. The hardcore people are settling in. They're down for the night. They got their crown. They're sitting by the fire. Santa and the winds are blowing in the Inland Empire, Chris. Watch it. Watch it. Could be fire season.
Could be fire season.
Yep. You guys don't know about that in Long Beach, out there on the coast.
Is it time to talk transfer portal?
Hey, we could.
Because that kind of sets us up, because we're
Fire season?
we were asked about finding room, transfer portal. Maybe we can mention the guys that are already in there right now.
Yeah.
You have 4 that are set to enter. Well, they can technically enter on January 2nd. Some guys have already put out there that they're going to leave. You have Gus Cordova, the freshman, who out of Texas. You have Brian Jackson. I know that hurt Gerard. You have
Top 30 important Trojans. He was in there for me.
DJ Jordan, the former 4-star signee from 2024. And then you have Braylon Conley, the 3-star cornerback out of Texas from the 2024 class as well. So all younger players, Gerard.
Not really any like super surprises either. Even though I would have loved to see Brian Jackson stick around. He's kind of got a unique body, a unique running style to that room. Not a shocker that, he's decided to transfer. Certainly with how he was used, even though it seemed like he was coming away from an injury at one point.
Turf toe?
Yeah. So you kind of thought, well, if he's coming away from an injury, then you can't necessarily think that the coaching staff is going to put him in there. You've got King Miller, who's playing well, but I don't know. I got the feeling like he felt like he should be utilized more often. And so that's not necessarily a shock. Are any of these players, going to be like guys that USC is really going to miss? I think Jackson potentially could be, just because, again, 3rd and 2, 4th and goal. I don't know. You don't got a guy that's 230 pounds in that room, and that kind of makes me wonder a little bit. 205 pounds ain't necessarily 230 pounds when it comes to that lean, Chris, that lean moving forward. But yeah, what do they need? We already talked about a little bit. I think the easiest potential difference makers are going to be at the wide receiver and at the safety positions.
I saw a lot of linebackers.
I mean, then you're playing with fire, pushing out the guys you have. And I know there's a lot of cynical SG fans that are going to go, yeah, well, that's the point. Like, we need, like, Desmond Stevens played bad this year. Jaden Walker didn't play much better. I think Tamir Robinson still has some eligibility left, right? He's going to be a junior next year.
Yeah.
He obviously wasn't playing well enough to make a dent. I could see a little revolving door with some of these guys that came in this past year, because you got to remember there are some guys that came in, and they came in before Chad Bowden. Not Tamir Robinson, though. I believe Tamir Robinson was a spring window addition for USC. Mm-hmm. So that came from the evaluation with their front office intact. But I don't know, man. He doesn't seem like he's going to be doing much at USC. I mean, he couldn't really break into the lineup very much. He did get some reps. He did get in there and was out almost as fast as he came in, it seemed.
Yeah, I think he was injured through like the first part of fall camp, so he was even off to a slower start than you would have wanted him to be. Got some time, random rotation, then kind of pulled back on that, and then would randomly go in there as well. Shotgun has the numbers of how much he actually played, so maybe he'll throw that in for us. But yeah, I agree with you in that linebacker is a tricky one, but you do need better play out of that position. That was one of your huge issues defensively.
But I feel like, and this is kind of goes over with edge rusher too, I feel like the talent is there. I feel that room is not, it's not like last year with the interior defensive line where you got Gavin Myers and you got Kobe Pepe, and it's like, dude, there's just nobody there that can get a pass rush. There's just not enough talent there. I think edge rusher and linebacker position, you've got some talent. I mean, Elijah Newby is a guy that we didn't really see a lot. That's a very talented player. You got to develop those guys. Like, at some point, we could sit here and talk all day long about 5 stars and 4 stars, but you're not going to get all 5 stars and all 4 stars. You're going to have to be able to develop some of your talent, develop depth, and it's certainly with the guys that you have that are talented players. And I think Desmond Stevens is a talented player. I think Jaden Walker is a talented player. You gotta, at some point, put your foot in the ground and say, okay, this is what we have. This is what we have to develop. They're, size-wise, speed-wise, it's there. We need to figure out how to turn that light bulb on. And I think what Desmond Stevens is one of those questions is that a natural position for him? Is there something to be said for, how he processes, how he sees the game? Because there are some games where he played aggressively and they didn't have him thinking as much. And the Michigan game was one of them where he was just attacking the line of scrimmage. They're like, hey, man, you got to attack the A-gap on this play. Don't read, attack the A-gap. And then you start to see what he looks like when he's playing fast. You're like, oh, dang, that dude. Yeah, I like that dude. That guy looks like a playmaker. Maybe will, which is a position where you're not reading as much. You're basically just attacking the backside of the play a lot more. You have less responsibilities than the Mike. Maybe that would be a better position for him. And you actually bite the bullet and you say, Talanoa Ely, you're our only hope. Save us. And, let him be the Mike linebacker. But listen, Talanoa Ely is going to have to learn Mike linebacker more than just the calls and the defense. He doesn't play Mike linebacker all the time. He's not like a middle linebacker only guy. They use him all over the place at Kahuko, and they used him all over the place at Orange Lutheran. He was playing on edge as much as he was playing as a Mike linebacker. So he's another guy that has to kind of transition a little bit to being a Mike linebacker and what that really means in terms of taking on lead blocks and reading your keys fast and being able to diagnose plays. We always make the comparison of the super uber athletic linebackers and a guy like Cameron Smith, who, bless his heart, Cameron Smith, a great Trojan, was not a fast football player. He was not a guy that was going to ever run a sub 4.7 hand 38-yard dash. Like, he just wasn't going to do it. He was always going to be in that 4.8, 4.9 range. But the thing that Cameron Smith had is he was incredibly smart, and he knew football, and he knew how to be a step ahead of the play because he saw it. He saw it coming. He saw the formation. He saw tells, and he could jump plays. And you go, man, how does he play fast? How does he make these plays? It's because he's already basically running to where the ball is going to be, as the play is developing, as opposed to what we saw a lot with Desmond Stevens this year, standing and waiting. It was a lot of flat-footedness with Desmond Stevens. A lot of, I think I know where my key is. I'm going to get to this position and then wait for the guy that's supposed to block me. That's how he played a lot of the year, instead of just attacking and getting away from just like ignoring where the block is supposed to be, or F the blocker, man. That guy, I don't care if that guy's not in the hole. Well, I'm going to go make the tackle on the ball carrier. I'm not going to wait for him to block me. Or being one of those things where he tries to just make a play around the blocker and then gets completely out of his run fit. And it's like, oh, dude, you made the wrong angle, the wrong move, and now you're outside your run fit, and then there's a big old hole that's left there. So I don't know. That's the bigger question to me is, what do you do in that situation? And they'll, I think, have a little better idea once you get Talanoa Ely in the spring camp. And that's the big deal about getting all these guys on campus early is, you get a look at them physically, any sort of weird injuries. And I don't like hearing that about Tamir Robinson because, the last thing you want to do, this is another problem with the portal. And USC has had a lot of issues with this. And
here's this injury rant.
Yeah. What's going on with the vetting of injuries with these transfers, man? Like, they've had too many guys coming from big Power 4 schools, and they come in and they've got to have surgery. And it's like, dude, you're paying for guys to have surgery instead of getting guys that are healthy that are coming in and can contribute right away.
Who's our number one model of this?
Probably Ishmael
Sopsher.
Sopsher, yeah, that was just bad. And that was a guy that was like former 5. I don't want to hear about any former 5-star defensive lineman that USC is getting. Please miss me with that. Evaluate the players from what they did in college. Evaluate the last place they were, and whatever they did there, that's what you have to look at and say that's their value to your program. Not, well, he didn't play, but 15 snaps in 2 years at Alabama, but he was a former 5-star. Yeah, that's how you get duped. These guys are, they're spent. They've got injuries. There's a reason why they're not making an impact at these other places. And so, you look at even. And there was a great post, I think we talked about it last week, where they talked about all the defensive linemen that were transferring, David Blay, all those different defensive linemen that USC had offered and kind of recruited during the process out of the transfer portal, and what their stats were this year, what type of impact they made this year. Barry Alexander, I think, was at the top with like 38 tackles. Okay, I mean, yeah, not like there wasn't a lot of home run hitters there. There wasn't a lot of guys that were making these huge impacts to their teams to such an extent where, again, coming into this portal and you're saying, hey, let's go get a guy that's a big-time nose tackle. Well, tell me who's actually moving the needle here. Like, who are you bringing in that you're going to take reps away from Jamian Whitfield, from Tom, from Brandon Jones, from any of these players, Luke Waffle. How about just the guys that you brought in last year? You're going to take reps away from Floyd Picard. You're going to take reps away from Jakeem Stewart, Carlon Jones. So I don't listen. If Derek Harmon shows up, and I pounded the table, I stood on the table, Chris. Did I not?
He
For
did.
Derek Harmon, did I say that is the guy USC needs? That is the guy they should be recruiting. That is a difference maker at the nose tackle position. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if it just USC wasn't willing to fork over the money or what happened, but they got outbid at the end of the day, went to Oregon, and ended up being a first-round pick. Now, if those guys pop up, then you say, okay, yeah, we need to step up and see if we can get involved, see if we have the money to be able to bid, because, again, those are very expensive players. But, those guys, sometimes they just don't enter the portal. And sometimes you're chasing nostalgia. You're chasing former 5-stars that haven't done anything in 2 years, and you're looking at their stats, and it's like, well, there's still that potential there. Maybe John Jarrett ends up being a guy that can play up to his 5-star potential. I'm telling you, when he came into the program, I looked at him versus, Keyshawn Silver, and I felt like, okay, John Jarrett has a little more juice to his game. But again, I don't know if he was in the doghouse, if it was injuries. We just didn't see a lot of him last year. And he's a guy that, I think in that type of defense, he should be getting a lot more reps. He should be in there on 1st and 10, 2nd and 10, Now, I understand, 3rd and 10, probably not. But Tom can do 3rd and 10. Tom, that's the one thing for modern day, man. That guy never left the field. And I don't think a lot of the rankings analysts gave him enough credit for that. When it's 3rd and 20 and you got 6'2", 330 out there, that's saying something. Modern day definitely put a lot of confidence in him, not only as a run stopper but as a pass rusher.
Got a couple super chats. One from Sunbun1, $6.67.
Thank you very much, Sunbun1.
6-7. Will you do it, Gerard?
Sunbun.
Will you do the 6-7?
Sunbun.
Oh, let's go.
Sunbun1. Sunbun1.
Rob Ryan, not the guy for the linebackers.
Is that suggesting that you have to fire him, that you're trying to push him out? I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. That was the most bizarro aspect of this whole season, which is not over yet.
That they were that bad?
No. That Rob Ryan was looked at as, first and foremost, a developer of talent. He was going to be a really good coach, but was going to suck on the recruiting trail because he's an NFL guy and he's older. And it turned out like he was absolute beans on the recruiting trail. The guy was killing it on the recruiting trail. Even the 2027 linebackers that you talk to are like, yeah, Rob Ryan's badass. We love Rob Ryan. He's great. He stands out, man. He stands out. His personality, fantastic recruiter. We thought he was going to be more like a Clancy Pendergast. But then, yeah, the linebackers, I don't know. I can't really explain what happened with them in some of those games. They really did not play well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens moving forward with that position. But
I'm not a guy that's a one and done with coaches. And I know that people hate that, and people hated it with Alex Grinch when I said I totally understand why Lincoln Riley didn't get away from that. My whole thing was, why did Lincoln Riley bring him from Oklahoma? I just didn't think he was that successful. Start a new slate, man. There was always the rumors that they were trying to make him a co-coordinator with Brett Venables. And there was some legs to that from people that I was hearing from in the coaching ranks that were saying, yeah, they're talking to Brett, and Brett's making calls out here. That kind of makes sense a little bit. But then at the end of the day, it ended up just being Alex Grinch, and I don't think he had enough success to try to bring him over from Oklahoma. But once you bring him over from Oklahoma, I totally understand why Lincoln Riley gives him another year. I think it's going to be difficult for you as a head coach if you bring a bunch of guys in for a year and then you fire them. Unless they do something or say something that's completely out of pocket, you got to give them at least that 2-year contract, because that's usually what they have. Assistant coach is usually on a 2-year contract.
Yeah, people were like, he needs to be down on the field, not in the booth. That's where he'll be more effective.
Perhaps, perchance.
But they do make calls to the box, so the linebackers call up there and talk to him in real time. But I see the point. But as some people are pointing out, he's got bad knees. He's got bad knees, Gerard.
I have a bad knee.
Yeah, but you're doing okay.
I am.
We have another super chat from Kevin Morris 126. Does Sean Nua return? I think we talked about this on our last episode. I believe he returns.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely an argument that, he's been there for a while and that the edge rushers are not playing to their level of talent, for sure. I think that room is one of the more talented rooms, has been one of the more talented rooms that USC has had. So,
And the results have been middling.
I think underwhelming. Now, maybe I just completely overrate Braylon Shelby and Crawford more than Lucas, because Lucas, I feel like, should have always been playing a 3 technique. I think he did himself a disservice trying to be a beach body, not embrace his inner Bubba. But, hey, you know what? It happens. There'll be other guys like that just are convincing themselves that, hey, if I just lose 20 pounds and I'm 250, I'm going to be Lawrence Taylor.
Triple Double just posted a story after talking with Mark Bowman at that event.
Oh yeah, is he going to LSU?
Explains why he signed with USC despite late push from LSU.
There you go.
Yeah.
No Oregon talk, huh?
You can go read that on the Peristyle. Probably gonna read that in a little bit. Well, not anytime soon. But
it's like, no, you're not.
No, I'm not.
Well, you probably can. I mean, if I get on a tangent, you probably could read it 2-3 times over.
Can I put it on the thing? Yeah, I can put it on the. We're at 694 likes, guys.
Is that a VIP piece?
That is a VIP piece.
Guys, if you were that first wave of filthy casuals that almost put us over 1,000, but you're coming to check back in to see if it's true, we're still recording. We're still live.
439. One of my favorite comments from last year was like, these guys are still going.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's like I went out to dinner and like they're still going. My theory is Nua's still on staff because no one wants to tell him he's fired because he's so big and intimidating. He's been around a long time, so from the beginning.
He does have some like schematic experience with that tree, that coaching tree that D'Anton Lynn is from. I mean, he coached at Michigan when Mike McDonald was there. And Mike McDonald being former Ravens coach as well. That's sort of, similar defense. And I think, he certainly has some of that going for him. And, recruiting-wise with Polynesian kids, he's been involved with some of those guys. Interestingly enough, I did talk to Marcus Fakatu, the 2027 Orange Lutheran defensive end, ranked, I think, like the number 3 player in California, just reclassified from the 2028 class, 6'6", 275 pounds. Like, he really, quite frankly, if we're being honest, like from an evaluation standpoint, probably had a better season than Tom and Samote Katawanga this year. He was really good. He was very, very good. He mentioned, really, Eric Henney. And Coach Dog, he said those were his guys. Really, that's where USC has picked it up the most from him. But he has like longer standing ties with Sean Nua. But he mentioned that those are the 2 guys that have really picked up his recruitment, and that's why USC is going to be in his top 10.
It's a good story from Connor. You should go read it.
That was a good story for me on Marcus Fakatu a couple weeks ago, or like last week. Could read that too.
Gerard,
you got to be a VIP member. You've got to subscribe. That's what you got to do, kids. You got to subscribe. Don't just like, but also subscribe.
All right, Gerard. Yes. Continuing on our portal journey and talking about what USC needs. We've mentioned wide receiver, safety.
Yep.
I kind of think they need to bring in another nose tackle. I'm not.
Oh, you're on the Andrew bandwagon.
Yeah, I'm on that bandwagon. I'm not really. I just think they need another veteran presence there in the middle. So
you're going to take reps away from Tom, Jamian, Carlone Jones. What about if you lose Carlone Jones because you're trying to bring in another guy? I mean, Carl Jones looked like he could be a dude. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I want to see Coach Henne get these guys developed, bring them through the program.
I just think you need another like 330 guy.
But how good is he? Like, what are you just getting a body at this point, or are you looking for a guy that's a difference maker? I feel like, judging from Chad Bowden's talk about them really reinvesting and going after the high school kids and not going for a mercenary roster like USC has had in the past, I think there's a certain standard. There's a criteria that you have to have, and it's not just going and getting Gavin Meyer.
But I'm not saying get Gavin Meyer. I guess I'm saying get someone better than that if someone like that is available. But I'm saying, like, do you think USC will hold up at Indiana or against Ohio State at home when you have to play freshmen like a Jamie Winfield or a young Carlon Jones or a young Tom Thompson?
Carlon Jones isn't that young. He's going to be, a redshirt sophomore next year, right?
Well, I just think, he hasn't played a ton of snaps. But
No, but, I mean, he's not young. And Ja Jarrett isn't young. And Floyd Boucard will be a sophomore, and Jakeem Stewart will be a sophomore. Some of these guys are thinking they're going to be 3 and out. So you're only going to get one more year with them. So sophomore year, you're going, okay, you guys really need to kind of step it up. And I think your expectations go up quite a bit for that group. And that should be a better group than this last year's group was, which was, I don't know, it's kind of arguable whether they were they had more talent, but did they actually play better than the year before? The defense certainly didn't, as a whole.
I see some people already saying move John Fafita.
People just want to take big guys,
Yeah.
and throw them on the defensive line and say, move this guy if you can.
Speaking of which, I think Ratumana is going to be a good offensive lineman. That's just my
that's another guy
that's
that
my
I was
hot take.
Gonna mention. But you had another hot take of somebody that ended up transferring out like a week after you said that. Who was the other kid that was from the Bay Area that you said?
Who? Jamar Sakona?
No.
Bay Area.
Yeah, the kid that came in at like 260 and then he ended up being like 310. What was his name? Kid was.
What position?
I mean, he was here for such a short bit of time. Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle.
See, you've even forgot about him.
Does anyone know who he's talking about?
He was from the Bay Area. He's a Polynesian kid.
Kololo Taga.
Yes.
What is my boy?
Yeah, he was
doing?
You were pretty high on him, and he literally, like, the next week was like, I'm going in the portal.
Let's see. What did he end up doing? Lolo. 16 snaps.
For who? Utah?
Utah?
Yeah.
Hey, man, Utah produces offensive linemen. So.
They do.
So.
Well, they got USC got Aaron Dunn away from him, so you're going to expect some big things from Aaron Dunn if Utah thought that he was going to be a big-time player. So, again, at some point you got to see the development angle of things, Number one classes are awesome. You're going to get some guys that are just talented that don't need a ton of development that are going to get you part of the way there. But if you want an actual championship and you want championships, got to develop the other guys. The whole brick and mortar. You got a lot of bricks in this class, but you got to find where the mortar is.
I understand that. I'm just saying it seems like they don't have the guys in terms of nose tackles to have that veteran experience to win games like against Ohio State and Indiana. And I think they're playing Penn State next year, whatever, with Penn State, but on the road, and Oregon coming to the Coliseum. It's a brutal schedule next season. I don't know if they have. I just think you're going to be relying on like some true freshmen. I think that's going to be a recipe for disaster. And again, maybe if the linebackers play better, it helps offset that because, tackling was a problem this year and just overall linebacker play. So that would help a lot, but I just feel like they were pushed around last season.
I mean, if it's a bad season next year, I mean, you start to go down this weird parallel with Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher and their 2022 class, and how that kind of fell apart. That was like a historic class, and they just didn't do anything with it.
Well, we got a 5-minute gang in here. Let's go.
5-minute gang.
Apparently, we got 700 likes. I need some verification.
You need verification.
Shotgun, Ryan, can we verify that? Or what? Try you see it over there.
Yeah, I can refresh. 712.
Whoa! I guess that means I'm shotgunning the next one. I guess that means I'm shotgunning the next one. I'm just saying, if there is a Derek Harmon-esque guy, go get him, is what I'm saying.
Oh, for sure. But that's expensive, and yeah, that's an if he's in the portal. Which, to the point of Chad Bowden, you know what you're getting each cycle with high school players. Okay, maybe there's a reclassification that can kind of shift things, but you're already looking like the 2029 class. And you see those kids, 2030. Like, you see what is going to be available, and you can already start to make some projections as to how deep a particular position is. You can't do that with a portal. The portal is a complete, hey, we're hearing things. We've got somebody's agent that's calling around and asking around, or maybe his former high school coach. Well, don't call us directly because we don't want to be accused of tampering. But that's basically what's going on right now. There's a lot of feelers out there. So you really don't know what that position is going to look like if there's going to be a Derek Harmon level player that is going to jump in the portal. And that makes it hard. I mean, it makes it hard for us to project right now. I mean, what are you going to go look at? Statistics on tackle for losses, or what have you? Like, you're trying to figure out, like, who are those guys that are going to be those type of players, and are they actually going to leave their program? Because again, that's a position that you're going to value, and there's going to be retention, and then if they get beyond the retention and they actually end up in the portal, then the price is going to go way up, and there's only going to be like 2 dudes like that, maybe 3. I mean, that would be a really good year if you had 3 guys that you thought were actually difference makers at the one shade, or just were interior guys in general, 300-plus pound guys. Man, I don't know. That's tough.
So, Team Used asks, does USC go get a power back out of the portal?
Yeah, like, you could. I mean, right now their power back is Jaden Mayava. I mean, he's the biggest guy that has some lean that, if you got to break a tackle and lean forward for another yard, I mean, he's kind of your dude. Riley Wormley isn't, although he had a nice little couple snaps there in the game against UCLA. It was nice to see him just on the field after, his ACL that he had injured out of high school. I think he's going to be an interesting little back. There's some comparisons there maybe with Travis Dye and Riley Wormley. You've got Harry Dalton, who's, 200, a little over 200 pounds, but not necessarily like a power back. He's a former quarterback in high school. You've got...
but he's physical. Like, go watch his tape. He'll run you over.
Yeah.
But not the big back. He's not going to be running over college guys like that. But he is a physical dude.
You got Waymo, who's not really a necessary power back. Waymo is good because Waymo can get away from negative plays. He's very good behind the line of scrimmage. He's going to negate those negative plays. And we talked about that even with the quarterback position, how crucial that is for an offense to be able to just get away from a -5 play, -7 play. The more you can do that and you can keep positive in the chains, the better your offense is going to be. King Miller, he has a little bit of lean. I mean, I could see King Miller being at like 220 by the time, he's a junior at USC, going into like maybe senior year type of thing. But is he a power back? Not really. He runs a little high to be a power back. I like, what about our boy Carson Tabaracci? Like, could Carson Tabaracci end up being somewhat of a power back for them? I mean,
we're waiting for the H-back.
225. I know. I mean, he was such a good H-back in the Holiday Bowl last year, and then he kind of disappeared because he got hurt again, I think.
I don't think he got hurt. No. I mean, he was hurt a little bit in camp, but I don't recall him being like out. So I think he was okay. I just think
they threw him in there against, was it Michigan? at the end of the game. And they threw him in there at the worst time. He had to try to pick up some blitz, and he had to run like across the formation to pick it up. It was just not good. That wasn't his fault, though.
I think he walked at senior day, so he might be on his way out, but I forgot.
Yeah, but that's scholastic. That's
Yeah.
that's not
Sure.
in terms of eligibility.
Sure. Hey, there's a role there. As Gerard
back.
pointed out, there's scholastically he walked, so he could have another year. Lake McCree walked last year, and he still came back. Trojan
Tompkins walked this year.
Trojan fight. Who is our DN to replace Lucas? You could say USC gambled on potential at key defensive positions up front and lost. Luke Wayful.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be Crawford, really. I think, and then if you get Braylon Shelby back, then those are your two guys. But if you do lose Shelby, maybe, yeah, you could go Crawford and Luke Wayful for sure.
I heard this. More people want Devin Tompkins to move outside.
Yeah, but a little different. Like in the base defense where they've got 2 down, 2 up, I wouldn't want to see Devin Tompkins up. I wouldn't want to see him in a position where he had to potentially do more outside the hashes, even drop back into coverage. I don't want to see Devin Tompkins do that. I want Devin Tompkins to be a 5 technique that is rushing the passer or anchoring against the run in that edge. As opposed to when they have the 2 up, like a Shelby or Crawford, you see those guys drop in the coverage sometimes. You see them do some other things. They're looked at in that formation more as outside linebackers than defensive ends. So, yeah, I think I agree. Devin Tompkins needs to be at the outside, but I think that's when they go 3 down with Crawford up. I think that would be a solid base formation for them, maybe more than having Shelby in there and Crawford in there. Yeah, they just got to get bigger. They just get pushed off the line too much when it's Abasiri and it's just Tompkins, or even when it was Silver and Abasiri or Silver and Tompkins, it was a little hit and miss sometimes.
All right, so the big position I think we both agree on, or I don't know, maybe we agree on, but you have written down here, is wide receiver.
Yeah.
You are certainly losing Mekhi Lemon. You are probably losing Jacoby Lane. So what is your receiver room next year?
Jaden Richardson also.
Jaden Richardson, contributor, more than I thought he would be.
Yeah.
No shade at him. Props to JR. Tanu Kynes, nice little season.
Right.
Nice little freshman season. Got some opportunity, made some big catches. Got better as the year went on. Probably going to have a big role in the bowl game. So we'll see that transition for him. Prince Strawn, I don't really know what happened. Took that pass, hurt his ankle, didn't play. Maybe we'll see him in the bowl game. Zacharias Williams, same thing. Got injured, missed half this year, rehabbing, just came back, got a couple snaps in the UCLA game. Probably more in the bowl game. And then beyond that, Corey Sims did not take a red shirt, played on special teams. I think I'm blanking on someone else. Nope, that's it.
Romero Eisen?
Romero Eisen, scout team guy, kind of now, I don't want to say DJ Jordan, but he's kind of that similar receiver. He'd be a guy I look at like, okay, got a lot of receivers coming in. Maybe someone leaves in that room. He's someone I would circle and be like, watch out for Romero Eisen.
Yeah, I would think that they're going to lose more receivers for sure.
But the question
is the portal.
Do you go out and get an alpha, a number one, a guy who can be your go-to weapon, your 1,000-yard guy, or do you kind of Kane Dixon Wyatt, Booby Feaster when he gets here in the summer? I feel like you got to go get a wide receiver one, especially you got potentially Jaden coming back. You can build around that.
Yeah, that's going to help you recruit that potential transfer.
Yeah, so I'm on the side of go out and find a wide receiver run. You don't got a wide receiver one on the roster right now, and you have some future ones, potential future ones, but that's a lot for a freshman to handle, especially with the schedule they're going to play next season. So I would go out and get a guy who has experience and potential. And I think the clear one right now is Nick Marsh. There's not a lot of receivers, but he is the clear one. And I know you're a Nick Marsh guy. You're a big fan of him.
Yeah, I saw him just, kind of looking at Michigan State and what Michigan State looked like as a football team before they played USC. And he jumped out immediately. I was like, who is this dude? Like, he's an actual dude. Now, he was hurt in the game leading up to the USC game, but he still played in the USC game, which I think most people thought he was going to play. He was doubtful. He played. He wasn't really that effective. He didn't really do that much. So it was kind of hard to kind of see him play against that higher competition level. I didn't really see much of him after that game, Chris. I didn't really watch much of him. He looks like he's still a bit raw, a little more of just like a kind of freak athlete than a polished wide receiver. But certainly when you're looking for like powerful, strong type of wide receiver, he sort of looks like a guy that would be able to step in right away and be a threat. That would be... he would command that the defense sort of adjust to him and his game a little bit, where a lot of the players that you mentioned that are already on the roster really don't. Right? Chinoo Kynes, you could say, well, with his speed, he's going to be somebody that you might want to keep a safety over the top. You have to be very careful about the corner that you're putting him on because he could just go. He can just go. He's track speed, legitimate 10-4 level type of sprinter. But Prince Strawn, Zacharias Williams, and minus the younger guys they're bringing in, there's nobody there that I think a defense is really fearing too much. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, you can expand getting the ball to the tight ends and incorporate Mark Bowman there. Continue to get the ball to the running backs. I think they did an excellent job of that this year, spreading the ball around. But, those two receivers that you lose that threat of, what they can do as well as what they actually did from a production standpoint. And the game against Oregon, that was the offense. It was Mekhi Lemon and it was Jacoby Lane, and they got into a little bit of like just throw the ball downfield and hope that we either get a pass interference or we get a big play from one of those guys. They could will themselves into making a big play for you. You don't really have anybody, at least at face value, that has that. So not only do you lack that ability to have threat, and I have to think also, though, you keep on the side of if you're a defensive coordinator, it's Lincoln Riley. And so while you maybe personnel-wise you don't have the threat of the pass offense, that if traditionally they're going to be really good at passing the football. So we don't want to get too dramatic and carried away with, okay, they're losing Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane. Oh, no, what do we do? But just in terms of, having that talent, having the ability to make plays on your own, kind of like create something out of nothing, you do lose that a bit. And that is going to change things a bit with how defenses line up against USC, trying to stop the run more, trying to make sure that USC doesn't allow, Waymo or King Miller to really get going off those GT counters. You're just going to be able to lean a little bit differently on USC's strengths. Maybe they start to guard those tight ends more, and they take away that sort of shorter horizontal passing game because they don't feel like those vertical threats exist on both sides of the field. So I would say, yeah, there's a guy like Nick Marsh who's, only in the portal now earlier because they fired their coach at Michigan State, Jonathan Smith. Who else is going to go there? There's guys likewise, Jackson Harris, who's one of the receptions leaders, nationally. Rutgers, KJ Duff, who's a very intriguing looking player that you wonder, okay, is that a guy that sees a greener pastures, over the other side of the hill sort of thing, if you will. Catch my drift with greener pastures.
No, we got it.
Auburn's Cam Coleman is another player, with Auburn trying to figure things out down there. Maybe he doesn't like the offense and decides, he's going to jump in the portal. There's guys there that you're kind of like preemptively looking at saying, okay, who are the actual difference makers? And again, I have to take Chad Bowden's word in saying that they're not going to go heavy into the portal and they really want to start to build this program on high school players. And if you're doing that, it doesn't mean you're not going to the portal at all, because I think you have to. I think it'd be silly not to completely ignore it. But look at what they did at Notre Dame. They were very, very selective with the guys that they went after. And so I think you have to be selective with the guys you go after at USC. And the bar is pretty high at USC when you're talking about receivers that you feel like can make a difference in the offense.
No, I did not shotgun the beer yet. See a lot of people talking about Ryan Williams.
Yes, out of Alabama. But, I mean, Alabama hasn't had a bad year. I know that there's a lot of talk. Maybe Kalen DeBoer wasn't a good fit at Alabama, so on and so forth. But Ryan Williams himself has had a little bit of a sophomore slump. And, you know, that happens because teams have film on you. You know, and they see you and they go, okay, we start to see tendencies. We always talk about that with quarterbacks at USC. That second year is really the year where you go, okay, can they play beyond these tendencies that they have that everybody's kind of figured out to a certain extent? So I think Ryan Williams has suffered from that a little bit this year. The Alabama offense has been out of sorts also. It's like kind of trying to figure itself out a little bit from an identity standpoint. I just don't know that he would leave Alabama and go into the portal. I kind of feel like that's just a bit of a long shot. But we'll see. We'll see.
Someone asked Cam Coleman, Nick Marsh, Ryan Williams, who you take?
Probably Nick Marsh. I feel like
he's 10 toes down for Nick Marsh.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I feel like if the hardest part of what you lose from the Jacoby Lemon sort of, you know, their production overall is really lanes, length and height in the end zone. Yes, Lemon is the better player, and he did more, but I do feel like with Tanuk Hines, with, you know, some of the freshmen that are be coming in, you might be able to get some of that again in the aggregate a little bit more. Whereas I don't know if I see that guy on the roster, or even I see a couple guys that can sort of make up what Lane gave you from that standpoint in the offense. And I think that's important for Jaden Mayava because of, you know, his tendencies to kind of throw the ball up and trust his receivers, especially in the red zone. And I think Nick Marsh steps up and could fill that role. I mean, yeah, KJ Duff is another guy I wouldn't sleep on from that standpoint. He's another specimen of a player, you know, when it comes to being a big receiver. He's another guy that's impressive that way.
Yeah, I like KJ Duff a lot, and Rutgers obviously is bad. So someone, I got a chat. Wait, not a super chat, but just wanted to put it up on the screen. Not to be rude, but what are we talking about? Are we just trying to fill time to beat the record? We're talking about the transfer portal.
We're talking about the transfer portal. What do you mean?
Talking about the TP, man. Say it the way you say it, Gerard.
What?
Porthole.
Porthole?
Come on, man.
Well, you said TP. I'm like, TP for my butthole?
Many people pointed out that I really want to take the beard off. Yes, I do really want to take the beard off. Yes. If you recall from the 2023 stream, that is what was killing me.
That's what broke him.
That is what broke me mentally throughout the whole thing, and it's kind of creeping back on me. So
Chris forgot about it. He gave it a year off, and then now he's remembering.
But we're gonna power through, baby.
Why don't you just get a better beard or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I have one. It's underneath.
Maybe that's actually what's causing the problem.
No, it's the straps on the ears. So I'm trying to adjust them. The other part is safety, Gerard.
Yeah.
You have mentioned safety earlier in the show
Yep.
as being a position of need. Obviously, they did not get one or a true safety in this 2026 class. No Jet Washington. Someone like that. It'll be a big 2027 emphasis with a smaller class. And we're going to do Gerard's 10 of Troy at the end of the show, if you will. At the end of the show, but a little later in the show. We still have some hours to fill. Gerard, But safety is something you believe USC is going to need. Bishop Fitzgerald on his way out. Kamari Ramsey. I know some people will be like, can Kamari come back? Not have a great year. Can Kamari come back? Can Kamari come back? I would be shocked if Kamari Ramsey came back. And I don't blame him. Obviously, it wasn't a great year. You got to go when you got to go. Our argument is probably should have gone last year. But, wanted to play again, try to raise the stock. Did not go that way. But from what I'm hearing, yeah, he's gone. So that's your two starting safeties gone from this season. Christian Pierce, I like. Did some good things. Kennedy Urlacher, Gerard, is he your guy at the second safety position?
You know what? I think after the Iowa and Oregon games, I kind of thought maybe he was. But then after the UCLA game, I'm back to he had a rough game against UCLA. He was a little out of sorts, which I don't like seeing. I never like seeing a player with more preparation and coaching playing worse than when he just gets thrown in the middle of a game. And he played pretty well against Iowa and then actually played decently against Oregon. And that was when guys got hurt and then he had to get thrown in there. But the game that he actually started against UCLA, yeah, he was kind of he looked like he was a little out of sorts, a little out of position sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he's young, hasn't played a lot, but I think he's shown enough to where it's like, okay, Kennedy Urlacher. Maybe you're not going to ride with him. I kind of agree that you need to get another safety because, what's behind them?
Well, you've got Kadarius Reddick.
You have Marquise Gallegos.
Yep.
You have Alex Graham.
Mm-hmm. I would say.
You have
Steve Miller,
who was scout team.
Miller be a guy that's your Kyle Hamilton? Chances are no. But, I mean, he's a little bigger body. He's one guy on the roster that's at least got some height and some size to him where you could see him, being 215.
Nathan Chandler is throwing out a name that is on the list, Boo Carter.
Yeah, Boo Carter, who is more in line, at least just physically, because I haven't seen a lot of film of him, Kamari Ramsey type, not necessarily the big safety, which – those guys are good. Again, those guys are going to be hard to find in the portal. You have to just have this kind of freak TJ McDonald, Taylor Mays type of guy that's going to be your 6'3", 6'4" safety that you're going to be able to recruit out of the portal. If, again, we're going back to the Baltimore Ravens defense, but if you're just looking for a guy that's a great safety, I mean, yeah, I think you could still take him. I still think you could take that player. And safeties, they're definitely more plentiful in terms of the higher level guys that are potential All-Americans than you're going to see with nose tackles. So I think, yeah, receiver and safety are both positions that there's usually some intriguing prospects that you can recruit that could be difference makers, guys that you could interject into that room. Another guy, Jerome Carter, out of Old Dominion, kind of popped up on my radar. He's not I don't think he's in the portal yet. I think he is.
You're breaking some news right now?
Yeah, he's not in the portal yet. But one of those guys that was, statistically very impressive last year. He's at Old Dominion, so he's going to get some NIL offers and probably end up another school. But, yeah, safety's one where I'd like to do a little more research, kind of have to look back at some recruiting classes, top safeties, where do they go, what are they doing? And again, you don't want to do that from the standpoint of, hey, this guy was a 4-star or 5-star in high school, and he hasn't done anything at Florida State or Miami or wherever you're looking, NC State. Let's go get him. Well, if he's not doing anything at those schools, then you need to figure out why. You want a guy that's leaving a school because it's like a coaching change, doesn't like the scheme, whatever, but he actually played well. He did something at those schools, and you see him making – a continued step forward in his progression and being a guy that, again, could be a difference maker. You don't want to – I don't think you can go after Bishop Fitzgerald in this class. I don't think Bishop Fitzgerald is quite the level of safety that you go after and bring in. I think you got to go with somebody that just you feel like has a little higher NFL ceiling.
You want a legit high end.
I mean, Fitzgerald ended up like pretty high up. What was he, tied for 13th in the nation?
Will
with
he
interceptions?
get drafted, though, is the question.
He's a back-end guy with the draft or maybe an undrafted free agent. But, yeah, probably not. I don't know if he's – I mean, he's not going to be like top 4 rounds. Not at all, no.
Connor is in the chat.
Okay.
Triple-double.
He made it back. And you know what? He predicted that. He said, you know what's cool is that I'm going to go to this event and I'm going to drive home and I'm going to come home. I'm going to put my feet up and you guys will still be podcasting.
Triple-double. Shout out to you.
32.
Great job at the event. How was it? If you can tell us a little
We
something.
want you to call in.
Go read his story from his interview with Mark Bowman.
He's already got the story up, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good story. Good little story. So if there's anything you can share about how the event was. We always send him to
That's a
Deshaun,
yawn. First yawn.
to Deshaun Rideau events. So that's his beat. Anything dealing with that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, he's a little bit more of our Valley guy, even though he doesn't live technically in the Valley anymore.
technically not. Sorry, Girth. Taylor Mays was overrated.
Yeah, I mean, but was he overrated for USC? I mean, that's a little bit of hindsight because he didn't do a lot maybe in the NFL. But he got put in some position. I remember the Ohio State game. He kind of struggled a bit being single high, and they had to move him down a little bit more. But that was when you had Kevin Ellison and Taylor Mays, which is like 2 left feet at safety. I mean, you got 2 guys that are downhill linebacker-size safeties. It wasn't like they had like Pinkard. Pinkard was a guy that could be a little bit more of a free safety. He had a little more coverage ability, and you could put him next to another guy. You always kind of wanted a little bit of a free safety, strong safety look. But Pete liked strong safeties, man. I mean, you know, even like Jason Leach was a guy that was a little bit more downhill from Bishop Amat. And then you had Darnell Bing, who was, 6'2", 230 pounds himself. A lot of big safeties for Pete Carroll. He liked those big guys. And it's kind of been the opposite when you're looking at like D. Reddick, and you're looking at Alex Graham, you're looking at these safeties that they've recruited, and yeah, even the bunch now when you've got Reardon and maybe Josh Holland, etc. They're not big guys. This is a little bit of a trend. I think we have to acknowledge at this point.
West Los 2-3 Taylor Mays was not overrated. He was able to play more aggressive when he had Ray, Matthews, and Cushing compared to when they left. He wasn't a free safety. He was a downhill, strong safety. And I just want to say that previous question, they called Gerard Girth, and he didn't challenge it, so he now answers to Girth.
Girth Brooks.
Girth Brooks
and
is
the
crazy.
Thunder rolls.
Taylor Mays had brick hands.
Yeah, but he was a safety that, absolutely almost decapitated Deshaun Jackson.
That I heard, but I haven't seen that. So if anyone has a clip.
Well, you
send
are
that
on
to me.
YouTube, so.
Well, a little distracted by the beard.
Okay, let's go, Chris. You're losing the energy, Chris.
No,
the beard is getting the better of you. Let's go. We've got 3 more hours. Let's go.
Centers is next on the list.
Centers, yeah, and I don't have any centers to throw. I don't have any names to throw.
But you
at
think they need a center?
I think it's a possibility
You're
that
losing January Reed. You got Killian O'Connor back. Needs to get knee surgery, probably to fix it, because you can't lose him every 4 games when it pops out of place. So
Willie Washer.
Is it Willie Washer
All names.
season?
We got Booby Feaster, Willie Washer.
There's one more.
Yeah, I know. But
Chasen Johnson.
Oh, yeah,
Come
Chasen
on.
Johnson.
Come on. Get it together. You step it up. Freaking kidding me? How you Chasen Johnson over here? Imagine it. Willie Washer snaps the ball, throws to Booby Feaster, broken up by Chasen Johnson. Can you guys picture that?
What's funny is I don't think they can really appreciate the movement from you because you're like zoomed in or something. Like all of your hand gestures and all this nonsense you're doing.
Well, I'm about to shotgun this beer because it's about to be 4 hours. God damn it.
Are you shotgunning because of time? I thought we were shotgunning because of the amount of likes or people that
Yeah,
we
they
had.
got 700.
Yeah. So what does that mean? Oh, you're doing one every hour if you got the 700. Okay, all right.
No, I'm shotgunning one.
Every hour.
No, I'm chugging them, but shotgunning is where you pierce it.
Yeah,
And,
right. Yeah. You're not. Yeah, okay, right.
Yes.
But you keep saying shotgunning. So that's why I just went with it, even though, that's not shotgunning, what you're doing.
I'm chugging.
You're chugging, yeah.
Yes. No, I'm going. Never mind. Everyone's got it. Everyone's got it. So, you think they need a center? You're not a Kalon Miller to center?
I could be talked into that. I mean, finding a center from the players that you have on the roster. Let's see.
4-hour crew.
Micah
4-hour crew.
Micah Benuelos, once upon a time as a 4-star recruit, was supposed to be the next center. And we've seen him play everything but that position.
Left tackle. Left tackle.
Does Makai Sienna get a rebirth at center? No, I think he probably leaves to the portal.
He's on my portal bubble.
Yeah.
Not saying I've heard anything. I'm just saying he's kind of like what I'm looking like. You got 7 coming in.
Could Alex Payne be a center? Maybe.
It's a big center.
Athletic.
It's a big center.
Long arms. Well, I mean, Jonah Monheim was a pretty big center.
Payne's like 6'.
He's like 6'5".
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was 6'7".
No. You're thinking of Aaron Dun.
We have a call.
Okay.
Do you want to go to that?
Let's do it.
All right. Maybe I'll shotgun this while we do this call. But all right,
Keep talking about shotgunning again. Chugging.
I gotta go.
Now I'm going to call you on it because we were just kind of glazing over it.
Glazing over it. All right. I gotta take that off. Gotta do this. Let's see if it works.
What if one of our relatives call?
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, who are we speaking to?
Hey, this is G from Sacramento.
What's up, G?
Sacktown, baby.
How many hours are you into this?
I started listening when I was at the gym, had dinner. Now I'm sitting down, so I think I'm full 4 hours.
Full 4 hours? He's watching this at the gym? Hashtag 4-hour crew.
I don't know
Let's
how
go.
you listen to this at the gym, though. I feel like you would not be as motivated as you should be.
Maybe he asked him to put it on the TV or something when he was running. They were like, "What are you watching?" Sorry.
No, on my headset.
And he went to dinner too and listened to his dinner. I hope it wasn't a date or anything. But we appreciate you from Sacktown. What is your question?
Hey, so I'm calling, kind of going back to recruiting. Calling regarding what GM has talked about often about. Lincoln Riley going out of state for guys sometimes that are available in California, more specifically at the skill position and more specifically Georgia and Texas. I don't know much about Tizeno and Dyer, but what's the benefit of going out of state for those guys? As GM said earlier, when you offer those 3 stars, like they did with Williams, you make more noise and get guys excited more. And a lot of the guys we've seen coming from Texas over the last 4 or 5 years have already transferred out, like Buchanan and Boatwright, Conley, Campbell, and Cordova from last year. So would you like to see USC mainly stick in California for getting those 3-star guys, especially at the skill position, especially considering when SC tried to target a lot of those guys in the transfer portal last year, DBs from Wazoo or Arizona, a lot of them didn't want to entertain USC because they've been passed up in the past. So what's the benefits of, going out of state and getting those 3 stars from Texas and Georgia versus getting the same guys in your backyard? And I also wanted to know regarding Notre Dame, if Notre Dame game doesn't happen moving forward, what's your thoughts on playing former Pac-12 schools like Utah, Colorado, or Arizona State or Cal, Stanford for a home and away to kind of keep the pipelines going in those areas and to kind of cut off Notre Dame from California. I don't know, after having played them for so long, if it's going to make a difference at this point, but what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Thank you for the call.
Two good questions.
No problem.
Two good questions. And the last first, I would say I have no problem with it, honestly. I know there's a lot of people that want to keep the rivalry. They love the Jewel Shillelagh. But in this day and age, if you replace Notre Dame with Stanford, I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with USC going up to Stanford, Cal, playing them as an out-of-conference team and getting a little more exposure up in the Bay Area and getting a game that you don't have to go across the country for when you know you're already going to go across the country 2 or 3 times to go play an opponent. So, yeah, I just kind of have come to the realization that the Notre Dame game doesn't give USC what it once did. It gave them a national opponent outside of the region, and a lot of times that was going to be like the big game if USC was going to get that exposure away from the Pac-12 or the Pac-10. Back then, you got to remember, a lot of those games for the Pac-10, if they're at night, people aren't even watching USC. They didn't see those games against Oregon State or the games, up at Washington, at Oregon. There were night games, and you didn't get to see them from the East Coast. And so the Notre Dame game was one of the few games where it was like, oh, wow, the East Coast actually realized that USC existed. And those games, with Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, a lot of those games really helped USC players with the Heisman Trophy, a lot of national exposure. But now you're playing Penn State, you're playing Michigan, you're playing Ohio State, to a lesser extent, you're playing Nebraska. And you're going to play multiple of those teams every year. So in terms of that exposure to outside the region, to the East Coast, you're getting that. You're going to the East Coast. You're playing Maryland. You're playing Rutgers. On top of that, I think just from a recruiting footprint standpoint, you're going to get those players from the Midwest, maybe those players from the East Coast, New Jersey, that Notre Dame would have been recruiting. Whereas, Notre Dame still needs a West Coast presence. Yes, they played USC for a while, but I think it does matter. What have you done for me lately? And if they're not able to play UCLA or USC in Los Angeles, a lot of those kids are going to stop really connecting much with Notre Dame and being as aware of Notre Dame. And so Notre Dame coming out here and beating those teams and beating USC definitely gets them a foot in the door with West Coast prospects, particularly California prospects, that they might not get. Not to say that they wouldn't be able to land players from the West Coast, but certainly they would not have the same type of presence if they weren't playing USC. So, to sum that up, I would just say I still think Notre Dame needs USC right now more than USC needs Notre Dame. USC has replaced Notre Dame in a lot of areas, a lot of facets by going to the Big Ten. Now, the first question as far as going out of the state, and
I just want to say a lot of people are liking what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Cooking.
Well, that makes me feel good.
But before
if
he starts,
I wouldn't care. But go ahead.
If anyone can give me advice on shotgunning this while he's is Chris Googling how to shotgun a canned beverage? Yeah, I am. Dick.
Ask Shotgun how to shotgun your shotgun.
You can continue.
Okay, I'm glad I was interrupted for that. But anyways,
hey, it's a live show. I can interrupt you face to face and not feel bad about it over the Zoom.
You can also jump over this desk. So with going out of state versus staying in state, first of all, I think with this class, we have to also realize it's a 35-man class, right? So you're going to go out of state a little bit. You're going to do some things. If this thing ends up all over the studio, Ryan is going to kill you. I really do not trust where this is going. How experienced are you with shotgunning beers?
I've only shotgunned one beer in my life.
Okay, it looks like it.
Go away from the.
Go away from me too.
I have to pee so bad.
Well, go in the bathroom and do it, and then and don't do it, and just say you did it.
No, I have to do it on camera.
Oh God, I have a feeling I'm gonna end up.
They want to hear you talking about 3-star out-of-state recruits while I shotgun this beer.
Yeah.
Where's the front? Okay, I gotta go this way.
Oh God, if this thing.
It's not. But if it does. I missed.
Oh my God. Well, wow. Why is there no carbonation? That was lame. Anyways, So yeah, 35-man class. I think you're definitely gonna go out of state a little bit, and you just in general, I think, have a little bit more margin for error because you have so many rides that you have to fill. In a normal class, maybe less so. I think you're kind of pushing this point, and I agree with it, that those 3-star players, in terms of their patience, in terms of them, not feeling like the clock is ticking so much away from home, I think the local players are certainly going to be a better fit for that. You're going to have them playing, being around their friends, with their families. There's just less issues, I think, with people being in their ear saying, hey, man, you should go back home and go play for whatever school back home because, there's room for you there. You could play earlier there. Whereas at home, I think there's just going to be less because there's a lot of people that get caught up in sort of, hey, they're USC fans, they're family, and they want to see you at USC. So you're not going to necessarily get as much of that. Whether it's 3 stars or 4 stars, I think it doesn't matter. Certainly, it's if you're playing. I think it's the playing time aspect. With the portal these days, it's the playing time aspect, and that's where you're going to get agents and you're going to get people that are going to get in your ear and say, hey, man, you should go here, you should go there, you should be playing more, you're so much better than this guy or that guy, and that's where you're going to get that pressure. But I think I love the sort of, pivot and circle back to recruiting Southern California harder, recruiting California harder. I don't think USC needs to be myopic and say, 85% of our roster, 90% of our roster needs to be from California. But I think certainly the point has always been to make Southern California your first choice and make sure you're getting the players that you want from Southern California first and foremost. So it's not, one of these things where USC got chased out of Southern California under Clay Helton. And then Lincoln Riley came, and then Lincoln Riley kind of made the decision to go harder into Texas and harder into Georgia. But, you're competing against so many other schools that are closer. You're kind of trying to sell them on past USC teams because USC hasn't done a lot lately. I think it's just very difficult, and you end up fighting for guys that are 3 stars, and you're hoping that you can find a guy that other schools just missed out on, right? You're hoping like D. Reddick, who I think is a really good player and I think really does have a ton of potential. You're hoping that somehow he falls through the cracks in Auburn and Georgia and Florida State and all those schools. You can get him away from those schools. And that's just much harder to do than a kid from, let's say, Mission Viejo. So I think from that standpoint, that's why you need to be more focused on let's find the guys that we want, get our first choice of California players, build a foundation there, and then go cherry pick other places. Now, do you have to have the philosophy that in order to go outside of California, you need to have a first-round pick? That was Lane Kiffin's whole theory as recruiting coordinator when he was at USC under Pete Carroll. It was, we're not going to leave state unless it's a first-round pick. I don't know if you have to do that. I think if you've got a coach on the staff that's got some good evaluations, got some good connections in an area, and you can find some guys on the radar, then cool. You go out, go grab a guy under the radar. Who makes the decision whether it's a first-round pick or not, right? Because, you could say, well, he's not a 5-star, so he's not going to be a first-round pick. The staff has their own rankings, so, maybe it's always going to be dictated by what you agree on as a staff and say, yeah, that guy is, a 3-star, but we think he's going to be a first-round pick, so we're going to go after him. You can sort of rationalize going after anybody at that point and say, oh, yeah, he's going to be a 5-star. I think that you kind of do have to have maybe some sort of criteria if you're going to say a guy is going to be a first-round pick, and that criteria has to be kind of common, maybe rankings or what have you. But certainly I think that the argument is if you have coaches on the staff, so for an instance, you've got Eric Henderson on the staff. Eric Henderson's originally from Louisiana. He's got really good connections in Louisiana. He's got some good connections in Texas. He's also got good connections in Georgia because he was at Georgia Tech. Doug Belk, same thing. A lot of connections in Georgia because of Georgia Tech. I don't mind USC going into Georgia and recruiting. You just have to understand you're probably going to be going in there, unless you're coming off your second national championship, you're probably going into Georgia and you're trying to find a D Reddick. You're trying to find a guy under the radar. So thus, you have to trust your evaluations and feel like you can find guys that other schools in those areas aren't finding. Because you're not going to be able to go head-to-head with Georgia, with Florida State, with Tennessee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a bunch of schools there that are going to go after the 4-star, 5-star guys. I mean, we saw that. Justice Terry, you remember him? You remember Isaiah Gibson? You remember him? Like USC went in there, oh, yeah, we're just going to pluck some 5-star defensive linemen away from Georgia. How did that work out?
Country boy.
That didn't work out very well. So, yeah, you really have to know that you're going in and either you have your connections and you can find guys, or you're winning and you're able to go in there and you're able to compete. Back when USC was able to get Kyle Moore out of Houston County, you're able to get Dwayne Jarrett, you're able to get a Fred. Why am I blanking on his name? Fred
Warner.
No, not Fred Warner.
Davis.
Fred Davis, yeah, Fred Davis out of Toledo. Rogers. You go in there and you get him away from Ohio State, But that's when USC was rolling. You get Patrick Turner away from Tennessee. That's when USC's rolling. And you're going, okay, they can go kind of into anywhere and go head-to-head. They can go get Joe McKnight at Louisiana. Now, Eric Henderson did get Jakeem Stewart, and that was a pretty good head-to-head, and it wasn't because USC was playing really well. They didn't really have a lot to show for in terms of wins and what have you. But I wouldn't necessarily hang my hat on those types of recruitments. I would say, hey, listen, we've got good connections in this area. We're not going to take a bunch of guys here. We're not going to offer 50 guys here, but we're going to go try to find some guys that we really like and we think can play above where they're rated. And, we're going to try to sneak it away. The problem is when you go into Texas and Georgia or whatever, like Clay Helton did, and try to reinvent yourself, and you're going after a bunch of guys that are getting recruited by SMU and Texas Tech. Now you're hoping that the entire recruiting industry, all of these different recruiting publications have all missed on these guys, plus all the different colleges that recruit those areas. It's probably not going to happen. The chances of everybody missing out on so many players because you're recruiting the state so heavily is pretty low. Yes. Why are we clapping?
People are saying you're cooking.
Oh,
Just
okay.
finished a 10-pound brisket this segment. My man is cooking.
A 10-pound brisket. I can't eat that much brisket. I like brisket, but I gotta.
Oh, I'll fuck up some brisket.
I just take a little bit of brisket. I'm a tri-tip guy and then some brisket on the side.
Some updates. Harry Ruiz, the Spanish broadcaster for USC football and the Raiders, is a fan. He's in here.
Nice.
Cilantro. It up. We got a super chat here from. Nope, that's the wrong thing.
It was a super chat, and then
no,
you
where'd
did
it go?
that, and then
Where'd it go? Here it is.
Left.
I made it disappear. Nope, that's not what I want. I want this from Victor Jacobs, $4.99. G-Mart looking like a fine meatball covered in marinara.
And marinara?
CT looking like I call mall cop on him for trying to get my kid on his lap. So, yeah, I apologize. Can I get some ratings on that shotgun that I did? I thought I did pretty well after I missed the first little.
It didn't have any carbonation in it, though.
I mean, it's a water beer. What do you expect?
I thought they had carbonation. No?
Look,
I guess I've never had a water beer, so I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Bladder update. It's rough. It hurts to laugh. So Gerard,
What do you? You're drinking the water.
Let's be chill.
Some waters. I'm on my third.
I got a 7. Let's go. So if I would appreciate it if nobody talked about sloshing or waterfalls.
Meredith Slosher?
Or
Jeez.
that was a laugh.
He's a sponsor.
Minus 6.7. So minus, was it the other way? I got 8.7. I got a 7. Great form on the shotgun. Where the meetup going to be for Alamo Bowl? On the Riverwalk. 6.9.
The most overrated tourist trap.
Gerard and I have gone down there. I'll probably be. Gerard wants me to go to the, what is it, Navy All-American Bowl?
Navy now. The Navy. How is it the Navy All-American Bowl in San Antonio? They should move it to San Diego. It's going to be the Navy.
Damn, you're right.
The Army made sense, but Navy?
Don't go chasing waterfalls, Chris. We got some drip emojis. Okay.
They like the drip, Chris.
They like
the
drip.
drip.
They like
it until you accidentally go into the bathroom with that mic, and then
I gotta tune out the chat right now. I gotta tune out the chat because they're messing with me, Gerard. We talked about the guys that have transferred out, but we haven't really talked about some potential names that are out there.
Some potential names, some
potential
negative,
names. Yeah.
Unsubstantiated rumors.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not even unsubstantiated rumors.
We're
It's
just like
look at
we're
the
just
roster.
look at the roster. We're just looking at it on paper. It's like you brought 7. You're bringing in 7 offensive linemen, some really good ones. Makai Sena, all right. Well, you've been injured a lot. You haven't really cracked you haven't gotten any playing time. Shotgun can tell me he's probably like played 3 snaps in his career. Tight end, Walter Matthews, our boy Joey Ocean. What's going on with those guys? I mean, they really didn't see the field at all.
Well, what position is Walter Matthews lining up this week?
Look, we thought they were teasing it for a move to offensive line. Didn't end up doing that. Wanted to be that blocker. People are doing shower emojis. Riverwalk is overrated. I live in San Antonio currently. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Riverwalk is cool, but the food in the Riverwalk is so not good. There's just not a lot of good places to eat. The better places are up on Market Street. There's a German deli that we used to go to that was really good. Shiloh's?
Shiloh's.
Mm-hmm. Which, don't ask me where Shiloh is German, but I think it's called Shiloh.
Traditionally a German name. But yeah, Walter Matthews is someone I'm looking at. Joey Olsen, is someone I'm looking at. I keep getting the blend of Ocean and Olsen mixed up in my head. You already saw Brian Jackson, Xavier Jordan, Romero Eisen is a name we threw out there, just like you're bringing in a bunch of receivers.
Yeah.
He's kind of been on scout team. You know, he's not a local kid. He's from Maryland. Maybe he wants to go back home. That could be an option. And then the big one that has been like bounced around with the potential return of Jaden Mayava, would Hassan Longstreet go in the portal? He is a 5-star quarterback. This is the NIL era. This is the transfer portal era. It would be very easy to see him looking for other opportunities. Gerard, how devastating would that be? Or would it just be part of life in college football?
It would be rough. I mean, you want to have your quarterbacks have some time in the system. You want to, again, the development angle. And this is the thing that is driving college football coaches crazy. I mean, there's been a lot of conversations that I've had with coaches that are just like, this is not sustainable. We can't have any development time with our players because we bring a guy in, and if he doesn't play in a year, he's got 50,000 people in his ear, and he's gone, and he's looking to get paid in the portal. And so, there was a lot of talk. Like Longstreet came to USC thinking that he was going to be the guy. That Mayava had such a bad year at the end of last season that he really felt like he could come in and compete in the spring and win the job. That obviously didn't happen. I felt like coming away from spring ball, like that quarterback competition was over, really.
Mm-hmm. And Lincoln Riley said multiple times, like, Jaden's our guy.
Yeah.
We're rolling with Jaden.
Yeah. And I mean, I think Hassan Longstreet would have been put in a very difficult position if he was having to start last year. I don't think he was ready. I think, we didn't get to see a lot of him. We got to see him early on, that first half against Missouri State. And he played well. I mean, he had, a couple touchdown passes, I think, or he had I know he ran for a touchdown and he passed for a touchdown. I don't know if he had 2 touchdowns. I can't remember. But he played well, came into the whole half. But that was against Missouri State. The playbook was clearly very limited with him. So I think he would have been set up for failure if he was a starter last year. And USC doesn't win 9 games with him as a starter this past year. Going forward, though, Yeah, you would want him to just kind of wait his turn, like another year. Okay, man. I mean, that's not a big deal. You could still redshirt from this year. Your eligibility is not, in question. But there was a lot of talk, like he came to USC and the school he was going to go to was going to be a school that he thought he was going to be able to play right away. That was one of the reasons why he picked USC. With Texas A&M, you had Marcel Reed there, and he was a freshman at that point, and that was a player that was very similar to Hassan Longstreet, and he felt like, well, I'm not probably going to play there. But look at Jade Mayava throwing all those pick sixes. That seems a little bit more likely, a little bit more of a probability. So we'll see. I mean, he could be a one-and-done guy. It's not impossible. There's definitely been some chatter about it. I hope not. I hope that, he sticks it through and is a better player because of it. And when he takes the field for USC, he's ready. I think there's a lot of kids that see the Tua Tagovailoas and the guys that come in and they play early right away, and they think, oh, that's the way I can do it. I'm just as good. But I think those are more exceptions to the rules, personally, than guys that come in and usually have at least a year or two where they wait their turn and they actually understand the offense and they have a little bit of understanding of, what they have to do, what's going to be looked and pressed upon them from a leadership standpoint, because that's a whole other aspect of it. And that's kind of what we've seen a little bit more of Jaden Mayava, I think, in the middle of the season. We started to see him take a leadership role. And yeah, that play that he had against the Northwestern defensive tackle was very much a culture type play. We were asked about that then, and that's selfishness. I'm a quarterback. I'm like the most important position on the field, but I'm going to throw my body at this guy because it was a bad play, and I'm going to go get it back for you guys. And that sets an example.
Kai Sena has not played a snap in his career. We have a call, which I want to go to. Russell. All right, let's.
Russell Rideau?
Yes. Is that a person?
Yeah, it's
Calvin. It's Calvin Russell, the 5-star Syracuse, right there, and then we go here. Hello.
Hey guys, can you hear me? It's Russ from Utah.
Russell from Utah?
Hello? Yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
What part of Utah?
So I'm in northern Utah, so just a little bit north of where Dunn went to high school, but it's just outside of Salt Lake.
Which is Spanish Fork?
Yeah, Spanish Fork. Yeah.
Spanish Fork.
So, Dunn went down to Spanish Fork. I'm from, I guess you would call it, just outside of Ogden, Utah, so it's kind of where, actually, true story. So Dart actually grew up in Kaysville, went to high school in Roy before he went to Corner Canyon, so we're kind of in the same area.
Okay.
But that's kind of, a few years ago.
Draper. Russell, I'm going to be honest with you. I have to piss like a racehorse, so I'm going to need you to ask a good question so I'm distracted from what's going on in the lower half of my body.
He's weak. He's weak.
Does that sound good?
He's a weakling.
Yeah, so just real quick question, because, we bolstered the offensive line. I'm just interested in your guys' take on, Bacona and Dunn. Do you see those guys sticking it out and competing? Or do you think with, guys like Pepe and other ones coming in that they, maybe reevaluate, reassess where they're at and not compete and kind of move on?
I love the question. Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were addressing a little bit, a moment ago with that sort of – last year's being able to close with, I think, Alex Payne and Dunn. Again, USC kind of few and far between with their consensus offensive tackles that have been 4-stars. They just have not had a lot of guys that have been consensus 4-stars. So that was a big deal. And certainly now you follow up with this class and you're like, whoa, okay, now where do those guys fit in? I was surprised that we didn't see more of Alex Payne just in the mix for practice. I thought that we would hear more about him, see more about him. That's where the shock of Elijah Vercona came in. It was like, oh, wait, hold on. You got Alex Payne, Aaron Dunn. Okay, you got him away from Utah. You got Payne away from UNC. And it's Elijah Vercona?
Is your backup left, or getting your backup left tackle
in
practice.
And seemed the most raw. We did film of him can't remember who he was playing against, but he was like backpedaling like a defensive back into his kick step. So it was like, wow, okay, that's that's a big jump for him. But you do want to continue. I mean, you finally got some talent. So you hope that you keep those guys on the roster. I don't think anybody's looking at it like, oh yeah, well, we don't need those guys anymore. The question is really going to be, can guys move around? How do they fit in? You know that they're going to want to interject some of the talent that they got on, in this past class for sure. You've got Vlad Dikonov, who I think is another guy that can play all over the line of scrimmage. I think he could play center if he wanted to. I think he could play guard. He could play right tackle or left tackle. So there is some versatility there. Of course, Kenai Pepe is the kind of solidified offensive tackle, left tackle, but do you throw him at right tackle a little bit just for the sake of versatility and depth? Because you might need him there, and you have a good, talented player that you could put over there. And just to get his feet wet, because that's more of an opening than you're going to have if Elijah Page comes back and he's healthy.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you. I hope they do stay, but I was really surprised how Vicona it seemed that much further ahead than both Dunn and Payne, 2 4-star guys. I assumed Payne would kind of be the one to kind of emerge there, but it was Vicona, 3-star guy, who I tabbed as the biggest project, and lo and behold, he's taken those second-team reps, and Payne is not even registering kind of second-team reps, and Dunn is kind of the one in the middle between Vicona and Payne, and then
Chris, you got to stop talking, or they're going to shut down the practices even more.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm just musing right now. I'm just musing along, but
right now, Lincoln Riley is just white-fisted right now. Stop talking about who's in second team. There's no second team.
It's
saw or
the yelling is pulsating my whole body, which is pulsating my bladder even more.
Okay,
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah.
We're getting into uncharted territory here, bud.
But Dunn seemed pretty raw to me. Looked even more raw than Vicona in some rawer in some aspects. What I did get to see, so that surprised me a little bit. But I think Dunn has the makeup to stick around. I think he wants to stay here, wants to be here. Same with Payne, but again, it is going to be interesting knowing you have 5-star coming in. You got a bunch of young tackles coming in from Chase Denise and Cannon Smith, who is going to play center, but still a tackle body, and Vlad Dikonov, who could play probably anywhere on the offensive line.
Could do backflips on the beach.
So there's a lot of young talent, high upside, developmental guys that'll play much sooner than the others. So it's an interesting group that's coming in, but I think Dunn and Payne, if they stick around, can be contributors. Next year, I don't think so. I think Vicona's still in the lead there. We'll see how much he develops over a full course of the year. But I think that is a solid tackle group that they brought in. I'm just still a little bit surprised that Vicona is the one that's kind of emerged, but big dude got a nasty mean streak, and I think they really like that in him. Sorry, I just have to regain myself. Thank you for the call. If anyone else wants to call, I will take the call. And
are we actually taking a break? There's a break that we usually have, but the problem is it's only like 30 seconds. It's not usually actually a break for us. I mean, a little behind the curtain.
It's not a break.
Okay.
So we could put the "We Will Return" thing up there for 30 seconds.
There you go.
I know, Chad. Let's see if there's any. Would Jakeem Stewart change his class if he stayed in high school? I don't know.
Would Jakeem Stewart change his class if he was still in high school? I don't understand the question. He did change it. He did reclassify.
I think they mean if he hadn't transferred schools, would he have not reclassified? I think that's what they mean. Okay. Let's see.
I don't know. I don't remember. I know there was an issue with that, but I don't know if that was all of it.
Where is the docket? I'm losing my mind here. Here it is. Okay. Well, technically, this would be our break part, but
you found the docket and realized what I was talking about.
Oh, I can't move my legs. Okay. I think I'm going to have to go to the...
I would rather you go to the bathroom and we take a break than you pee yourself.
But think of the content. Okay.
This is not, they're not going to see it or smell it like I am. So, yeah, I am thinking of the content.
Okay. The question is, how do I mute myself?
Of all the things, how do we actually pause and say we'll be right back?
The thing is,
we don't have to be right back. I'm here.
The thing is, Gerard needs a good question right now to tee him up so I can leave for 30 seconds.
It's going to take you longer than 30 seconds.
You want to bet? No, I don't want to bet. I just want to move slowly. The second thing we're going to talk about after the break,
the break that we're not going to have, is the UCLA game. And Gerard has been talking about the UCLA game for quite some time in terms of the Bruins were going to be preparing for this game. This is their Super Bowl. This is what it all came down to for them. And with that reason, I'm shocked you took USC to cover this game. I wouldn't have if I would have thought Nico Iamaleava was going to play. I said that in my pick. I said I
also said that in my pick.
That would make a difference. That would have made a difference for sure. Because it is a rivalry game. And I did think UCLA, certainly their coaching staff was using this to be the retain game. You go and beat UCLA, you beat USC when you're at UCLA, and it's like, we're going to get retained. That is such a big game for them. That's worth, 5 wins for UCLA fans. So I think that was something that was a game circled on the calendar for their coaching staff. There were plenty of other games. Chris he's bent over. His bladder is about to burst as he walked out of the room. Sorry about that. He was doing that. I don't think he was doing that for me either. I think he's actually busted that bad. But we might have to put a catheter in him. But I think it was a game that they really were focused on probably 3 weeks ago. It's like, are we going to go to Ohio State? Ohio State? No, not really. Washington? Who cares if we beat Washington? We got to beat UCLA. So that was, USC. So that was kind of something that I thought about. But I did think if they didn't have Iamaleava, depending on who you talk to, how it's pronounced, I think it probably would have covered a little bit. But we're looking at the recruiting angle, not the gambling angle of the game. And I think the UCLA rivalry is still a big deal. Still a big deal in Southern California. You still have to win that game and show that you are the king of Los Angeles. And unfortunately for USC, it was a game that they really looked like they came in flat-footed for. And talked earlier about Sean Scott and him discussing his season and in modern day losing 3 games and losing to Centennial twice, losing to Santa Margarita, and having some other games where they struggled, but then turning around and being able to beat Bosco, Bishop Gorman in Las Vegas, and St. Thomas Aquinas. USC still has a little bit of that, and I think the UCLA game was a great example of them walking out there thinking this is a crappy team, it's an awful team, we've watched the film, they've got a interim coaching staff, their season's done. We're going to walk in there, we're playing at home, we're going to coast and beat these guys by 4 touchdowns, and that's not the way it went. UCLA was playing like they were disrespected. And I guarantee you their coaches were very pumped up about this game. Again, it was a retained game for them. And so that's something that, because of the way USC came out, I think it certainly scared a lot of people. It certainly scared the crap out of the peristyle. And, it wasn't necessarily a good game for recruits to look at. I think you got to focus a little bit more on the second half, of course, and them coming back into the game and looking more like the USC team we've seen in recent weeks, in that second half, both defensively and offensively. I would say that special teams is still an issue, and you're not necessarily looking at that on the recruiting trail as a big deal, but that's a question mark it seems like it needs to be answered a little bit. That could cost them games. I mean, it has cost them games. I mean, you can argue, and again, I'm not a part of this argument. I'm not a proponent of saying that USC lost the Oregon game because of special teams. I think USC lost the Oregon game for several different reasons. Special teams compounded those factors and made it worse. But I think even if they played much better on special teams, they probably still would have lost that game. Would have been a closer game, but they still would have lost that game. So that's an issue. You can't miss these field goals at the end of halves, 30-yard field goals. That's a big issue. But again, that's something that doesn't really necessarily convey so much directly with recruiting. I think what does is the continued utilization of the tight end position. The tight end position, because you didn't start Makai Lemon and Jacoby Lane, and we'll get to that in a second because that does impact recruiting as well. It did give the tight ends a little bit more of a chance to be seen. And, of course, you're recruiting Mark Bowman. You've got Josiah Jefferson there, the 6'5", 230-pound tight end from Southwestern College down there in Chula Vista. He's the younger brother of Tony Jefferson. Tony Jefferson, who's playing for the Chargers right now. He was a former USC recruit. Tony Jefferson actually committed to USC for a certain period of time before he ended up flipping and going to Oklahoma and being a very, very good player for the Sooners. So you've got two good tight ends in your class, and you're still showing off that development, particularly to Bowman, that the utilization of the tight end position this season has been much, much better than we've seen in previous seasons. But to get that ball to the tight ends, you're also not throwing the ball to the wide receivers, and a lot of that had to do with sitting down both Makai Lemon and Jacoby Lane. So I'm going to pass on, talking about what went on and why they sat and everything like that. Lincoln Riley's addressed it as a disciplinary issue. Culture and accountability, right? Culture, part of it is making sure you maintain a certain standard and you maintain that standard consistently. So how can you maintain that standard consistently if you have special rules for your star players? You can't. So I'm of the opinion that if rules are broken, and again, I don't know, what everything happened. I've only heard things. If rules are broken, then you have to keep that standard with every player. It doesn't matter who they are. And I think that is a continued step in the right direction, trying to instill a culture of, again, accountability, of leadership, understand what the rules are, and especially as upperclassmen, make sure that you're the guy that's the example for the rules, Make sure you're the Robert Woods of the wide receiver room. Robert Woods was one of those guys that was just such a phenomenal leader, worked harder than everybody else. He did it all. And those teams that had Robert Woods as a leader, that team went and won 11 games, shockingly. The team that had Robert Woods as the guy that got jumped by Marquise Lee, and all of a sudden Marquise Lee had to be that guy that was the leader, that team is the team that lost in the Sun Bowl. You see my point there? So, some players are not leaders. Some guys, you have to be very careful about, who you put that leadership role and bestow that onto. But I think here, Lincoln Riley feels like these players let the locker room down, let the wide receiver room down, and I think he had every right, and I think he was just if, you're not being accountable to what you're doing and the consequences that happen if you break rules and you don't play for your guys and you're doing things that just are not necessarily for the team. And so I 100% agree with that move. And it's a lot easier to say that with USC winning. Of course, if they would have lost this game, and then that would have been some, aspect that people would say, oh, they lost this game because of that. I would still say, you know what? Then that's the way it is. Like, it's just one of those things that that's why you got to recruit the right players and stuff. And every player makes a mistake. I think that, it's easy to get caught up and say, oh, well, They should have been suspended for the whole game. There's always that conversation about what's the right punishment, but I think certainly there was a punishment. It was addressed. I don't get the sense that those two guys really they liked it. I think they felt like maybe it was too much. Maybe they felt like they were just going to be out for maybe the first game or the first series or whatever, and maybe the first snap, and then come back in. They were out for a little bit, and it became a little bit of a thing that everybody started to notice, and I think that was the point. Like, they need to be out long enough that it becomes noticed, and that's the way we're going to do things here. So I thought that was really good for recruiting standpoint. It's not necessarily something that's good for recruits, and they look and they go, oh, those guys weren't playing because they must have broken rules. Oh, I want to be a part of that program. It doesn't work like that in the head of a 17-year-old. But it's good for the recruits to see the guys that are star players and everything coming in to see, if you don't step up and are accountable to being a leader and doing the things that, that we have as a standard here, you don't live up to that standard. It doesn't matter if you're a 5-star. It doesn't matter if you're a 4-star. You're going to sit. You are going to have to deal with the consequences of not fulfilling your obligations here as a USC Trojan. So I think it was good from a recruiting in that standpoint. It's just kind of setting the tone for some of those guys that were at the game that are coming into the program. Defensively, as I said before, second half shutout, and that's kind of been something that they've been using on the recruiting trail with a lot of defensive recruits. It's like, you know what, we played kind of bad in the beginning of the game against Iowa, kind of bad in the beginning of the game against UCLA. And that's being talked about as USC needs to play better, because you're going to lose those games. You play against a good team like Oregon and you play like that, well, you lose the game. You're going to lose games against good teams playing that kind of defense. But the bright side of it is the adjustments get made, and then you shut out teams on the defensive side of the ball. And I think that is kind of a big deal. The adjustments with Devin Tompkins, I think with such a big defensive line class, you're going to have the opportunity to go bigger. You're going to be able to put a guy like a Braden Jones there in that Devin Tompkins spot. You're showcasing using your guys in different ways, and that's always a great recruiting tool. So I thought that was really big. It was a solid win at the end of the night for USC, but it was definitely a game where you still saw the chinks in the armor with this team, both in the mental preparation standpoint, like I said, coming into the game, but going forward. You can take a little bit from it in terms of being able to come back and beat a team that you should have beaten, but it was a rivalry game, and 29-10 is still a pretty sound beating.
We're at 766 likes, Gerard. I'm empty. I'm empty is my point. I'm
in more ways than one.
In more ways than one, we have a $5 donation from LBC Local Beer Baseball. Is that Long Beach City?
Thank you so much. I would assume.
Just joined. Did we start at 6 tonight?
Yes.
We did start at 6 tonight. Someone else asked, how long has this been going on? We are approaching 5 hours.
How long has this been going on?
Yeah.
That sounds like a car chase.
Yeah. Car tracker. Any color on Marquise Gallegos for safety? It will be his third year in the program, heading into 2026.
Will it be his third year? I thought it was second year. Is that only his third year?
Yeah, next year will be his third year. Redshirt freshman.
Okay.
This year. Redshirt.
Well, no. If he's a redshirt freshman this year.
Sorry, redshirt sophomore? No. Redshirt is first year.
Right. And then
no.
Freshman.
No, redshirt freshman, redshirt freshman, redshirt sophomore next year.
Okay.
Yes. So third year.
Next year.
Yes, next year. I think that's what he means.
I mean, he showed some flashes in those games, those early games. I think it was Georgia Southern. He played a little bit. And I think he's a good coverage safety. But that's kind of sort of what USC's going with all those players. So he's a name of a bunch of other guys, Steve Miller, a bunch of other guys that we haven't seen play a whole lot. it's interesting because we didn't see D. Reddick early in the season because he was hurt, but he's the guy that seemed to jump in there and get reps before everybody else towards the end of the season. So once he was healthy, it seemed like that was the guy they really wanted to shuttle in there. Urlacher, of course, has some experience coming over from Notre Dame, but he was the replacement basically for. See, was he the replacement for Bishop Fitzgerald, or was it D. Reddick that was the Bishop Fitzgerald replacement? Because Kamari and Bishop Fitzgerald, I feel like D. Reddick was for Kamari, and then Urlacher was actually for Bishop Fitzgerald. Bishop Fitzgerald is not an easy name to say. I'm learning that right
Fitzgerald.
now. Bishop Fitzgerald. Bishop Fitzgerald.
Well, what about Christian Pierce?
Bryce Fitzgerald.
Bryson Shaw.
Christian Pierce? Christian Pierce isn't hard to say.
But you're saying.
Oh, no, but he's a third safety. He was there.
I see what you're saying. Sorry.
It's the other two guys that were. And then they brought in Alex Graham. We saw some Alex Graham. More Alex Graham in the last game than we've seen.
I liked what I saw from Alex Graham.
He's got a little edge to him, but I think he grows into being a free safety more than a nickel. I think he's more of your Bishop Fitzgerald.
What about Isaiah Rubin? Does he get some time, or is he passed up? That's one of those guys where you look at like, oh, you're circling him. You got all these cornerbacks, defensive backs coming in.
He's another guy that played cornerback in high school.
Kennedy Urlacher came in for Bishop Fitzgerald.
Okay, that's what I thought, yeah.
That is also what I thought.
And Kennedy Urlacher isn't really that guy. Like, he's not my single high safety. And that tends to be where Bishop is playing. I want Kennedy Urlacher. I really would rather have Kennedy Urlacher doing what Kamari Ramsey did. But, I don't know. D. Reddick, where do you put him? Yeah, I don't know. Smaller safeties that are better around the line of scrimmage than single high. It's tough to play single high. You have to have good eyes. You have to play the angles well, But I didn't like Kennedy Urlacher's performance against UCLA as much as I liked him against Oregon and Iowa. And that might have been partly because of him coming in for Fitzgerald as opposed to Ramsey. I don't know.
Kendarius Reddick only played 4 defensive snaps after the Illinois game per shotgun.
I don't know. He seemed like he was in there more. I'd say against UCLA.
Just telling you with the big tracker guy. We've seen this comment multiple times. Kennedy Urlacher is a linebacker, not a safety.
He's not big enough to play linebacker. He's like 5'10", 5'11". He's not a big guy.
Yeah.
He's not his dad.
No. Yeah, he's not very big. He's a little bit taller than me. And that's not good for a linebacker. Certainly not. Gerard, are you ready to talk about your 10 of Troy?
The 10 of Troy.
For 2027.
We thought we'd just kind of do a podcast version of it, and we can do something that's written, later on. We're not even in the new year yet, but certainly I know how it is, right? It's always the next batch. It's always like, oh, we got this 5-star commit from a offensive tackle. Yeah, what about this center? What about the guard now? What about it's always the next guy? That's the recruitnik, always looking for the next player. So the class of 2027 is on deck. See you in January, as Lincoln Riley said. And so I would anticipate that we'll see a junior day probably in January for USC. I don't know if they're going to wait till February. It is going to be a smaller class, though, and we've reiterated that many times. 15 to 17 at most, and that's going to mean that they're going to be a little less aggressive. Like, they're not going to have massive junior days and try to, get all these guys on campus. It's going to be a little bit more, okay, we're selective, and we're going to try to build a class. So 10 of Troy, for those who are not familiar with it, it's a VIP piece that we've been doing for many years. It's kind of a spin-off, the Men of Troy. It's the 10 of Troy, which is 10 prospects that USC is recruiting that have both a sort of zeitgeist to their storylines and their interest from the fan base. There's a buzz factor that goes along with both the need and the ability of the player. So it's this sort of culmination that makes it unique in that we're not just ranking players by, okay, this is a position of need and this is where they're ranked nationally by 24/7 Sports Composite rankings. It's also what you, the fans, kind of talk about the most. Like, who's getting the most buzz? Who's are we hearing the most about question-wise? Was there some visit or a game performance or something that recently went on, maybe a camp performance that has the fan base really buzzed up about this particular recruit? So the 10 of Troy, 10 recruits in the 2027 class. Number one, Honor Faileva Johnson. So Honor Faileva Johnson, 6 foot, 190-pound safety from Cathedral Catholic High School down in Del Mar, San Diego, but plays a lot of running back as well. So he's kind of listed as an athlete, but USC has been recruiting him as a safety. Most schools have been recruiting him as a defensive back. He's played so well at running back. And we had an ISO game that Jared Perez, JP Only 5 Stars, shot for us a couple weeks ago from the San Diego, I think it was the sectional championship game, or maybe it was a semifinal game. He went down. Honor Faileva Johnson scores 5 touchdowns in that game. So we got that isolation film. You can go check it out. Looks like a great running back, but I think his ceiling is still higher as a defensive back. And seeing that USC really didn't get a safety, a true safety in this class, he's a number 1 ranked safety, and I believe right now, at least according to 24/7, the number 1 ranked player in California. And people were obviously buzz about him, Chris, because he got a crystal ball from a couple of publications and a lot of talk that maybe, this was going to be one of the first commitments that USC was going to have in the 2027 class. It would be nice because he is rated so high and he comes at a position of need. Now, we've spoken to him twice since there were some of those predictions. He kind of pumped the brakes on that. It didn't get the sense from him directly. I'll do it too as I'm talking. I'll do these things. We didn't get the sense from him directly that he was ready to pull the trigger for USC. I think that Oregon is still trying to keep him in the loop. It was really Oregon that was the team out front for him for a while. USC is kind of circled back. And we saw them do this. They've turned the corner with several highly rated prospects in the 2026 class. I mean, you can go back and look at Mark Bowman. Look back at where Mark Bowman was with USC at this time last year. Tom Tapui was committed to Oregon. Jonas Williams wasn't even on the radar for USC. There were so many players that you looked at in that class. Talanoa Ely, again, packing his bags for Eugene at this point last year. So last year they turned the corner with some guys. We'll see if that's a pattern, if they can do that this year as well. But Honor Faileva would kind of be one of the first guys where you'd say, well, Oregon was the early leader. Everybody's saying he's going to go to Oregon. And then, boom, USC sort of works their magic, and they end up being the leader for him. So we'll see if it works out. But there's Texas. There's, I think, Alabama might be involved with him a little bit. Oregon. He's still talking about taking more visits on the other end of this playoff run. They're going to play in the championship here. They just beat Carlsbad. I think they're in the open division they're playing. So we'll see what happens at the end of that, if he's ready to really shut things down. I have a feeling he's going to still take some visits, and that could reopen his recruitment to a certain extent. Number 2. Who do you think is number 2, Chris?
Well, I think there's a clear number 2, and the guy I'm thinking of could be in contention for number 1, and maybe there's an argument there, but I would say the recently reclassified defensive lineman, Marcus Fakatu, out of Orange Lutheran.
Yes. Marcus Fakatu, 6'6", 275-pound Defensive end, could be a 3 technique. Talked about him earlier. Fantastic year this year. Like, really, really looked good. Looked like a difference maker. Have some great isolation film. I think 3 different games, Sarah Canyon, Modern Day games. And he was just very disruptive and a player that I usually am not much for the player comparisons that we have sometimes. I agree with them. A lot of times I go, I don't know where this, comes into play. Like, I don't see the parallels with these 2 players. DeForest Buckner is the player comparison in his profile, and I absolutely agree with that. It's like a spot-on sort of comparison where you've got this super tall defensive lineman, but still has enough bend, still has enough power in his butt to be able to anchor on the defensive line in the run. He does have that ability to play inside as a 3 technique, even at that 6'6", 6'7" height. Very good player, very disruptive. And yes, a guy that's reclassified, but he's a little older. And so we have some war room stuff that we'll talk about a little bit with him. A little change in his recruitment that helps USC quite a bit. And USC themselves is, in his own words, really showing him a lot more love lately. And so they've jumped up, not even in his top 10, even higher than that. Go check out that story. The USC is definitely in the mix for him, seriously. Number 3, we're going with another edge-type player, but on the other side, more as a weak side edge. And this is a position where USC is putting in a ton of effort into. They're really looking for a marquee edge, just like they do with Luke Wayful. KJ Green out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. 6'5", 265 pounds. We were able to see him at one of the personal workouts that USC had and loved him. Like, he really stood out. Bigger, stronger. I think that he impressed people just with his athleticism, being a guy that could potentially stand up, be more of a Cameron Crawford than a, put your hand down the ground and be more of a 5 technique type defensive end. I think he's at the top of the list for USC as edge rushers go. There's also Zyron Forstall. There's a few other players that are there. Like I said, I mean, they're looking, I think, to try to really make a move with one of those players because they're going to lose potentially both Braylon Shelby and Cameron Crawford next year. There's a possibility they could lose both those guys. They're going to lose at least one of them if Braylon Shelby doesn't leave this year. So they want to go hard after that position. That's a priority position for them. That's a value position for them. We talk about value positions, left tackle, quarterback, pass rusher, and you get an elite pass rusher, whether he's an edge guy or he's a 3 technique. That's a big-time position. So KJ Green's number 3, the first kind of out-of-state recruit that was on the list.
Out-of-state, but connections to Los Angeles.
Yes.
His dad is a huge USC fan, and he has spent a lot of time in California, so it's not like a huge jump in environment for him. And USC really, really likes him. So Coach Henderson really likes him. And someone points out Stone Mountain, Georgia, home of Jake the Snake Roberts. Does that hit for you?
Jake the Snake. That was when wrestling was great. And I didn't watch a lot of pro wrestling, but that was really, I mean, Chris, you got to know, that's the Macho Man days. You don't remember Macho Man getting bit by, a cobra in WrestleMania?
I mean, I guess that's the snake.
That was Jake the Snake. Yeah. Jake the Snake Roberts.
I did have a dono that I wanted to throw out, JZNY6999. No question, just appreciation for our 5-star host, 10K. And Girth Martinez, a lot of 5-hour crews. They're in there. We got some people just joining in. We have a little over 380 people still watching.
They're dwindling, baby.
Yeah.
The casuals are shedding our casuals right now.
Shedding like a snake. We appreciate you still in here. I appreciate anyone who watched, but appreciate the people still sticking around these 5-hour crews. We're in the home stretch. We can see the record right in front of us.
Chris went to the bathroom, man. We got another, 5 hours to go?
Yeah. By the way, that means I have to chug another beer or a water beer. Excuse me.
Okay. Well, you do that, and I will continue with the 10 of Troy. Now, number 4, a little controversial, a little debate here.
We love controversy.
When I brought this up, when I said this out loud, and I'm still going with Duvae Williams at number 4. Now, Duvae Williams, one of the smoothest, best two-way athletes in Southern California. he hasn't necessarily really stood out as much as I think a lot of people thought he was going to this year. Sarah had a rough year this year. All offseason, he really was doing more on the offensive side of the ball than he was the defensive side of the ball, and I think he's projected as more of a defender. DeVay Williams, number 5, Danny Lang. And that's where people go, I think Danny Lang is a bigger prospect right now.
I like them both, but I like Lang a little better, personally.
But I think Williams is still got to be looked at as, from a cornerback position, the better prospect. So I'm going with Williams, but Lang, been a player that's been talked about a lot. 6'1", almost 6'2", 170-pound cornerback / safety, because he does play a little safety for Mater Dei. A big-time playmaker for them. Very productive for them. I mean, he has played very well for them this season. He's involved in a lot of plays. It seems like he's always around the ball as a defender. And a guy that likes USC a lot, and USC likes him a lot. He is also looking at Ohio State. Ohio State is the other school that, it's kind of a head-to-head battle right now for Danny Lang. And I think, he took that unofficial visit out to Ohio State during the season. It's like a month ago, and everybody was saying, it kind of seems like Ohio State's taking the lead. What did Chad Bowden and USC do? They brought him down, 2 times during the UCLA week, and then he was at the UCLA game as well. That's the difference in this coaching staff and this football staff is, they're aware. They have their ear to the ground, and there's no pretentiousness there. There's no, we're SC. So it doesn't matter if you went to Columbus and you saw a game with 90,000 people for the number 1 team in the nation. That doesn't mean anything. We are SC, and you should want to come here because this school is amazing. That's not going to help you land guys. You can't have that sort of arrogance. And this staff doesn't when it comes to he went to Ohio State. Ohio State put a great first step forward. Well, it's not their first step, but put a great step forward in their recruitment of him. We've got to do something to get ourselves back in there. So it's let's just get him down here as much as we can. And boom, boom, boom. Kid shows up. Family shows up. That was big. I don't know if USC is retaken the lead yet. I don't know if I would say that yet, but I think that was...
They're working their way back.
And that sort of, even them doing that shows that, they understood, Ohio State's definitely working here, and so we got to do the same. So nice counter move from USC. Number 6, a player that hasn't mentioned USC recently and has been kind of hot and cold with USC. That is defensive tackle Kasai Curry, 6'5", 315 pounds, a player that has camped at USC multiple times. We saw him, was he still a freshman, Chris? The first time we saw him? I want to say he was freshman or he was maybe a sophomore. But we saw him twice, underclassman. Didn't get a scholarship offer. First time he went down, we thought he was one of the best performers there. USC should have offered him on the spot. He came back, and I think he got the offer later after, not at the camp, but a little later. 6'5", 315, this is kind of that big behemoth inside interior lineman that you want to have. You don't have a lot of these guys on the West Coast, right? Didn't have a lot of Tom-Toms. Did not have a lot of Kasai Currys. And so I think it's still a position of need. It's still a position where it's hard to get these players on the West Coast. You got to lock them down when you can get them. He's more of a SEC guy is what he's told us, and Oregon's involved as well. He comes from the why am I blanking? I was Richard Wesley camp. I got Richard Anderson in my head from all those nonsense LSU flip.
Let's go to flip
talk that there was that I don't think really was anything to it, but nevertheless, the Richard Wesley camp. And so, I get that's going to be a difficult one, but I think he definitely deserves to be on the list, even though there's not a lot of buzz with him lately. Still, a good, solid, better than good, solid. I think he's probably been one of the better players on their team this past year. He had a very good year this year, was pretty dominant in games, like Kasai Curry, and so he gets to be in the number 6 spot. Number 7, Quentin Hale, 6'3", 175-pound receiver out of Cathedral in Los Angeles, not to be mixed up with Cathedral Catholic down in San Diego. Wide receiver position is not all that inspiring in this class. It is sort of a weak year for wide receivers nationally, let alone locally. Hale is the most polished, best playmaker of the group locally, but dropping to 7 is kind of emblematic of just the position as a whole. It's not a position where there's just a bunch of guys out there that you see, are game breakers. I don't know nationally there's any Percy Harvin level players. It's kind of a down year, I think, for the wide receiver position in 2027 in general. Number 8, Tampa's own Caden Henderson just came out here for an unofficial visit. 6'2", 215-pound linebacker. Could be a Mike linebacker, could be a Will linebacker. I think they're leaning more towards Mike with him. He was just out here, like I said. Tom Loy had a good update on him. And USC is all in. He's kind of like their big inside linebacker for the class. And he's been out here a couple times now. He came out here in April. So this was his second unofficial visit to USC. So USC is very much in the mix here. There's not a lot of out-of-state players on this list. And, I think we're keeping with the theme. And I think the theme is the good strategy and philosophy to kind of build from your inside out. California first, and then you go out there and cherry pick. But I think Caden Henderson is one of those players that USC feels like if we're going to cherry pick, this is the guy that we would cherry pick. Number 9, I had Eli Woodard. Not a lot recently about Eli. He hasn't been to USC since I think the Michigan game, but a very good athlete. Another one of those players that while most look at him as a receiver, USC offered him as a receiver during the summer camps, and he was one of the few players that had a scholarship offer from those summer camps. They don't give a lot of offers out at those camps. He was one of the few that actually earned a scholarship offer at the camp. But I've seen him play in person now a couple times. We actually had compilation film of him because JP, I think, shot him maybe twice, and then I shot him twice. I can't remember. But Eli Woodard, both sides of the ball, super productive. And, in fact, I think he had like 3 touchdowns in one game, 4 touchdowns in another game. But even on the defensive side of the ball, I wouldn't sleep on him. I wouldn't sleep on him as a defensive back in college. They use him as a nickel kind of all over the field for Chaparral High School. He's about 6'1", 185 pounds. He really is one of those like athletes. He could do really anything on either side of the football. So that's another intriguing athlete, but a guy that I think right now it's kind of down to Oregon and USC. And I don't want to say down to because I don't think he's that close to making a decision, but I think Oregon and USC are his front runners for sure. Number 10, and this is kind of controversial. There's some other names you could throw in here, but I went with Dante Wright. I think, again, the cornerback position, kind of opposite of the wide receiver position, the cornerback position, defensive back position in general in Southern California. It's another really good class. Dante Wright is a player that's committed to Georgia already out of Long Beach Poly. 5'11", 180 pounds, Chris. You say you've seen him in person. Does that add up? I mean, is he list-wise 5'11", 6 foot? I mean, I think he's 6 foot.
That checks.
A player that USC likes a lot. And I think that if they somehow miss out maybe on Duve Williams, maybe Dante Wright is that guy. I don't know if it's an either-or sort of thing with them. Could you get 3 corners in this class? To me, that seems like a lot for a class that's only 15, maybe 17 deep. But I think Dante Wright gets that spot. An early commitment to Georgia, but it was very, very early. He has been to USC, I think, a couple times for visits. And we'll see, if he's back on campus for junior days, etc. I think he will be. I think he likes USC. I think USC's got a lot of traction with him. So that's the 10 of Troy, the buzz for the 2027 class, a early look at maybe the core of the class if USC recruits 2027 with the success that they have in 2026.
Holding strong at around 360, baby. Let's go. We are almost at 800 likes. Let's get there. Let's round out and let's get there. Gerard, impressive performance running down your 10 of Troy. I'm assuming that's going to change over the next couple of...
Oh, yes, because, it'll change as we get into January with potential junior days and visits. And
this is just your early 10 of Troy.
It's a real early
Will you do your official one in January to kick off the year?
Maybe. That sounds... while you guys are dealing with the porthole I will do a 10 of Troy. God, January seems so far away, man. I haven't even digested my turkey yet, and we're sitting here. It's kind of crazy. We're right out of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving feels like it was 2 weeks away, dude. It was just last week.
Yeah, we had someone say that they just woke up in Portugal, and respect to us for still going.
Nice.
So,
did he start out somewhere else and then just woke up in Portugal?
I guess we need 20 more likes for 800. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Portugal. Did you know, Chris, has some insane waves? There's like some insane monster
surfing?
waves off the coast of Portugal. I can't remember what the name of that. It's not really a beach, and that's why people slept on it for so long. But it's like this crazy big wave. It's like Mavericks and,
Point Break.
Yeah, Point Break. We love Point Break here.
We do.
We need to get that Anthony Kiedis soundbite. That would be a waste of time.
Gerard, we are approaching the official record. Like we're about to, in like 3 minutes, we're about to.
Now, what we have to think about here, Chris,
okay,
is how far do we want to push the record? Because then that's the new record, and then we have to push further and further and further. So I don't know.
We're only competing against ourselves.
You know me, exactly. You know me. I'm helpless. I'm hopeless. I'm useless when it comes to stopping and pulling back on talking about recruiting in football. Right. I could literally drone on for hours, but
sure.
I unfortunately feel like I do drone on and I'm not giving any insight or being entertaining at all. So that doesn't really do anybody good. So, but what I'm trying to say is I can't be the guy that pulls on the reins.
Pulls the plug.
I don't think I will do it. I think I will go into the night and just be here like, fall asleep.
I think
mumble
I
on.
think in my head I wanted to get to midnight. I think that was my goal.
Oh.
So I could be able to say I just went from 6 to midnight. A la the famous forgetting Sarah Marshall quote. Jonah Hill. No, you guys know. I think the chat wants us to go for the 6-hour stream, which would be, a fourth of a 24-hour stream. And then you build from there.
A 24-hour stream we would need to do something else. We would have to have games. We would have to have special guests. We would have to have the Xbox in here, and we could play some simulated USC recruiting something. The unfortunate part is that the college football game just isn't like the old college football game where you could do stuff with the roster. It's so...
New record officially set. We are in new record territory.
Touchdown.
Everything moving forward is the record. We are just adding to the record. We officially beat 5 hours, 60 minutes, and 34 seconds. What hashtag do we got? Record crew? Record crew? Hashtag record crew if you were here for the whole thing. Let's go. Holy shit, no way you guys are still live. Hell yeah, we're still live.
Hell yeah. We just finished the 10 of Troy, man. Where were you, dude?
Where were you?
Were you being a filthy casual off eating peanut butter out of the jar? Or what were you doing?
I don't know. I don't know. I was hoping for one more call before I shut it down. So if anyone wants to get in a quick...
How come Eddie's not... I'm disappointed in Eddie. I'm disappointed.
We might have a voicemail here from Eddie. It's 46 seconds, though. That's not like Eddie range.
No, not at all.
Unless he got caught halfway through it. So, here we go. I got a super chat right here from Eric Meyer. GM, who was the most dominant or scary recruit you remember from the 909, 562, or 714? Exclude QBs.
Well, because I had to play against him was Chris Claiborne. I had played against him 2 years. Yeah, that sucked. When he hurdled our middle linebacker, who was 6 foot, I was like, that's not right. That's not good. This isn't an end well. So, yeah. I just got a text message, 50% off. You missed the 75% off, you guys. They had a massive Black Friday, 75% off. It's 50% off now. It's still good, though, because it's usually 30. So, Don't be a filthy casual. Wash yourselves of your casualness. Become a hardcore fan and get on the peristyle. And you can bitch about trolls. You can get into off-topic threads about how long the longest off-topic thread was. It's amazing stuff, man. Chris is
Did you see that?
trying to figure things out.
Did you see that kid who signed with Virginia Tech named Fat Rat?
No, I didn't. Fat Rat?
Yeah.
How's it spelled? Is it spelled like it's...
Please, somebody know what I'm talking about. Hold on. His name is Fat Rat. Or his nickname is Fat Rat, but that's what they call him.
Do you remember I told you the story once that...
Davion Fat Rat Brown.
Okay.
4-star wide receiver.
Okay. I mean...
Fat Rat.
There was the time when I was going through the Rivals database. We were still working for Rivals. And I was looking in the database for something. And I came across a profile. And the profile's name was Evan Looks at Him. And I said, somebody got in here and hacked the freaking thing. They put Evan Points at Him is the name. Well, he turned out to be Native American.
Did you see that in the chat? Because someone literally just wrote Evan Points at Him.
Yeah, it's probably the story that I said. And I was about to call somebody like, hey, somebody's got in here and put like a crazy name and said there, and it was like, no, that he's actually a kid.
Brian Grummel just wrote Evan Points at Him as you
Brian
said.
Grummel?
Yeah.
Domer? BG4? Brian Grummel. That's OG Peristyle. Chris, he was you before you even knew you were you. Brian
Are you saying this is a reference to that person or this is that person?
No. This is not Evan Points at Him. This was from a Nike camp. He was a kid that showed up at Nike camp, and his name was Evan Points at Him. And I just thought somebody was playing a game, and it ended up being that. That was like kind of one of the most odd names that, and no offense, it was if I would have known it was a Native American name, I would have been like, okay, that makes a little more sense. But he just, he looked like Cilantro Boys.
Was he good?
No, he didn't do anything. You never heard from that name.
I thought
again.
you were saying
Brian Grummel used to be like, he worked with Ryan before I even came to USCFootball.com.
This guy.
Yeah, Domer BG4, yeah, if that's the same guy.
See, I was confused if you were referencing...
No, Evan.
You were doing both, though. You answered both of my questions.
Well, because you said that name and it clicked with me, and I was going, Brian Grummel. Wait, that's Domer, who I haven't talked to in a decade, a long time. But he's like OG Peristyler fan / staff member that was kind of helping. He actually kind of sort of introduced me to Ryan, if I recall. Yeah, because he just picked up on my post. What's going on?
Someone liked your nah, he sucks.
No, yeah, well he didn't. Listen, you're all hearing Evan Points at Him like for the first time. So if he,
we're here to talk about Fat Rat.
Rat. Yeah, not Domer BG4. I want to know if that's Domer BG4. If that's the actual Brian Grummel or somebody's trolling.
He's in the chat. Let us know if you're the real BG4. Is that what you called? Yeah, okay. We'll see. We'll see. He's no booby feaster.
Booby feaster.
I don't know. I kind of like Fat Rat. Fat Rat Brown.
Well, I was not picturing a wide receiver, though. I was picturing like a D tackle that was 280 pounds. I was like, oh, he's got to be from Baltimore. Like this. Have you ever heard the Baltimore accent? Have you heard that whole thing?
Yeah, man.
What is that?
I don't know.
Where does it come from?
I don't know. Just
I understand the
diction.
Boston accent and how accents start, but that one I heard and I go, I don't know what that is. It's not French. It's not like there's some source to it.
He said, yes, it's him.
Wow. Domer, I hope you're good, man. Haven't seen Domer in a long time. Probably like the tailgates we used to do way, way, way back. I think he moved to Chicago, if I recall.
Dakotas Crawford?
Well, that was the best NIL name. He ended up getting like a deal with like some air conditioning company, didn't he, down in Louisiana?
Sure, that sounds right.
Yeah, I think so.
But what can Fat Rat get? Like an exterminator? Chuck E. Cheese? Hi, I'm Fat Rat Brown.
They call that's like a Tarkov thing. Is the rats and the Chads? That's kind of where that comes from. It's like an old video that a guy named Sam. What was his name? I can't remember. But it's a YouTuber, and it was this whole thing between the Chads, which is you play aggressive, you run around the map, and then there's the rats, the people that hide in the bushes. And so it's a very sort of gamer term. So that also came to mind, Fat Rat, and I was like, what?
Someone says, I saw Gerard at Yamava before. What up, GM? Is that true?
At what?
Yamava? The casino?
No, I didn't. That was another fat, bald guy that looks like Kingpin. Girthpin. No, I'm not. I do not gamble.
If you
I do not
claim
gamble.
this to be, you have to give more details. If you are certain it was
if
our
you
boy.
want to accuse me,
Yeah.
if you want to put that on me,
Okay. Well,
dude. People have come up to me and said,
are you Gerard Martinez?
Khalid Ali from Under the Radar. You know Khalid Ali, right? He went on about how he saw me at a gas station once with this Mexican chick. He was like
That tracks.
going off on this whole thing, and I said, Ali, that wasn't me. And he was like heartbroken. He said, no, that's how is no, man, that had to be you. And I'm like, that was not me. When was this? He's like, it was yesterday. Nope, that was not me.
He says, dang, that's my bad, Gerard. He had a great polo on too, that 247 look.
That's weird.
I don't think he's saying
A 247 polo?
I'm not saying I don't think he's saying it was a 247 polo. I think he said it looked like a 247 polo.
Okay. Yeah.
He nodded and said, "What's up? Good to meet you." And I said, "Tell Ryan what's up." And he said, "I will."
No, that was not me.
He's like, "What the fuck now?"
Well, that's just
Maybe he knew Orion.
That's a guy that didn't want to make it awkward for you, man. He was doing you a solid. He didn't want to go, what? Who?
I saw you on YouTube about 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yep. When I was a student, I went up to Chris and said something P related. You gave me a nod. Well, let's go.
I was sorry. We just, about 20
I just did
minutes ago,
something P related. Yeah.
Different
Not
kind
that
of
P related. And he likes it there to smash. I feel like a drunk outside of a club asking that. Yes. What are we at? I'm trying to get to 800. We're trying to get to 800.
Listener questions. I thought we were going to have a voicemail question, no? 46
well,
seconds?
I mentioned Eddie, and everyone's like, please no, Eddie. I will donate not.
But that's well, then start donating. No, that can't be Eddie if it's 46
I think we're just going to do questions. So just put them in the chat. We'll just knock out questions.
Why are you avoiding this voicemail?
No, okay. I'll do the voicemail, but okay. I hope they can hear it.
Oh, that's why you're avoiding it.
Hello, Cilantro Boys. Gustavo from La Mirada.
Gustavo.
Question, now that with the season over, O-line punched above their weight for most of the season, and it looks like USC should be returning not most, but
as Eddie
all
driving by
starters on the line. So what is the path for this unit to improve? I know there's some freshmen coming in, but of course O-line is something that is better left to the upperclassmen with their bodies fully developed. So I'm just curious to see how this unit can get better for next year. Anyway, great win against the Bruins. Fight on, and we'll remember the Alamo shortly.
Can I jump on it first?
Yeah.
Elijah Page needs to stay healthy. Never got to see him get going, and his third season with the program. Stay healthy. We'll see if that full jump can happen. Tobias Raymond, it would be helpful if he could just stay in one spot. Have to jump around all season. Let him really develop at a spot. Still think it's a guard position. Lonnie Noah just needs to be more consistent. That's been his whole deal. Really slimmed down this season. We'll see if that can another year with his new body type, see what that looks like. Killian O'Connor, he's a walk-on, or former walk-on, excuse me. Needs to get that surgery, needs to get his body right. And, I think he's reached his max in terms of, what he can do. Sort of a walk-on. He's a solid option. If he's going to be the starter, I don't think that's an issue, but he's going to struggle with bigger defensive linemen, and just hope that his health holds up for a full season. Justin Taonau, kind of the same thing as Alani Noah with his consistency. He was the youngest guy on that line, and I thought he did a decent job. Just needs to continue to grow. We'll see if that's a area for him to grow in his second year as a starter. But again, he's gonna get pushed a little bit by these guys coming in, especially Kenai. We'll see how he handles the competition, if that can elevate his game a little bit more at the 2026.
Yeah, I concur with a lot of that. I do wonder if there's got to be some competition for O'Connor at center still. I'm a little wary of that. Former walk-on, did he win that spot because he was really that good, or is just like John Ray Reed just really wasn't the guy they thought he was coming out of the portal? Smallish, and that's an issue for USC. I mean, they're still at a lot of positions trying to get bigger and stronger and being more physical. And we see when they step up to the plate and they do get more physical, it's because their personnel is bigger. I mean, it's the same thing that you see on the defensive side of the ball. It's not a wonder when they go to a 5-2 or they actually put Devin Tompkins over at the 5 technique instead of having Braylon Shelby over there or Cameron Crawford over there. They're better at the line of scrimmage. All of a sudden, they seem to be a little better at stopping the run. It's not, brain science, rocket surgery. So I think, from that standpoint, I would hope that some of these freshmen do really compete and have the potential to maybe start. I mean, listen, Alani Noah started as a true freshman. First game, he started as a true freshman, Chris. So when I look at Kenai Pepe, Asun Tafa is somebody that we haven't talked about a whole lot. 6'4", 200 or 310 pounds.
Blair was giving him love early in the show. Like, we're not talking enough about Asun Tafa.
He's a guy that Blair thinks is going to be able to push for a starting job, or at least compete to contribute and be a guy that if there's going to be an injury, kind of finagles his way into the lineup. And so, I mean, that's the one thing that you look at with, I think, really that first top half of the offensive line. Some of these guys shake some things up, and maybe it before they even get to campus, you see guys transfer out because they're looking over their shoulder. But you would hope now you don't have to worry about a spring portal, which is a really good thing if you're USC and you can get these guys into spring ball and you can have some competition and you don't have to worry about, they gave the freshmen too many reps and now we're going to go. So, yeah, I think you want to see the guys that were here last year, like Alex Payne, Aaron Dunn. You want to see them actually get a foothold and, find a spot there for Alex Payne where he looks like he's going to make some plays. You want to feel like they didn't just recruit over that class and that class was just, it didn't matter sort of thing, right? You want to believe in the development and you want to believe that players that were former 4-stars that with a year in a program are still going to be better than even the best players as offensive linemen coming straight out of high school. Maybe you get a guy like a Kenai Pepe that's an outlier, but that shouldn't be the rule. It should be the exception to the rule. And, you want the rule to be you're in this program longer for more years and more coaching, you're better because of it. And so I think you just want some guys from the freshman class at certain positions where maybe there's playing time available to kind of shake things up a little bit. Tafa's one of those guys. Obviously, Pepe, one of those guys. Dakananoff, I think, has ways to go still. I think he has a higher ceiling than maybe some of the other offensive linemen, but I think he's got to get stronger, and he's got to kind of find a position. I think he's going to bounce around a little bit. I think he has the ability to play both sides of the offensive line, tackle and guard, and potentially could even play a little bit of center, like a Jonah Monheim. Brett Koleji, I already said, I think that he is a bit underrated and is a guy that I wouldn't be surprised if he also sort of had an Alani Noah surge into playing on the interior, because the interior is where that weakness I think is kind of the most concerning right now. It's just smallish and inconsistent. And of course it's because of injuries. And you've got, Kalen Miller playing, you've got John Ray Reed coming back in because Connor gets hurt. Connor is a former walk-on. Like the whole thing of it, I will say, coming into the year, offensive line, just like last year, was a concern. I don't think this was a good offensive line. And a lot of people at some point during the season, I think after the Iowa game, the national pundits just kind of say, oh, well, USC beat Iowa. USC's got a pretty good season going right now. Their offensive line is actually really good. I don't think the offensive line was ever really good. I think that Oregon kind of exposed them, and Oregon was one of the few teams that they played where the defensive line was actually pretty good. Do I think that they played above expectations and, as the caller said, above their sort of fighting weight? Yes, absolutely. And kudos to Zach Hansen for that. Absolutely. But does that actually make them a good offensive line? Nah, not yet. I think there's definitely some talent deficiencies and what have you. You're going to get more depth. You're going to get more talent. And so, we'll see what some of these guys do. But I think like the interior, I think that's where you want to see a little bit more, dynamic and bigger bodies and just more strength and what have you. Alani Noah doesn't need to lose weight. Alani Noah just needs to be more consistent with what he has. Not having, those really bad moments where he just like misses a block and, the run game gets blown up. So I think, we'll see what happens with that. But this is a group that certainly USC's getting some good size. It's one of those things where when we look at how they use those offensive linemen, there still has to be mobility there. So there's a little bit of a transition potentially. But I think, you saw certainly some flashes, certainly some things that you were excited about, especially because you had to chip down, further into the depth chart than you thought you were going to, when even coming into this year, the offensive line was a question.
We're so close to 800. So let's get there. We're almost there. Gonna do some speed ones. USC, LA Kings. Top 3 porthole positions USC will target the most. We think wide receiver, safety, and then we could be mixed on the next one. Linebacker, defensive tackle. Some people were like, we need another cornerback.
It's gonna, some of what will dictate that is who you lose too. Because if you lose a guy, because there's going to be a guy that either goes to NFL early that you weren't expecting, maybe Devin Tompkins, or you got a guy that leaves, goes to the portal that's kind of unexpected, and then that position becomes a little bit more, you could argue. Like, what if Prophet Brown decides he's going to leave? Like, we don't expect he's coming off an injury. He was slated to potentially start going into the fall. He gets hurt, and he kind of just drops off the mat completely. He could be a guy where you're going, well, you're kind of getting him back, and then he leaves, and you go, well, now we have maybe an excuse to be able to bring him in and say, hey, we need that transfer portal player because we need to make up for it. Jason Johnson could be a one and done for all we know. I mean, that was kind of a weird sort of thing, his transition to USC and getting onto the field, and then immediately he's back off the field. Now, he's close with Trevon Reed, who he came over with from Central Florida. But, yeah, man, I mean, some of these guys have it in their head like they're going to immediately make a huge impact, and they don't. They start looking at their watches,
We hit 800.
Oh, nice.
Thank you so much. Mandingo Johnson, 1270.
Mandingo after we had, what was it, Frisky Dingo?
We got Mandingo Johnson. We got Frisky Dingo. We got Girth Martinez. I just realized Girth Martinez is absolutely an adult star name. What's the worst Big Ten road trip in the conference? Iowa. I've never been to Iowa, so I can't say that for sure.
Not Iowa.
It's got to be Penn State, I feel like. Just having to go across the country, no major airport. You got to drive from Philly. I've made the trip from Maryland through car, and that was a pain in the butt. I can't imagine going from all the way across the country. So haven't done it for USC football. I've made the trip to Happy Valley before, so I guess I'm going to say Penn State. I'm looking forward to going to Iowa, though.
I don't know. Notre Dame's kind of bad. I know that's not a Big Ten, but
Yeah,
South Bend
Big
is kind
Ten,
of
Big
like
Ten
that.
country. A lot of people are asking who's the QB1 for 2027.
Oh, 2027.
Yeah,
Rider Lions. No. I would.
they haven't offered anyone.
Well, we're talking about QB1 for 2027. Do you mean recruit, or are you talking about who's on Longstreet versus Jonas Williams? We talked about that at the top. See, this is the type of podcast where, you might have missed it. It was 5 hours ago.
Oh yeah, I was interpreting it as a recruit, but it could mean like who's starting in 2027.
That's what QB1, that's what I
Yeah.
thought. So I would have said Hussam Longstreet, but of course there's potential that he may transfer out, but recruit wise, I Rider Lions. there's Rider Lions. He's
Didn't sign.
he didn't sign, but he'll be coming back from Norway or Florida or wherever the heck he's going for his Mormon mission. Yeah, it's like Norway or Florida. His dad and Walker both went to Norway for their mission, but I think it was India today said something about he heard Florida, or maybe it was Ahmad. Somebody said that Florida, and I was like, Florida? Okay, that's not what you think when you go on a mission. Like, I'm going to Daytona Beach. That's spring break, not a mission. That would be interesting, but there's still probably potential there. That he could be that quarterback actually in that class. Which, USC has not offered another quarterback in the class, so they're being patient. They're waiting.
Here we go from Casey.
Casey Crossgrove.
Yeah, not a filthy casual, but coming in late. My wife's B-day. So
happy
first shout
birthday.
out to her. Shout out to her. My question, where would Thanos rank in 2026 class if he didn't reclassify?
Good question.
P.S. Use NDS 2025 for 65% off a membership.
65% off.
Yeah.
Holy moly. I thought it was 55% off. Wait, maybe he's the one. Somebody texted me, and maybe I read that wrong. I thought somebody texted me. No, it was.
That was Casey.
Oh, no, Casey's on here. He said 50% off annual membership.
Yeah, we're at 50 right now, but if you use the code, you get 65%
he sent me
off.
this whole thing that you just read. My bad. I did not read that like an hour ago. Yes.
So where would Thanos rank?
Thanos would be, he was a 5-star in the 2027 class.
And he probably would have played, right?
Yeah. So I would say he would have been above Jamion Winfield.
At least top 40. At least top 50.
Yeah, he would have been. Oh, he would have been top 50. He would have been probably. He'd have been a 5-star, so would have been in the 20s. I would say. Yeah.
Okay. Do you see any coaching changes this offseason? I could take one. I could see one.
Well, yeah,
at least one.
I think we all know which one we're thinking about. Yeah, I could. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a possibility. I mean, there's a possibility of, I say, 1 to 3.
1 to 3?
1 to 3. 1 to 3.
6 to 7?
No.
Okay.
Just 1 to 3.
Wes Los 323 asks, what does the interior offensive line need to do to get the power run going? Notre Dame and Oregon made us a one-dimensional offense and felt like we played into their game plan.
Yeah, bigger, stronger, more talented.
Bigger,
I know it sounds very
stronger.
simple, but that's what I'm saying with, Killian O'Connor's, 275, 280. He's not big. Alani Noah trying to get a beach body instead of embracing, his inner Bubba. Yeah, you got to get bigger and more talented. It was walk-ons and 3 stars, and it wasn't necessarily like a group that the expectations were very high to begin with, and then you have injuries on top of that. So, I think it's just a matter of the last year's class and this class. What really kind of fell through was that 2023 class, right? Because that's the Elijah Page class.
Was that Noah?
No. Let's see. It would have been 24 because wasn't Alani Noah the 24 class where you had
Amos Talele.
Yeah, Amos Talele. You had Noah. You had
2024?
Was that 24 or 23? I can't remember if that was the same class.
I thought they were 23.
They were 23 with
let's see, Zacharias and all them. Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Oh, nice. Well, 24/7 just went down on me. I just gotta.
Yeah, Elijah Page, 2023. Micah, Alani Noah, Amos.
Okay, so so that was all right, right.
Tobias Raymond.
Yeah, that.
So you got 3 starters out of that class.
But that class, I mean, it's still sort of like, what do we know about that class at this point? Like Alani Noah has been a starter for 3 years, and we're still going. Needs to be more consistent.
Yeah.
Right. Elijah Page had maybe second round potential if he played really well this year. Like you're thinking, okay, maybe backs himself in the first round, so that's good. Tobias Raymond, we're still trying to figure out what position is he going to play. Micah Benuelos, he's, like I said, played everything but the position he was rated at, was the center. So that class has kind of left us a little bit, You lose Jason Zandamela in the next year at the center position. And
That's
that
true.
Now, I don't know what Jason Zandamela did for Florida this past year, but
let's look it up.
That felt like a big loss because I feel like he was a very good player. He was the highest rated player in that whole class as a center, which kind of speaks to the class more than maybe how good Jason Zandamela was. your number one player should not be a center in the class. That's not a very good recruiting class.
Doesn't seem like he played it all this year. Played in one game.
Come home. You know what they say, Chris? Come home.
Come home.
Jason Zandamela, come home. Home for him is it Ghana? Nigeria? I can't remember. I did a long story about it, but his folks are still back there. His dad is back there.
Shotgun has a question.
Yes.
GM,
Shotgun.
who are your picks from the class for consistent special teams contributors as freshmen next year?
Ooh, special teams, huh? Boy, it's always going to be like defensive backs and linebackers. Those are the guys that are going to end up getting the most runs. So you're going to see like
I think Lockhart. I told you he stood out to me as a special teams guy.
Yeah.
Someone.
Yeah.
Albert Hill.
Albert. I don't know if you're going to see a lot of Albert Hill because I think he might be more of a guy that gets to play with the defense. So they might not have him out there as much.
Are we counting as returners? He said they want to get him involved in special teams.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Alston. I think even like receivers like Mosley, a possibility. They do put the receivers out there a little bit when it comes to special teams. Sometimes which you're kind of surprised at because you're like, this guy's got to tackle. But I think a lot of like Taylor Johnson. Josh Holland, Madden Reardon. Yeah, those guys, Peyton Dyer, like all of those defensive backs are going to be all over the special teams for sure. Now, if you're asking me who's going to be the field goal kicker, I don't know.
Okay. A couple donations.
Evidently, it's going to be Chris.
Yeah. Law Dog Patterson.
Law Dog.
Just gave us $1.99.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then we have a $2 donation from HBKB9. How much does House of Victory need to get Chris Henry? Let's effing go.
Apparently $3 million. But that was the asking price. Rumored, unsubstantiated rumor was 1.5 a year for 3 years. But that was like 2 weeks ago. People were talking about that being like a thing. And you probably have to go above that. So, yeah, that's actually what we heard. But the question would be, do you put that towards a guy like Chris Henry or Nick Marsh? Because I don't know if that's even what Nick Marsh would want. Nick Marsh is more of a guy that you'd only have to pay maybe 1 year, too.
Yeah, that's a good point. I had another one down here that I was trying to find, then I lost it. Here we go. Ryan Wise. Question for both. Do you still call shoddy shot buns?
I just did, literally. Probably before you put that up there, but
yes,
that is an old timer. That is the whole context of it was really what made me laugh so hard. It was a recruit's mom mad at some tweets that Shotgun had made and called them shot buns, and it was both adorable, but then also like a kind of weird meme dig. Yeah. it just, I don't know, it's just funny.
I'll drop shot buns every once in a while.
I think I don't know. I think it might get under his skin if I said it more, but I do like saying it. I like saying it even just out loud, alone. Shot buns.
And then second question, is this season playoff or Lincoln Riley's gone? Or does the class stop the talk until they are sophomores?
This season or next season? You mean next season, right?
Yeah.
No. He's still got 5 years, even some talk that he might even have a 6th year because he got to a bowl game last year. But yeah, he's got too much buyout. If he were to leave, now we don't know like what the buyout is for him going to another school, as opposed to what it would be for USC to fire him. Those are two different numbers, right? And there's also, buyout for NFL teams, because we knew with Cliff Kingsbury when he went to the Arizona Cardinals only had to pay USC like $300,000 to get him. Whereas if USC would have fired him, that would have probably cost them millions. So, it's all different. There's always that talk like, well, if Lincoln Riley wants to leave, then, that's something different. That's not USC trying to buy him out. That's not USC trying to fire him. But I think most of the talk, the Florida, the LSU talk, I really think there was nothing to that. There was also Penn State talk, which I don't know. I think Connor thinks there's a little more going on there, but not serious, but still like there's some type of talk there. We heard Baylor was more of a school that might like do something like very drastic, and because they're getting pressure now from Texas Tech. Like Baylor and Texas Tech are like they're competing now. This is not like, well, Texas does this or Texas. No, Texas Tech and Baylor, there's actual like sort of rivalry there because that's sort of like lower tier, second tier Texas teams, and Texas Tech is putting all this money. Baylor's like, well, where's our money? So they might, be more apt to make a move like that aggressively. They're going to keep Duranda another year. David Aranda, just call him Duranda. Which I think is good. That was a good hire for them. That was like a really good hire for them when they got David Aranda. And so it hasn't worked out, but he's going to get another year, and we'll see. But that's Redlands guy, actually a Southern California guy. That was a really hot hire when they got him, and it just hasn't panned out for them for whatever reason. I don't follow them enough to really know. I'd actually like to hear from some Baylor insiders and some writers as to what the issue is with David Aranda there.
Chris, you're starting to look a little tired, buddy. That's
Chris. It's starting to look a lot like Christmas.
That was that's more to do with the contacts I'm wearing. They're kind of like drying out, so you kind of get the.
Hurry! Shotgun a water beer in your eyes.
This year's freshman special teamers were Corey Sims, Tanook Hines, Kendarius Reddick, and to a lesser extent, Matai Tagovailoa.
Yeah, like Corey Sims is out there, and you're like, Corey Sims, really? Corey Sims is an athlete, man. Corey Sims. Now, hey, I could think way outside the box and go find my safety in the wide receiver room.
Law Dog Patterson with another donation, this time $49.99.
Oh, wow. We've upped it quite a bit. He liked the answer.
He liked the way we just said $1.99. Thank you so much. It was a test. If we had thanked him for the $1.99, he was going to give us.
Hey, man, we appreciate all donations. We appreciate you guys just being here and interacting with us.
Yeah, as we round out this live show, we're still holding at 300 plus, 329. So,
is there a number that it dips down that the beard is not working, the contacts are burning? We're done. Is that where we're at, Chris?
Quick shot buns, a water beer in your eye.
Yes.
There you
shot
go.
buns, a water beer in your eye. That feels like it could be a P mainstay, like bike racks and Stephen Hawking.
Shot buns, water beer in your eye.
Yeah.
The bike racks. We love the bike racks.
The bike racks.
I'm trying to. I should have starred more. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember how I
got here.
Well, but I don't remember. Oh, here are stars at the bottom here.
Do we have no listener questions that they wrote in?
I guess we did get one, but honestly, I need to find my email. And it's in there. So if you could not vamp that long. 2-star questions. Nope, that's a different one. This is very professional by me. I apologize. I didn't put it in because I didn't think we were going to be needing.
We don't have a 7-part Andrew question. I haven't heard anything from Andrew. We were talking about Andrew and giving Andrew lots of dap, kind of teasing him a little bit about the nose tackle thing, but
Arjun. I think we might end on this one, but dear Cilantro Boys, happy National Signing Day. 3 questions. What do you want to do? 1, 2, or 3?
We don't get all of them? Come on, man. It's signing day and what? We got 5 more minutes and it's 6 hours? What is it? What are we doing? Come on.
Let's go 1. Now that you've seen the players, or we'll start with 1. Now that you've seen the players that USC did manage to sign at O-line, D-line, and quarterback, and now that you've seen the film on their respective senior seasons, how do you feel in hindsight about USC pivoting away from Sam Utu, Ryder Lyons, and Jaylon McCoy?
Interesting. Pretty good, actually, about all those players, I would say. Excuse me. I still like Lyons, but he played so bad in the game that I saw him against Mission Viejo. Their offensive line got cooked. He had no pocket awareness. He got busted for, I think, intentional grounding in the end zone. They got a safety. And then after the game of losing 45-10 or whatever it was, he had, 60 girls around him looking for pictures and autographs. It was such a weird scene and such a weird game. Like, that was the aura farming game with TikTokers on the sideline giving play-by-play, not of the game, but just of them being at the game. Very strange. Very, very strange. But I still think he's a good player. Now, the pivot, was it so much USC pivoting as it was Ryder Lyons kind of, fading a little bit from USC? Because I think they were really third on his list at the end of the day when it came down to it. Now, it was close, but you could argue that, I think it was BYU, Oregon, and USC kind of like third behind there. But yeah, Jaylon McCoy, you can't, there's no sort of second guessing that when you have the defensive line class you have. Like, you're just done. It just, no, we're not regretting that move at all. Who was the third?
Sam Utu?
Oh, Utu. Yeah, no. I think that in hindsight, absolutely were good moves. I mean, I think with Utu, they were always kind of on the fence with him. They kind of went back and forth. Obviously, with Ryder Lyons, like I said, that was one I think that they would have taken if they would have been able to have a little more momentum going into the official visits. That kind of got weird there in May. And again, I think he was pulling back a little bit himself, which, again, that might mean nothing. And it might end up talking to him again. And boom, he ends up a Trojan, before he starts his college football career. But yeah, I think McCoy, there's really no position there where you say, oh, yeah, he's, so much better than whatever player they got. And they have so much depth, certainly with the lines. Yeah, you just can't really ask for much more than that.
Question number 2. This podcast has established the titles of barometer and franchise player.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll hand out these awards for 2027 at some point.
That's actually something I wanted to bring up, Chris, but go ahead. Keep going.
I'm proposing that we create a Pied Piper award as well. I would say Zach Branch was the Pied Piper for 2023. Brandon Lockhart was the Pied Piper for 2026. And 2024, 2025 didn't have a Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Who do you think will be the 2027's class Pied Piper?
Well, he's got to commit first. I think that's almost like kind of in hindsight, to be able to talk about the class that way, to be able to recruit other players that way. That's kind of a little flag bearer type of situation there where you're really vocally but vocals is great, but like being down there a lot, and Brandon Lockhart was certainly down at USC a lot too. Maybe not as much as Tom, but certainly was very vocal and was a guy that was visibly committed to USC. We've seen that sometimes in the past, and then guys are not as committed as they kind of sound like they are on social media. For 2027, the barometer, because again, Pied Piper, I think is a little harder to figure out at this point with no commits. But the barometer is interesting. I thought about this kind of looking at the list, and is it even a guy in the 10 of Troy at this point? I think the argument would have to be between, I kind of feel like you're looking at Duve Williams and Danny Lang. Like it's kind of one of those guys. And I kind of feel like Duve Williams maybe, because he's sort of been out in front with USC for the longest time. I think with Danny Lang, it's gone back and forth more with Ohio State and USC, just like with Aaron Washington, his teammate, J.O., Washington has gone back and forth with like Nebraska and USC and Georgia and USC. And USC's kind of been a constant there, but there's always been like some other school with him. So, yeah, I would feel like, and I got to really think about this more, Duve Williams or Danny Lang. But I'm leaning towards Williams being maybe the barometer of this class. Barometer of this class for folks that don't know, which I think, we've kind of rinsed ourselves of filthy casuals at this point, is a player that has family and ties to USC to some extent, local player, a player that is reasonably recruitable for USC. And so a very good player, but a player that, you look at and say, okay, this is the type of player that goes to USC when USC is healthy, when USC recruiting is going well according to plan. Doesn't mean they're going to have number one class, okay? Because when we called Cilantro Boys the barometer of the 2026 class, it wasn't because we thought, because USC is going to have this great class. And if they can get Cilantro Boys, they can pull together this great class. I mean, the year before, it was Noah McHale. That was the barometer for the recruiting class. So it's really more of like, this is going to be a solid class. And what is a class that meets expectations? In my 20-plus years of doing this, I would say Trojan fans believe that they should be no lower than like 7th or 8th nationally in recruiting ever. Even with a smaller class, I think top 10 is absolutely the expectation with Trojan fans. And a lot of Trojan fans will say, we should be up there near the top 3 in most years. But I think if you're getting your barometer in the recruiting class, I think you feel like, okay, you're doing enough to get a top 10 class nationally for sure.
We hit the 6-hour mark.
Boom.
We got the 6-hour cruise going. It's not as many as the other hours. But there are some, which is the point.
Is it another beer?
It is another beer. 6-hour sickos, as I've deemed them. And then the last question from Arjun. In the past, you've highlighted Jakeem Stewart, J. Rella McCoy, Drake Stubbs, and Chanuk Hines as players who you believe would fit especially well at USC because of their personalities. By contrast, you were skeptical of Ty Jackson's personality fit.
Yeah.
Who is one 2027 prospect from outside the region that you would think would fit really well at USC based on what you've seen from him personality?
Ethan Feaster. We called that pretty early on, I think, for USC, just in terms of something about him gave us vibes. Like, even when people were like, yeah, USC's in it, and they weren't really seriously talking about USC being a contender, we were pretty early in his recruitment. I think even before he reclassified. He talked to JP a couple times and just, he definitely gave us vibes. Like, this kid's got that personality and that vibe that he's going to be cool with Los Angeles, Southern California. It's not going to be like a very difficult transition for him. So he jumps out like immediately when you're asking that question about out-of-state guys that, from a personality standpoint, really, really kind of get it. Brett Colajay, you could say as well. Brett is originally from Colorado, so he's not like really a Florida guy or really a guy that's from that far away. But he's definitely pretty gregarious, outgoing, gives you that vibe. What do you think about Cannon Smith, Chris, because you've spoken to him a few times.
Really smart kid, really nice kid. I like him a lot. High football IQ, athletic dude, really nice kid.
But personality-wise, he seems like
yeah,
he'd be a good fit at USC.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say for 2027, KJ Green is kind of the one that comes to mind.
Okay. I've never talked to KJ. I've been around him.
He's got like an LA personality. Like he doesn't seem like a Georgia kid to me when I talk to him. He seems like a guy who likes the big city and stuff. So I could see that as well. I would say that's DJ Hall isn't his name. The linebacker. DJ Jacobs.
Yeah.
I would say when I talked to him, I was really impressed talking to him.
He's the number one defensive end / edge rusher in the country, I believe, right now, right?
Yeah.
Edge rushers in Georgia falling off of trees this year. That's another thing where I talked about going into Georgia and trying to get the best players away from Georgia. It's difficult to do, especially if USC doesn't have something to show. But this is a year where Georgia's got a bunch of players that are really good edge rushers. It's a fantastic year for edge rushers in Georgia. So that's one of those things where, they can't get them all sort of thing, and USC is going to try to get in there and nab KJ Green. But they already, Georgia, speaking of, lost one of those guys. Was it Tomlinson? They lost to Georgia Tech or Texas Tech, I think, early on. So, yeah, they're getting pilfered.
Should I shotgun this? Should I shotbuns this?
Shotbuns it. If you were to shotbuns it, what would that look like?
I do with my ass? I don't know.
Okay. I'm trying to think of the context of shot buns, right?
Yeah.
Was it Amos Talalele?
It was Amos Talalele.
So, would you pancake it?
I guess. What does that mean? What does that mean in the context? We don't know.
Jump on it.
I think I'm gonna shotgun this, and then we're gonna get out of here. 6 hours.
Yeah, I got a drive ahead of me.
Yeah, I gotta upload this ahead of me. But there will be no timestamps. At least I'm not doing them by hand. I'm not really cutting anything. I'm just uploading it straight. So that's gonna save me like 9 hours. So I appreciate that. But
you just do 9 of them.
Just do what?
Just do 9 of them.
Just do 9.
You can't go through this and see yourself taking a beer every time. Come on, man. You did timestamps for yourself.
Chug it out of a fitted MLB hat. Shot buns.
Oh, that's actually a good. Is there any hat? I'm looking at there's baseball stuff in here, but I don't see any hats.
Andrew.
Oh, you could do it out of. No, I don't think Ryan would appreciate that.
Andrew, one last.
Did Andrew make it finally?
Chris, sorry to ask, but is this potentially your last signing day tunnel vision? I speak for all of us when we say we hope not, but if so, we love you and you rule.
Well, this is not tunnel vision, Andrew.
I think he means a live concept,
2-star
live signing day,
composite signing day extravaganza.
Nothing's officially announced yet, but I think not is what I'll say. I think you'll still continue to see me around.
Until people watch this podcast.
Until people watch this podcast that I had to run hunched over and pissed, and I'm going to shotgun a beer now. So, raw and unedited. Exactly. Thank you so much to everyone who participated to the 6-hour sickos. You guys are sick, and we love you. Non-filthy casuals, but like the diehards, we appreciate that. I appreciated everyone who listened to the whole thing, or an hour, or 30 minutes, or 20 minutes, or 2 minutes, whatever. If it got too weird at girth, because we were pretty off one at the start there. So, Gerard, thank you so much. Do you have any final words before we get out of here?
No, thank you very much to everybody. We'll probably have a podcast before Christmas, but happy holidays, everybody. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. We'll see where USC ends up in the bowl game. If it's going to be the Alamo Bowl, I believe that's December 30th. If it's the Holiday Bowl, I think it's a little earlier, right? The Holiday Bowl. So
the Holiday Bowl is a little. No, I thought the Holiday Bowl was in January now.
Is it in January this year?
I could be wrong.
It wasn't last year, but okay. So
I need you to vamp a little bit while I do this, because I'm gonna end it.
Vamp or vape? I do neither.
Vamp or vape.
But anyways, thank you, everybody. for supporting us, for, on the Peristyle, in the chats. Certainly, we have a very interesting time here with the portal coming. A lot of 2027 stuff that's going to come in January. Very excited to see what USC does on the recruiting trail to follow up this amazing class. How aggressive are they in the portal? What do they do with the 2027 class earlier in the year? I got a feeling it's going to come earlier in the year than it is going to be during the summer. I think they want to do the same thing they did with the 2026 class, is have these guys commit early, probably January into February, and then, kind of get that stream of momentum going into like March, April, May, and then have that class basically done by the time you're getting into May, going in the summer. So we'll see. There is no offseason for USCFootball.com. There is no offseason for me. He did shot buns himself in the eyes, so now he's good to go as far as contacts go.
We love you. Thank you, 6 Hour Sickos. We will see you at some point. Throw in the water bottles. We are out. And as always,